God. Hello, David. What's up, Eugene? Good to see you guys. Thanks, David. Yeah, I forgot. Stranded's not here. Shout out to Stranded. She's on a move. Good call on that one, David. You need me to give you emergency permissions? Hold on. Boom. I can do that right now. There you go, David. You should have a wrench now. Or Smurfs using you as a test subject. I love it. All right. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Hold on. I'll remove it. There you go, David. You're back to normal, but we at least got your announcement of when that when the stream goes live and everything, so it'll look official. Oh my God. Oh, I was going to do a teardown on my my 3D printer. I think I'm just going to make a standalone video. I have to wipe out the entire desk, all that kind of stuff for it. So fun. But yeah, the unfortunately my 3D printer is dead. To a point where they're sending me out a new one. I appreciate them for it. Like, Elegoo is amazing with their customer service. But I haven't been able to print off much. Let me fix this damn thumbnail. I'm brain lagged. I swear to God, I'm brain lagged. All kinds of craps happened. All over the place. Including... I think we're going to peace. I've now come to the conclusion that anytime Donald Trump speaks about peace or anything else, just completely fucking ignore it. Unless Iran is coming out and saying, yeah, we're close to a peace deal, I'm not buying it anymore. I'm just not buying it. Every time, I swear to God, it's market manipulation. Somebody's becoming a billionaire. Somebody's making billions and billions off this. And it ain't us. Tell you that much. It isn't the American consumer. Let's see. Let's get the regular cam up, I guess. Am I coming through all right, David? You can hear me and shit? Oh, God. I forgot just how good... Cobra Kai is. Ooh, what the? I watched the entire series. I finished it this morning, like early crack at dawn of the morning. Finished watching it. I know you got a new video up. I commented on it. I said, hey, I was like, it's definitely another video, but it ain't Haters Eat These Nuts or the other songs like Help. AKA My Channel's Under Attack, the song, or Digital Lesbian Love Song is the other one we're waiting for from you, Eugene, and we haven't heard any of them. Stranded. How was did you get your move done? How the hell did you manage that? It's good to see you, Stranded. I mean, that's crazy. I didn't figure we'd see you. Matter of fact, I opened the show by saying hopefully Stranded's okay and hopefully her move goes well. Eugene did a bunch of lesbians in a field standing by white boxes was the video itself. The song was, Eugene's music. I did notice Eugene's up to 101 subs, though. That's definitely awesome, Eugene. Congratulations. Yeah, I think Devin watched it. She put in it was thought-provoking. So that's cool. That was definitely cool. Always good to see Devin. Eugene even hit her with the popcorn, making sure, you know, she shows up for the next video. If you just leave a trail of popcorn, Devin will show up. Oh God, that's the worst part of a move, is figuring out where all your shit's gonna go. Yeah, I can believe it. I'm sure you're wiped, you know. I can imagine. I got my skin tone on here. I was thinking about this, what I want to do with it, because every picture I see, it's always purple, blue, or silver. Like the original figure was blue. And I think I actually have an idea with it. I think I'm going to use my metallic set to maximum effect here. I'll tell you what, guys. One of the things I'm hearing that the He-Man movie is actually pretty good. And that's from, like, I actually saw a He-Man nerd, like a dude who got to see it ahead of time. And that's his main thing is like He-Man. Like, that's all he does is talk about He-Man on the internet and Masters of the Universe and everything. And he said it was surprising that Jared Leto's Skeletor steals the show. He's like, he doesn't sound like Skeletor from the cartoons. He's like, but he makes quips and makes fun of people like he did on the cartoon. Yeah, I remember when we first bought the house and we moved in, we unloaded we put everything in the storage pod or what have you, and moving everything in the house. And we just had like this stack that went from the floor to the ceiling with about like 40 fucking boxes. Cause it's me, the wife, the kids, we all had our individual stuff. Took up my, almost the entirety of my back room. And then slowly we moved everything into place. It took like a month to settle in. That's why I'm shocked you were able to do it that quick. I mean, reality is it should be the landlord who cleans up. They should send somebody in there, like a cleaning crew that cleans the carpets, all that stuff, and then repaints all your walls white. If you moved into an apartment, it shouldn't be like you're moving in there and it should be full of nasty stuff. Should be good. You know, I don't know. It depends on where you move to. I'm drinking my like coffee and waking up, getting my head together. So much has happened. Guy, you know, gets shots off at the White House, which was just honestly just somebody with mental problems. Black dude with mental problems. The Secret Service actually knew who he was. Ivanka Trump, apparently they tried to assassinate her magically just as a peace deal's going through. Tulsi Gabbard quits. Like all kinds of stuff. Should be the operative word, but it is Ohio. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, I wish I had more to tell you guys about like movies or TV or anything. The only thing that happened really was The Boys ended, and it was terrible. It was, I can't even say it was a terrible ending. It was just exactly what was expected ending, except for one part of it. Wasn't as good as the comics. The comics were much better. That seems to be the way 99% of the time, is that the books or the comic book or whatever is better than what you're seeing on screen. I feel like, oh God, I don't know why. I feel like I took a shower or something. I'm just like sitting here. It's like a layer of sweat on me. I'm lazy, I guess. I'm fat. I'm lazy. That's awesome. I mean, hopefully you bought those guys pizza and beer. That was always our thing. Well, actually, ours was always, was always pizza and weed. Wait, so you can see my comment on your video, but YouTube won't let you reply to the comment? What's up with that? YouTube's been very strange lately, and if I'm to be honest, I'm a little worried. So, something I've noticed about YouTube lately, Eugene, and this is from the creator end of stuff, watching other people that are bigger channels, much, much bigger channels, a lot of them are starting to go to Rumble and Kick and post all their content over there because they're getting demonetized. And they are, like, YouTube's been doing some kind of fuckery behind the scenes that none of us understands. Gas card and some cash. That's, hey, you know what, Stranded? That works as well. But yeah, YouTube has been, and I can't say they've been doing anything dirty by me. I haven't noticed it. If they have, but yeah, it's definitely been a thing lately that some of these bigger creators, I'm seeing a lot of indie creators in my feed too. So something switched in the algorithm, and it almost feels like they don't want to pay out to the bigger channels. I don't know what the deal is with that. There's some like what's dude's name? Patrick Bet David, like his podcast or whatever. I don't know if he turned on the ads for it, but now even when you're watching live, you get ads for it. I'm like, what is this shit? Like, YouTube's been acting very strange, and I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if it's their AI screwing up, like Google's AI screwing up. I don't know if they are getting ready to start wiping out the bigger channels. You're going to be out on the street soon if they don't find it. Tell you what, Eugene, you should take some money and go invest in a tent and get ready, because it sounds like they're dragging their feet. You know, there's a point in time where we were talking about, the wife and I, like going and buying property and getting rid of this place and building a whole new like little compound kind of deal and all this kind of shit. And we said the only problem would be that we're paying for this house and that house while it's being built, or the other property while it's being built. And it would cost way, way too much. Yeah, fucking, but the whole thing is, I'm shocked they didn't have something lined up before the house sold. That's where I'm like, that's crazy. Hey, Beans, good to see you. Hope everything's going well with you. Hopefully you're recovering from your recent system shock. And hopefully all's going well for you too. I had something like that happen, Stranded, where it was doing the same thing to me, where it would go to shorts. And I don't know what the deal was with that. Now there's a thing on my tablet in particular. If I open up a new tab on Google, it'll do them side by side automatically. I'm like, what the hell's this shit? I never turned that on. I had it where the power button, when you'd hit the power button, normally it would just turn off the screen. And it's been doing something else with it. I can't remember what. I had to go into settings and turn that off. Yeah, I hear you, Beans. I hear you. It's going to be a while, and it's understandable too. You know, I get it. I mean, my old sir he's been gone for 3 years now, and if I'm to be honest, the wife still is not over it and never will be. Part of her soul went with him. But hopefully you're hanging in there. You know, you can do what you can do. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for sorry for it. Sorry for the loss. Dear Lord. Speaking of tablets, I need my fucking tablet. I need to look up. I had a whole idea of how I was going to do this. Because it was a cross between the action figure and the other figures that they had put out. Yeah, that's all the blues. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right there. So, I can show you guys this though. The last print, my printer got off before it died. Move her parts out of the way. No. It's the same thing. It's going to be that thing for a while. But I'm going to run off. He's got 4 of them in the series so far. And I plan on doing this guy out. First one is him. Second one's going to be Wonder Woman. I don't want the fat ass. Actually, to tell you the truth, one of the coolest parts of this entirety of this model is that Alex Ross's signature on the back of it. Dude's doing the signature series for Alex Ross in Kingdom Come. Is that the right S? That is the right S. This is all going to get welded together. It's this little piece right here of the cape goes around his leg. But yeah, this is the new one. The last one. Yeah, I mean, once they get to a certain point, there's nothing medical science can't do anything, unfortunately. It's the worst part. Oh God, he's falling apart. Yeah, Alex Ross's version. Yeah, I know. I sat there with the old sir, and all I could do was. The worst part is the helpless feeling. That is the worst part of everything, and there's nothing you can do about it. It seems together like that. Unfortunately, the way this dude mounted his cape actually goes into the arm like that. So it's going to be going off on the side. I can't remember if I put I guess the head's got to go in first. Like I said, this one was a weird one when I was trying to do the reconstruction on it. Can't remember if the cape goes in after. It does. Come on, you mother trucker. That got it. I think that's got it. Yeah, there we go. So that's going to go in there like that. His cape's going to be going off the side of him. And then the trickiest part of this one, and God only knows why, he didn't do a double key, because I have one key here on this boot, which is where that fits in there. And if you can see all the bumping, I have to redo this boot. And that's what I was going to reprint before the printer died. But only one boot goes in there. The other one goes off on the side like this. That's a lot of bumping though. It's got to get sanded. But yeah, the Alex Ross version of Soups. Which Alex Ross is an amazing artist. If you've never seen his artwork, it's unbelievable. No, it's not Cabell. Matter of fact, in the TV series, they did Brandon Routh actually played him on the Arrowverse. Kingdom Come is basically like, they did a video game not long ago called Injustice, and it was DC heroes, all this kind of stuff. It's by the guys who made Mortal Kombat, which rumor has it that's going to be their next game is Injustice 3 that they're working on. And the premise behind it was Joker killed Lois Lane, tricked Superman into killing Lois Lane rather, and Superman kills the Joker. In Kingdom Come, Joker kills Lois Lane and a bunch, I think everybody at the Daily Bugle for some reason, but Superman spares him and puts him in jail. And then it goes from there. But I'll be doing Soups from the run he's done so far. He's done Superman, he's done Wonder Woman, and he did Shazam. And he'll be doing Batman coming here soon. So when Batman comes out, but again, my 3D printer's dead, so I'm waiting on the replacement. That's awesome. Thanks, Stranded. But yeah. So the Alex Ross ones, his artwork is just unbelievable. I don't know what else is coming out of Berserk. Wicked is like a full month behind on his prints. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know if he just ran into struggles with modeling or he added the wild card category and I think it overwhelmed him. But they're a little bit behind. Well, Berserk's right on schedule. Actually, I'm a little pissed because I got my 9-month rewards or whatever from him. And one of them was supposed to be a Swamp Thing statue, and I didn't get the statue, so I got to actually message him now. I'm thinking about it. I forgot all about that shit. Let me see. I don't know if this is going to kill off my chat for a minute. Let me just do a search and see if I can't get you guys a picture of what these guys look like when they're painted. See if I can't get the whole Justice League together. Yeah, here it is. What the fuck? I don't want to watch this dude's video. You fucking asshole. I just want this picture. Go to images. There we go. I don't know if this will share it or not correctly. We'll find out in a second here. Let's see if I go to VidCap. Let's set this up. There we go. There you go. Here's what the Justice League looks like. This is Alex Ross. This is what his art looks like. Plastic Man in here, Elongated Man, Zatanna, Martian Manhunter. It actually has a pretty good Green Lantern. Even Aquaman looks decent in this. But this is what the models are going to be based on. Matter of fact, let's shut that down real quick. And see if I can't find just like Batsy. Because Batman, he did this one picture that is just... I have the poster on my wall. See if I can't find it. Yeah. Here's one of his Batman. Is that out? There you go. I have this picture on my wall. With the Alex Ross doing Batman and Joker and everything. Let me see. There's one with, and I've got the poster for it. Batman's like choking Joker with like his whole rogues gallery just janking him. But the best one I think Alex Ross did, and I'm hoping he covers it, is Grundy. Grundy looks fantastic. Here it is. Yeah, here's the picture. Here's the actual picture. Let's see if I can't. Yep. Got it. There you go. This picture right here. He's like strangling Batman. You can see Ra's al Ghul is in here. Ra's al Ghul's back here. You got Scarecrow here, the Riddler, Penguin, Mr. Freeze, Catwoman. Of course, Joker being strangled is down low. Batman, Harley, Poison Ivy. Two-Face is in the lower right corner. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Alex Ross is by far one of my favorite comic artists of all time. Because he paints everything. Like it's all hand painted. Actually close that out. Like that Darkwing image. Oh boy. Oh boy. I will tell you what is hysterical is everything going on with the Odyssey casting. All the blowback, all the craziness going on with it. One of the things, because I can't remember, I can never remember Lupanga or some shit like that. But they basically made Helena Troy, if she was like a sexy black chick, like Halle Berry or something, okay. But they made her like, I'm going to say the woman's unattractive in my opinion. She's not somebody that you would fight like an entire battle to win the hand of. But because she's black or whatever, they're calling her Helen of Detroit. I was dead laughing when I read that comment. Somebody called her Helen of Detroit instead of Helena Troy. And Elliot Page and all that kind of stuff. Like it's, there is a whole blowback where they're just like, yeah, Christopher Nolan's just going for Oscar bait. Dude, just saving that money for, instead of an hour and like 10 to 15 minutes, that'll at least save your gas money. But now here's the damn question, guys. Why did, and might as well knock out some news while I'm picking out colors out of my box here. Tulsi Gabbard resigned. Now, the excuse is that her husband has bone cancer, severe bone cancer, or rare bone cancer or something. I believe it. I believe her husband's sick. Do you guys believe that's why she resigned? I'm just curious. Do you guys actually buy the official story? She resigned because of that. Yeah, I agree. They can keep their woke ass Odyssey. And it's a shame too, because the Odyssey is an amazing tale. Yeah, gas is through the roof. And if what's coming down the pipe is coming, then they're talking about they might shut down the other strait. And I can't remember what the other strait's called, but the other strait provides 10% of the world's gas or oil. So like this could get a whole lot worse. Yeah, it's horrible, but the timing's sketchy on Tulsi. I agree. Again, we're about to take Cuba. Like, flat out, guys. We already cut off their power. They're having rolling blackouts, all this other stuff. Then they launched the indictment on Raul Castro. I think they're getting ready to seize Cuba, and I think she wanted out before that happened. I think her husband being sick, I don't think she's lying about it and everything, but my gut just tells me she was like, yeah, I need to get the fuck out of here, because they were cutting her out of security meetings, all kinds of stuff before they went and invaded Iran, because they knew she was against it. They left her out of the meetings on purpose. But there's also been rumblings that behind the scenes, Trump was asking his cabinet members openly, like, should we replace her? Who should we get to replace her? Because the whole thing is, her whole stance is very anti-war. Now, I understand you got to play the game politically, but at the same point in time, I think the damage is already done for Tulsi too, where people that truly believed in her for her anti-war stance are, I don't know. It rattled me a little bit, because I'm like, yeah, you signed off on this fucking war shit. There you go. I agree with that too. And what did good call on that. The 3-letter agency, the CIA, went and raided her office, supposedly, allegedly, because it all came out that they came into the office and they took boxes of files. What files did they take? The JFK files. Anything that she was in the middle of declassifying, they took them all back and said, no, you can't declassify these. And that happened beforehand too. That was all alleged. Then she came out and said, no, that never happened. I don't know about that, but yeah, you're right. The whole thing is sus. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that goes against the narrative. It seems like anybody that is not fully on board with what's going on is getting cut out of the loop. Magneto will protect Cuba. You gotta love it. There is no American First part. He didn't run on America First. He ran on MAGA, Make America Great Again. He didn't run on America First. America First is people like Thomas Massey, who just got ousted because they spent like X amount of billions on him. Now, that's not the only reason. Trump came out and actively campaigned against Thomas Massey, and has been. And why did he remove Thomas Massey or want Thomas Massey gone? Well, let's look at it and be honest about everything. If you look at it objectively and say, why did you want Thomas Massey out? One, Thomas Massey was behind. Number one is because he was one of the ones that was hardcore in on the Epstein files. Period. End of sentence. Yes, you're right about Cuba coming up next, by the way. Yes, Cuba is next. We're absolutely going. They already moved the carrier in. They already moved the carrier group in there. And yeah, or maybe it isn't a carrier. It's a strike group, though. But they already moved the boats off the coast of Cuba. They've got them in rolling blackouts. So yes, Cuba is next, 1,000%. We're going to hit Cuba probably by the end of June. Well, and we're going to take it, too. If I'm going to be honest, I think we are going to full on take Cuba this time, because they have already cut off all the oil from Venezuela, and then they're going to nail it out. But yeah, Thomas Massey. So he was behind Epstein. That's one, right? But the other thing is, and everybody's giving him shit because they're like, well, he votes with Republicans 90% of the time. But what he's never voted for was signing off on anything that is going to increase the national debt or just stupid spending in Washington. Like, he's actually trying to get the spending out or cut back the budgets and all that stuff. The big, beautiful bill. He refused to sign off on the big, beautiful bill. He was one of the ones that was against it. And I think that's where Trump put a marker on him. And then, of course, MIGA, MIGA. What happened to no new wars? Well, that's just it. Cuba will not be a war. We're not going to get entangled in the war. Now, Iran, you can say, is a new war. Cuba is going to be a quick military operation, and the government will fall fast because the people are already against them hard, and we know they're against them hard. Trump never should have gone into Iran. if he had just stuck with Venezuela, Cuba, and everything on the Western Hemisphere, it's going to go fast. I'm not saying I want to see it happen. It's just going to go. It's just going to go fast. But yeah, the war in Iran. I had said this early on, Eugene. That's that was a bear trap he stepped in, and if he hadn't gone into Iran and just stayed on like the Western Hemisphere, probably would have been all right. We probably would have been okay, but he went on to, like you said, what happened to No New Wars? I have no idea. He ran on the perfect platform. Like he ran correctly. No New Wars, make America great again, all this kind of stuff. Everything America first. We're doing the America, nothing but America, nothing but America. And something changed. I don't know what changed. I don't know. People are making too much money. Like that's just it. Right now, the billionaire class is making it's like COVID all over again. We're going to see a huge transfer of wealth up, but it's all through market manipulation. In the meantime, cost of living's going up. Gas prices are going up. Cost of living, all that stuff. It's a whole lot of not good. Now, can it all change? It can on a dime. I don't know how you fix Iran. You already stepped into the bear trap. Your leg's already cut. It's not good. Look. Let's see something where her cheeks go in. Okay. Yep. Okay, that's got to go purpled. Just going over my lines to make sure. Going in there with. So I think I found a compromise to make this work. All right. Out of the way. Ooh, this shit's got to get shaken up big time. It says two watching. That can't be right. That's YouTube. I'm telling you now, YouTube has been fucking... I don't know what's going on with it. They do this on purpose because what's going to happen is if there were 5 watching or 6 watching or whatever, then it's going to have to promote it more. But the moment I mention Epstein, you're going to watch. My numbers are going to drop, all that kind of stuff. And it's not because people aren't interested in the topic, don't want to hear what's being said. YouTube is throttling content. And they're not just doing it to me. They're doing it across the board. Yep. Exactly. And it can't be. Yep. And that's right, Stranded. They were banking on it, on taking out the Ayatollah. People would rise up against the rest of the regime, and it ended up biting him in the arse. Right. That's 1,000% correct. Like, he was sold a bill of goods. He bought what they told him. And unfortunately, it did not work out. Yeah, I mean, I understand that quote. I don't think, my guess is he didn't mean it to come across the way it came across. That's standard him just talking shit. What the hell? Yeah, this is the shade. Why is this shit so liquid? I mean, that stuff just spilled out. Like the media just spilled out of it. Yeah, I don't think he was... I think the way that was said, he didn't mean it the way it came out. Like, I don't. I think he meant it more like, I'm focused on getting their nukes out of there, this, that, and the other thing, not, fuck the American people. I don't, and that's the way it came across was, screw the American people. Let me see. I just want to see how this lays in. We're going to go in here with this metallic blue shading. Let's see if it actually coats, gets into those recesses. The alien stuff, I'm going to say 80% of them are drones. There's one or two that you look at it and you're just like, oh yeah, okay, I can see where you're saying this is definitely, this could be something otherworldly. Like they had one that was on thermals and I'm watching it and all of a sudden it just like, it legit takes off and disappears and comes off the thermal. That one, stuff like that I can believe. There are certain parts with the alien stuff. Well, I don't even know if they're calling them aliens. They're just saying they're UAPs, right? But a lot of them, I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, that's just drone tech. Like anything with an exhaust plume coming off the back of it is more than likely man-made. So, and that's a good question. Yep. And using reverse tech toys, I agree. I think that's definitely a good possibility on it. That it could just be reverse alien tech. Or, when I say alien, I don't necessarily mean extraterrestrial either. I mean just foreign to humanity, like foreign to our knowledge of physics is the best way I can describe it. But yeah, it's some odd shit that is going on. I don't like the whole release of them, timing and everything is sus. I know Donald Trump needs a win, so like I said, invading Cuba makes sense because I think they can do it. The thought is they can do it just like they did Venezuela. Super easy, super clean, all that. The Iran thing, though, like I said this earlier on, I know you guys weren't in yet, but I'm 1000%, unless Iran announces that they've come to a peace deal, I no longer believe it at all when he says we're close to reaching a peace deal. I no longer believe Rubio when he says we're close, because every time it's we're close to reaching a peace deal, and it all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's like, nope, we're going to hit you and blow you up and all kinds of shit. So I'm just not buying it. Laying in this blue undertone. Just want to see, make sure it's laying right. Use up what's on the palette, but then I'm going to switch over to the purple real quick, try that out. See how that looks. I need to break out silver, which I will go to more of a steel type silver for the inroads. I just want to see how let this dry. Because this is just shading that I'm putting on there, very light, thin coat of shading, metallic shading. Let me know if it's reflecting. I just want to see what we're working with here. Make sure my color scheme is what I think it's going to look like. I should let that dry a little more, but screw it. Let's take a look. Yep, that'll work. Do you think at the moment there's a race for who has best AI tech and such? The AI thing, we'll get to that. The tech, it's always a race for that. It's always been a race for that. America does have the best tech. It's just we come up with the ideas and then it's produced somewhere else. So, for example, like Google, all that, where's their headquarters? But what runs the tech the best? Well, that would be Samsung in Korea. You know what I mean? So we have tech, the best tech, technically. No pun intended. But the AI thing. The AI thing, in my opinion, is basically what the internet, because I'm old enough to have lived through this as most of you are, in its infancy. The internet, remember when it was just the World Wide Web? And you had Netscape, you had Internet Explorer, all that stuff. AI is the same thing right now. It's the beginning of it. Now, the investments going in there reminds me a lot of Bitcoin, and not so much Bitcoin as cryptocurrency. You're going to have people investing trillions in it, and you're going to lose, let's say you have 10 trillion invested into AI, you're going to lose 9.5 trillion on those investments. There's going to be one company that's going to rise above everybody else, and the rest of the AI is going to be substandard to it. Just like Bitcoin is king of the cryptocurrency. And then you'll have a secondary company like, what is it, Ethereum, I think is number 2 in the cryptocurrencies. You'll have that with AI. You'll have one that is the best of the best, then you're going to have a secondary one. The problem with AI at this point is, how do you make money off of it? How do you make return on investment? Yeah, like the alien tech, I'm not so sure I would say like the alien tech. I think if they could have figured it out, they would have figured it out a long time ago, and somebody would have been the dominant military force in the world. Because if you really think about it, you have one ship with some of the capabilities that they say that, quote unquote, alien tech has, such as being able to manipulate gravity, move in an instant, and you armored that thing up with even just one missile, or hell, we'll even go something super low tech, like a set of machine guns. You can't hit it. So it could just go wherever it wants without impunity and just literally like pop, 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 take out an entire population, one of those ships. So you would have military dominance at that point if you could replicate it. So I think they've been racing for that the entire time, but they don't quite understand it. And yeah, the data centers. The big thing with the AI is this. They're trying to promote it where it's a federal crime if people burn down data centers, because people don't want data centers because of the damage they're doing to the environment, your electricity bill, the water. There's a whole lot, because if something's got to be cooled off constantly because it runs so hot, they're using water to cool it off. It's going to poison your local water supply. And they try to make it a federal crime where if you burn down one of these data centers, you're going to jail for a long ass time. Now, I'm not for the willful destruction of private property. However, I can understand that if you've lived somewhere, they build a data center, it poisons out your well, kills your cattle, does this, that, and the other thing, and then raises your electric bill from, $300 a month to $1,000 a month. I can understand somebody getting a little upset and doing some willful destruction of private property. Just saying. Not saying I agree or disagree with it, just saying I understand where you're coming from. Sterling silver. Like, I get it. I here they did this thing where they just wrecked the whole environment because they want to put in the fucking Buc-ee's off of the one exit on 95 and destroyed like this whole habitat for like that was out there, a natural habitat, cut down all the trees. They're putting it up and everything. And the county puts up this slip shot pictures of it online on Facebook or whatever. And they're like, oh, what do you guys feel about this? And I thought I was going to be alone in the sentiment because I moved down here from the north to get away from bullshit like this. You've paving paradise, putting up a parking lot, basically. And, yeah, turns out there was a whole lot of people that felt the same way I did. And I was surprised by it. Sometimes you don't need to do progressive things in quiet places. You know, one of the things that New Jersey had, and they did away with it in recent times, but it was an amazing thing when I was a kid, was the Pinelands Protection Act, where it was very hard to do new construction in the Pine Barrens because they recognized it as a rare place. So you couldn't go in there and destroy the environment. Sometimes I feel like I should have been an environmental crusader or some shit, because the stuff that people do for money and what they destroy is unreal. Nature being wiped out is unreal. Wow, really? No shit. That's crazy, Stranded. Well, yeah, the North will pull up on the South. I'll tell you what, you bring that shit down here and it's not going to work out real well for you. I did see something about that where she said something like that. She's in for a fucking shock. I'm sorry. I don't want down here you got Charleston, Columbia. I don't want them turning into the next New York City down here. I don't want that shit. I don't want that in my backyard. I don't want, it's bad enough Atlanta's turned into a shithole from what I understand. It used to be a bastion, like a nice city, and it's turned into a shithole. I don't want it. I grew up in a very nice area, out in the woods. I also lived in a very, very urban area just outside Philadelphia, as I've discussed. I don't want that. I don't need a concrete jungle. I don't care about getting pizza at 3 a.m. That's great. Keep it there. I don't need that down here. Well, that's just it. Here's what terrifies me about AOC. She could be your next president at this point. I am actually kind of worried about 2028 for who the next president is, whether it's Gavin Newsom, AOC, whatever. I'm not saying vote red or else you're dead, because Republicans are, and I think I'm going to steal this from Tim Pool, I think it was, who said this, but Republicans or Democrats driving the speed limit. I just watching it objectively from the outside and realizing, like, both sides of our government, I think the term is the horseshoe effect. Yeah, it is, because the bottom of the horseshoe out comes back together. It's starting to get like that. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's real easy to say stuff behind bulletproof partitions when you've got bodyguards around you. But I would definitely like to see her walk into like a holler in West Virginia and talk some shit with no bulletproof glass or security. Let me know how that works out for you, honey. Let me know how telling a bunch of hillbillies, quite literally hillbillies, yeah, this is what we're going to do. They will fuck you up. Be like, well, you ain't making it off this here mountain. You know, I don't know people from up north, and actually, you know, somebody who is a streamer with 1.1 million followers, and you guys know who I mean. He talks shit on the north like he knows better than them. He's in for a rude awakening too. But what you're actually calling for, if you're calling for the North to march on the South or to any of that shit, is basically civil war. And I don't want to see another civil war in my lifetime. I don't. Not like I saw the first one, but I don't want to see a civil war. I don't. I think that everything is broken. And I think there is hope. I don't think it's hopeless. I think there is fixes. As a matter of fact, and this is going to be a long shot, I think Thomas Massie may run on the Republican side for president. I think him losing might have been a blessing in disguise. We're being honest about it. I really do. I think he's got America in mind. Like, you definitely have a contingent out there that realizes what's going on, and it's politicians that have either A, quit, or B, been thrown out. And those politicians with the right message, I think it works. I think their message is the right one. And the saddest part to me is it's exactly what Trump ran on the first go around. Was derailed by the deep state. And then the second go around, he ran on it again, but for some reason became or either sympathetic or became part of the deep state. I don't know what the hell happened to him. And it's a shame because he had the right message. He had the right ideas, but it all got derailed. And we can chalk it up to 3-letter agencies being involved, or maybe our deep state really is just that bad, where it's like, oh yeah, well, we have all this evidence on you, or we have it, but you need somebody with no corruption to them to win. And I don't know that we have that, unfortunately, in America right now. It's going to take all new people to change this, to steer the boat in a different direction. And I don't know how it plays out. I know people loved their Donald Trump. And I'm one of those people that I thought he might be the hope for the future. And the more and more it goes, the worse and worse it's getting. I want us to be prosperous. I want everybody to have. Hold on. What is it? Oh, put that in the kitchen. I'll eat it later. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not hungry right now. Wife brought me in Polak food, which it's good stuff, but I'm just not hungry at the moment. To be honest with you, it's weird. I haven't been hungry lately. Like, normally I'm very hungry all the time, and I haven't been hungry at all. But we definitely, I think the American people are sick of it. I don't think it's just, maybe it is just me. Maybe it's, my bad and I'm reading everything wrong. But I think the American people are actually kind of sick of it. Sick of watching people with billions of dollars and then everybody struggling to, oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay my rent or pay my gas bill this month. And that's been going on since, well, unfortunately, Joe Biden. Well, COVID, really, if we're to be real honest. When COVID hit, it kind of flipped everything over. I don't know that, I think we started to recover and then just fell right back down in the same shit. All right, I'm going to have to do this in a different way because this metallic, just by itself, is not doing what I wanted it to do. You're sick of it, right? Yeah, I am too. And AI hasn't been truly recognized or realized yet. AI hasn't sunk in where it's going to start taking away jobs. Now, if you're in manufacturing, you're in any kind of job that you have to work with your hands, woodworking, welding, anything like this, you're safe. AI can't do that. Remember the old meme, learn the code, you're in trouble. If that's what you learned to do as a living was code. Because those jobs are the ones that are going to go bye-bye. And they've been moving them offshore to begin with. But I think that's going to get a whole lot worse as time goes. I'm going in with a regular purple. All right, yeah, so I am going this route. So let's show off. Somebody asked me to start showing off paints. So this is Midnight Purple is what I'm going to be using for the base shading on her actual physical costume. But I'm 1000% watching it. And the more I'm watching, the more I'm learning, the more I'm understanding, the worse and worse it's looking for middle-class America. I don't like that. Your country basically is based on your middle class. If you wipe it out and it just becomes upper class and lower class, we're fucked. Because who wants to be a poor person getting all kinds of subsidies from your government, everything else, and then, well, I'm trying to get to middle class. You get to middle class, then they're going to tax you to death, do all this other shit to you, make it where it's impossible for you to live. Well, then you're better off staying lower class and getting all those subsidies and getting free money. In a way, it's smarter to stay low class at that point, or, poverty line, get all those bonus programs and just kind of be lazy. And it's a shame. It is a tragic sin, and I wish there was a solution. I wish I could tell you guys there's a fix for this. We just do X, Y, Z, or we get this person. I can't even say that and be honest, because any shot we've taken at it, at doing just that, and I do think it's not the American people. The American people are voting with what makes sense. Why was there such a coalition, last election to get a guy in there that was running off of no new wars, off of, yes, I want to make everything better for everybody, make the prices go down, all that kind of stuff, the better economy, and one with overwhelming support. Like, I don't think people realize, a matter of fact, I know they don't realize and when I say people, I don't mean like you guys. I mean the elite class, I guess we'll call them, or the political class. I don't think they realize just how pissed off the average American person is right now. And they think they can just say some nice words and get past it. And sure, that works with some people, like boomers in particular. Like boomers seem to just eat that shit up. But the younger generation, they're watching everything and they know how to use the internet correctly. They know how to go to those sites that boomers don't even know exist. They know how to seek the truth. And it's coming home. The chickens are coming home to roost. And you know, here's another part of it. I don't like saying this. I don't like saying this at all. I don't like saying, hey, what I see is not a good job. What I see is not good. I don't like saying that. I want to say the opposite. Yeah, and you know what? But you're right too, David. David, you are kind of right. The younger generation will also believe bullshit because they're just either they're not educated enough on the subject matter, or it's the inexperience of youth, if we're to be honest. You're not wrong though. You aren't wrong. There are definitely some kids that do believe anything they're fed. But there's hope because they're more open to seeing the truth for what it is in a lot of cases as well as they get more experience. The whole thing is, it's kind of like, it's one of these things I can actually chalk this up to almost like a relationship. You have a girlfriend, she cheats on you. First time you're ever cheated on, you feel it's definitely going to make you feel some kind of way. It's this gut punch. It's this, oh my God, I'm such an idiot, such a fool, everything else. And it makes you wake up to the fact that, yeah, I'm stupid, you know, or I was stupid in this case. And it's going to just take one of those gut punches. And that's what's been happening is we're all been getting gut punched, like, you know, being cheated on. Right. You don't even feel like voting in November. But that's just it. You know, they, in a way, Democrats kind of count on that, if I'm to be honest. They count on people not voting or people not being informed and not paying attention. But you can't blame them either. It's like, why should I vote for either side? Both of you are all are, you know, the same kind of stupid. I'm watching ads. All right, here you go. I'll just ask you guys because most people in here are, for the most part, political savvy, right, with what's going on in American politics. If I were to say to you, Nancy Mace is a woke friend to transgenderism, would you guys like tell me I'm correct, or would you say, what the fuck are you talking about? Like Nancy Mace, you guys all know who she is. Would you say that she is, you know, a trans activist, LGBTQ champion? Would you say that, you know, she is 1000% behind transing kids, all that kind of stuff? I really want to know. I really want to know if this is how you guys perceive the situation or perceive her in particular. Do you guys actually think Nancy Mace is like pro transgender, pro LGBTQ, like hardcore, like a staunch supporter of it? Do you think, or do you guys think that she is more like moderately inclined to it? Like, yep, the trans people have rights too, and everybody has rights, that kind of deal. Or do you think she's more like a hard activist with it? And I'm asking for a reason, of course. Because being in South Kakalaki, I get to see all the political ads for South Kakalaki. And this one in particular was riveting to me. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? You know, I want intellectual honesty, and maybe I perceive things wrong or different than everybody else. But I just want to see where you guys sit on that one. Oh. I have to go to a different brush here in a minute. I'm getting most of the heavy parts out. Seriously dark purple screws me up when I'm painting it. It's almost like black at times. But yeah, that's my question right now is, how do you guys perceive Nancy Mace as a LGBTQ plus IA warrior, what have you? That's all in the trans and kids. Do you just see her as a normal ass Republican? Do you see her as, because you guys are in different parts of the country, so yeah, maybe you don't know anything about her, which is fair too. I do find one thing funny, that the people that have mainly been ousted from the Trump administration have all been women, by the way. I saw that. I was like, well, that's kind of interesting. Somebody had put up that fact with Tulsi leaving or whatever. Most of the main posts that were appointed to women have been removed, except for shit like Susie Wild. She's still there. She is whack. Okay. But I get, right, regardless of personality, is she a crazy person, you know, this, that, or the other thing. I'm saying, would you say that she is hardcore for LGBTQ plus IA and trans and kids, all that stuff? Her big thing's always been sexual assault, by the way, that I've seen. Because she had an ex-boyfriend who was filming her in a state of undress and was sharing it online and shit. Turned out the guy was filming a whole bunch of women. She didn't know about it, but she was one of them. Matter of fact, she showed that video on the floor of Congress, if I'm not mistaken. How about Lauren Boebert? There you go. There's another one. Would you say that she is completely anti-Trump and all that kind of stuff? That she isn't part of MAGA and she doesn't support the president? Would you say Lauren Boebert as well? That's the other one I want to know, is Lauren Boebert. She's completely against Trump's agenda and stuff like this. Still got to hit all that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Down here. These boots painted too. You don't trust her either. Yeah, I mean, trusting or not trusting isn't the question, though. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any damn politician. I'm saying, are they part of, would you say they're allies to Trump, or would you say they're against Trump, like anti-Trump? Would you say that they're way for LGBTQ, or would you say that they're just either neutral on it, they're for it, they're against it? Those are the questions. Because I don't trust not a goddamn person outside of, like, you know, outside of my wife. I 1,000% trust my wife, you know, but everybody, you always got to have a little doubt. But I'm talking about somebody who's for or against your cause and case, I guess. And in this particular case, it would be Trump's cause or case. Right. How could they be conservative and be for that, right? Well, Trump was the most pro gay lesbian president we've ever had. Wasn't Obama. Everybody thinks it was Obama. It was actually Trump. I mean, I guess I can just cut to the chase and get to why I'm saying all this. Lauren Boebert is being called a traitor that Trump is going to primary. And Nancy Mace gets some votes in their pocket. Nancy Mace, they're running ads right now, and it's like the LGBT, remember, South Carolina, right? Talking holy rollers down here, stuff like this. Nancy Mace, the big political ad right now is the LGBTQ plus. She's for transing kids. She's for the, you know, the trans agenda, the woke agenda, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, no, she's not. Go back and look at like everything she said on the House floor, all that kind of stuff. The only thing she's ever been against is men doing SA and terrible things to women. Because she was assaulted when she was younger. Lauren Boebert, 1,000%. You go back and just look at it on even your favorite news source. She was all about Trump. But these people all came out for the Epstein files. They went against Trump's wishes, and now he's slowly going to primary them and wipe them out. Or try to. And if Massey's any case, is a case study, then he can pull it off with enough money and enough influence. Using his political influence, he can wipe whoever he wants out. Which I don't know, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Look at what happened in 2020. Nobody voted for Joe Biden and said, hey, you know what? Well, maybe there were some that were like, yeah, you know what? That guy whose brain half works and doesn't even know what he's saying half the time, can't even speak words right. We want him as our president. It was more people saying we don't want Donald Trump as our president anymore. If Trump has that big of a stranglehold going forward on the Republican Party, and everybody associates the Republicans with nothing but Trump and the Trump agenda, and everything's going to shit under him. Well, what happens when we get to 2028? Trump can't run anymore. He can go out and endorse candidates all he wants, but it's kind of like how Obama goes out and, you know, like, remember, Obama, one of our most beloved presidents, quote unquote, went out and endorsed Kamala wholeheartedly. Look how that worked out for her after $1.5 billion spent on the fucking campaign. Failed. I agree with that. You lean conservative, but not against the LGBT. I'm in the same boat. But that is what the current attack ad is on Nancy Mace. That's all she cares about is the woke ideology and everything else. Go back and watch her shit. She doesn't care about any of that. She just wants women not being molested, harmed, or terrible things happening to them. Because apparently she was diddled when she was like 16. And then as an adult, again, they leaked, like, the one dude was taking photos and leaked a whole bunch of them. Had her on like secret camera. And no, well, they'll never resolve it, period, end of sentence, Eugene. Doesn't matter who's in that Oval Office. They're never going to resolve the Epstein stuff. Half your evidence is probably already destroyed and gone. They're never going to resolve Epstein. It's impossible. The evidence that would have been critical has all been destroyed. It's all gone. They did away with it. They did away with it a while ago. They covered that shit up like it was cool. And then with this, everything coming out and people really clamoring on it and realizing like, wait a minute, some fucked up shit happened here. They doubled down. You can't have the Epstein files out there because then what happens? Well, billionaires got to go to jail for it. We're never going to see it. It's never going to see the light of day. It can't. Like Trump said, hurts too many of my friends. Well, those friends are all billionaire class. Elon's about to become the first trillionaire. And to Elon's credit, he's been just doing his own thing and kind of staying away from everything. I think he dipped a toe in politics, realized how filthy it was, and got the fuck out as fast as possible. Realized doesn't matter how much I cut off the budget, they're just going to throw it at other things. I mean, I would like to believe that too, Eugene, but I don't know. I don't think so. You know, there is a part of me that was like, oh, they're going to do this, and this is how they're going to keep people in check. It's what I initially thought. Like, I thought that's how the game was going to get played. But the more I look at it, the more I realize you take down somebody like, and I'm not saying he had anything to do with it, but a Jeff Bezos, a Bill Gates. Bill Gates was definitely in there. But some of these people that are real rich, that have a handle on major industry, and you take them out by dropping all the files, prosecuting everybody and everything else, you're looking at our economy, the companies, the people that are working there, everything will fall down. Now, me, I'm an asshole like this. I must be an asshole. Because my whole take on it is some things need to be burned down if they're corrupt. Hiding it and sweeping it under a desk and it's still corrupt, you're fucked. It's just going to build and build and build because now your corruption's not getting excised. You're letting cancer basically take over the entirety of the patient's body instead of just a portion. But that's me. Like, that's how I look at it. But I think the way they look at it is like, oh no, well, if I do this under my watch, we're going to lose X amount of billions of dollars. This person's not going to be able to give to my friends' campaigns come 2028. That kind of thing. Because I exposed them and now they're against me. And we can see a microcosm of this work where one of Massey's big things was he wanted to cut all funding to Israel, and look who put in the most money to get him unelected or get him primaried was the Israel lobby. AIPAC came out right on X. I don't know if the post still exists or not, but they were kind of like, we did it. We definitely helped get him ousted. Mariam Adelson gave a good chunk of her money into that political arena to have him wiped. I don't know. I'm just looking at it as shit's dirty. I don't know how to fix it. I wish I had a simple solution. But our government, I think our forefathers wrote, you know, it's yours to keep as long as you can keep it or whatever. And if not, you need to reform the government because it's gained too much power. You need to do that. And I think we're getting to that point where it's almost time where this experiment has worked and it's worked very well. It needs to be examined as to what went wrong, where it went wrong, because this isn't just modern day politics. This has been going on for a minute, probably as long as I've been alive, to be honest with you. We need to go back to that point, and whatever that faction is that is the cancer, we need to cut it out and salvage what's worked, what's been good. Now, I'm not smart enough to do it. I can tell you this is what I see and this is what needs to happen. I'm not sitting here like, oh, well, tell us the solution. Well, if I could tell you the solution, I'd get paid a lot of money. I'd be the next trillionaire. They don't pay me to think about it that hard. Hell, they don't even pay me to talk shit on it. I can just tell you what I observe. And what I observe is a shit show. What I'm seeing is an absolute fucking mess. All right, how am I going to do these? These leg armors are going to be interesting as I get my foundational basic paints in. I know that's got to be a metallic source. Maybe go in with the blues on this. I think that's what I'm going to do. What's up, Perry? How are you, brother? Your symbol now a duck with a top hat? What the fuck? All I know is there's a lot more of us than there are of the elites. The only problem is everybody is, I don't know, deflated, I guess. That's a good way of saying it. With good reason, too. I want to see a better future for our kids. I want to see everybody be able to live a good life, be able to afford things. I want 1960s America back, 1950s, 1930s. Well, maybe not 1930s. It's Great Depression and shit. But I definitely want a classic age of America back. And I know it's not coming back, and it's depressing. It's a platypus. You can't tell me God doesn't have a sense of humor. He invented the platypus, right? Like, all right, it's going to be a mammal. It's going to look like a fucking waterfowl. It's going to look like a duck, but it's actually going to be a mammal. And let's just completely fuck with everything we know about genres. I don't want a Star Trek. Well, I would love a Star Trek type society. It's an impossibility. I would love one. You know, that's you couldn't reach a Star Trek level society simply because of greed. If you tried for a Star Trek type society, you would end up with a Weyland-Yutani from the Aliens movie type society. Yeah, I agree with that, Stranded. You're right. You're right about that. There's a reason. There's a reason why, they wrote into the Constitution about militias and being able to bear arms and all that other kind of stuff. You're 1,000% right. And I'm not calling for that either. I think there's a way to work where it doesn't come to that. I think there's a way to get through it without it having to come down to that end of things. Because that is the worst case scenario. That is the darkest scenario. That's exactly what I don't want to see happen. I don't want to see a world war in my lifetime. I don't want to see a civil war in my lifetime. I don't want to see. The reason why I'm so anti-war is because I don't want to see people die. Like, I don't. I value life. I've come to the realization as I've gotten older that everything down to a squirrel has a right to life. Speaking of rights to life and all that other shit, you guys know I hate snakes. Told you guys this 1,000 times. This is a little aside, but it was fucking amazing, fantastic, and my God. So, I've also told you guys I'm doing a lot of blowouts here, which is fine because it's face painting, so I can cover it up. But every day I wake up every evening with a big smile on my face, and it never feels out of place. Just kidding. I wake up and the first thing I do is feed the cats, which there's 4 kittens right now, 4 little kittens, and I have to give them separate food. Like, I have to separate their food off from the big cats. And I probably have like 10 ferals that come in to eat. Yeah, I don't want to see Ron get bombed either. But I go out to feed the cats. And it is that time of year. It's been mid-80s pretty much all week. Rainy here and there, so it's steamy out, sweaty, all that kind of stuff. I'm out back, I bend down, feed the, fill up their little food bowls or whatever. Cats are all eating. I go to feed these little kittens that are hiding behind my grill out back on the patio. And out of nowhere, like as I'm bending over to pour the food out, one of I call her Mama, right? She's one of the mama cats, comes flying in, and I'm like, oh shit, she's going to attack me, because I catch it out of the corner of my eye, like, oh shit, she's going to attack me because I'm too close to the kittens. This isn't good. That cat leaps, grabs something, and then runs back and starts shaking its head. And like all of a sudden I realized it was a little, I'm going to say it was a black racer. It's a snake, right? That was probably about as long as this brush. So what are we looking at? Like 2.5, 3 inches long. Fucking took it right out. And I realized at the as I see this cat running in, I'm like, oh shit, she's going to attack me. When she hit it or whatever, I realized the thing was about to bite me. The cat fucking came in and just took the fucking snake. I mean, fast as shit. Like it happened like a split second. And I was like, oh my God. But I guess when I got close and started to pour the food, I must have startled the snake and it crawled or, slithered or whatever. And the cat saw it and was just like, wham, and just took it out. I was like, oh, thank God I got cats. I fucking hate snakes. She didn't save my life. If it had been like a copperhead, like a baby copperhead or something, she would have saved my life. It was a black racer. It probably would have laid a bite in on me, but non-venomous. It wasn't a poisonous snake. And she ate it. On top of it, I was like, oh, okay. But the fact she just came in out of nowhere, I mean, it was legit like and just like took this fucking thing out. I was like, damn. Well, again, I call her Mama. This cat has, actually, I'm going to say she's the progenitor basically of the colony. She's had more kittens than anybody. And I've had to run out one time when she was first starting out as a mama cat. She would do stupid things with her kittens. And she got to a point where human helped mama with kittens, basically. Because she put them up under a windowsill one time and it starts pouring, and she put them in a low spot. So the kittens were almost drowning. I had to run out. I see them out. I hear them all crying and everything. I go running out and had to grab all these kittens out. We brought them in the house, dried them. We let her in the house with the kittens. And she sat there and, you know, she was thankful. Like we toweled everybody off and all that, got them dry, put them in a better spot. But she's been around for a minute now. She's got to be like 5-6 years old. But yeah, the fucking snake, I'm telling you, it was freaky because I didn't even see the snake. Like she did and just nailed it. Like everybody else was busy eating food. She was the one that was just like, oh no, look out, human snake. Gotcha. And I mean, that was her special treat, was eating the snake, by the way, Stranded. Pretty sure. Like she was like, yeah, this is like beef jerky to us. But they take out all kinds of stuff around. I mean, it's a shame because they take out the good stuff as well. Nature's funny like that. That's why I'd never be mean to outdoor cats if you live in the South. Always don't become a cat farmer, but try and treat them nice, because they will keep alligators, like anything reptilian, they'll wipe them out. They've wiped out my frog population. Like all my neighbors, I'll hear the frogs crying in their yard, like doing their chirping or whatever in the middle of the night. The cats here just like wipe those out. Like you don't hear it in my yard. My yard's silent because of that. But yeah, I definitely, I got a kick out of it. Just out of nowhere. Like my hand was here. That cat came about here and nailed that snake and ran off. And like I said, I just watched her like maul it. And cats are assholes like this. They really are, because she played with that thing. Like she took it out, fucked it all up, but was still like fucking with it after she killed it. Like became a toy to her, like she was playing with a piece of string. I'll tell you what, if you want to see something interesting, Stranded, look up video of cats versus alligators. Cats will chase alligators off. They don't give a shit. Like they're a lot of times fearless. We had one cat, his name was, we used to call him Mongo, which anybody who's ever seen Blazing Saddles, the first time I saw this cat, I told my wife, and rest in peace, Mongi. He was a sweet cat to the humans, but he was a big old tomcat. And he just came wandering out of the woods one day. I saw him on my back porch, and he had like this big old head to him and everything else. All the other cats gave a wide berth to him. And I was like, here comes Mongo. And it was like Blazing Saddles, for anybody who's seen that, when Mongo comes to town. Anytime he came in. But he was like a sweet, sweet cat. The wife was outside one time hanging clothes, because we actually hang our clothes on a clothesline because they smell better and it doesn't cost as much electricity. We've got the sunlight for it, everything else. So the wife was hanging clothes, and a pit bull comes running around the house, sees the wife, starts to go towards the wife, and good old Mongo got in the pit bull's face and backed him the fuck down. Got him right out of there. Like, started growling at him and everything. Like, Mongi was a special kitten. Like, he was a big boy, but He was a fearless cat. Yeah, cats are like honey bat. Well, they're kind of like honey badgers, except for they get bit by like a venomous snake, they're gonna die. You know, honey badgers for whatever reason can fight off that venom. I don't know. It punched a horse, but I'll tell you what, the size of the pit bull that was coming around on the wife was no joke. And that cat did not like. He just no, you're not going to my humans. Give me food. You will not hurt the humans. I thought about filming all the cats at one point in time, but it's too heartbreaking, especially because I guess it was last year. Yeah, it was last year. I was planning on taking my camera and filming all the different kittens and pointing them out and all that. And out of all the kittens, there's only one kitten that lived. 21 kittens were born last year. 20 of them I buried. There's one kitten that grew up, and he actually protects the new kittens now. And I always called him Baby. Hey, Baby, what's up? And I don't call him Baby anymore. His name, I finally, after a year, I was naming all the kittens when they were born, and I've changed it to where they don't get a name till they've been alive for a year because of what happened last year. So, because it was heartbreaking, like I was all jacked up from how many cats I had to bury. But yeah, I call that one kitten that survived. His name is Nietzsche. Only the strong will survive, as Nietzsche said. That which does not kill us only makes us stronger. Nietzsche has a jacked up eye. He like has birth defects, like his tail has like a ball on the end of it, like all that kind of stuff. But that cat, he is stronger than all the other cats. He's meaner than all the other cats at this point. He's a lovey boy. He loves his human. He loves his puppy. Like when I walk my dog, he comes up and greets the dog. What's sad? The fact that I had to bury that many kittens? It is. I agree with that. Nothing I can do about it. That's just nature. There was one of them got an upper respiratory infection, one of the mamas, and it passed down through the kittens. Plus, you're looking at, and it happens, cats interbreed with each other. You know what I mean? So you will have crazy ass birth defects that will happen in a colony if it's like this one, which what pisses me off is the next county over, they'll actually come and fix the cats, everything else. I've never seen one of my cats come back with rabies or something like this. Mainly just upper respiratory infections. I'm sure there's feline AIDS in some of these bloodlines. Definitely kitten leukemia. The worst one with the kittens. Last year. This year, I buried 2 kittens, and the third kitten, I don't know what happened to it. The mama cat moved it somewhere, and I never found it again. But then the other mama had 4 kittens, and all 4 kittens are still alive, thriving, and everything else. Like I said, I was feeding them the other day. Well, fed them earlier today. Saw all 4 of them. One of them is super friendly. The other 3 are like, what the fuck is that giant nerd with the long hair doing here? Kind of deal. They're still scared of humans. But yeah, like I said, appreciation for life. I've definitely learned to, especially young life. There was a point in time where I don't think I gave too much of a shit about anything. And now I give almost too much of a shit about life. Which is part of the reason I'm so anti-war. I don't want to see, I've said this and you guys have heard me say this. I will not sacrifice my children for some bullshit. So some asshole can get rich. You know, if it's a necessary war, okay. You're fighting a great evil. You know, like the Third Reich in World War II. I can understand why you would be willing, you know, your children being able, I wouldn't even want to sacrifice them then, but why you'd sacrifice yourself for a fight like that. But nowadays, everything that's going on with this bullshit, I don't want to see anybody sacrifice their kids. I don't want to see young life go bye-bye. This could have been avoided to an extent. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where they're talking about nuclear material being recovered or whatever, and apparently that's one of them their sticking points. And they've even said that, well, yeah, but the thing is, we'd have to go in and capture it and collect all the nuclear dust and all that and destroy it because they don't have the capability. Well, if they don't have the capability, then why the fuck are we at war with them? I don't understand. You can't tell me that they can't develop a nuclear weapon, and they have no means of developing a nuke. They can't recover nuclear material, and so we're attacking them because they won't just give it to us. Well, let them try and collect it then and watch them all die a terrible, painful death from radiation poisoning if that's the case. Or let them get close to recovering it and then just bomb them again at that point. Bombing civilian populations, definitely all you're doing is pissing people off at us. It doesn't seem to work. I'll tell you what, though, with everything going on over in Iran, nobody is paying attention to what is happening right now in Kiev and Russia. Apparently, the Ukrainians hit Russia pretty good with some drones, and Russia just fired a couple hypersonic missiles and tore up Kiev. Which I thought that war was supposed to end day one, but yeah, it's still going. I think everybody's forgot about that. We got that kind of craziness going on. The other kind of craziness that I don't know if anybody else has seen this. So everybody saw the shooting at the White House, I'm sure at this point. Did everybody see that they tried to assassinate Ivanka Trump, apparently? I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but they apparently tried to take out Ivanka Trump. I don't know if I believe it, but yeah. Yeah, they apparently tried to take out Ivanka Trump. Which I guess the theory now is, well, if you can't hit the big guy, you know, start taking out his heirs. Yeah, you didn't hear about that one? Yeah. So supposedly it was somebody plotting to take her out in response to, get this, Soleimani being killed. And I was like, what? How the fuck does that make sense? Like, Soleimani was a long ass time ago at this point. You're really going after him for Soleimani? All right. Let me see. I need to look at this real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. There is an inlay here. But yeah, supposedly they went after Ivanka Trump. Apparently, Donald Trump Jr. just got married. Yep, there you go. About Donald Trump didn't attend his own son's wedding, which is kind of what the fuck. But yeah, supposedly, and I say supposedly, they tried to, there was an assassination plot to take out Ivanka Trump. And the news didn't really spend much time on it, and I don't know why. really, really fucking weird that, you know, all these different assassination attempts, but nobody's talking about them. You know, or there'll be news for like 2 days and then disappear all of a sudden, and nobody's investigating it further, and it's not like the major play on TV. It's almost kind of like, and I hate to say this way, but if somebody did assassinate Donald Trump, it's almost like everybody just be like, okay, so what's the next story? Because at this point, it almost feels like they're queuing us up for it to happen. For somebody to go and actually take them out. It's weird. Weird. Under boob. Yes. So, Supergirl is looking DOA. Mainly because Millie Alcott, you know, the girl who's playing Supergirl, I think she's a fantastic actress. And I don't know too much about it. I haven't been following it all that close. But I can say that I know she came out and gave some real fucked up interviews. Almost like back in the day with Snow White with Rachel Ziegler, or what's her name with Captain Marvel. Brie Larson with Captain Marvel. Apparently she's being kind of nasty to the fans and calling them misogynistic and shit. I don't know how true that is. Like I said, I didn't look deep into it. I just saw headlines. So you never know what she actually said. But yeah, she's apparently tanking the fuck out of that movie, which is a shame because Jason Momoa coming in as Lobo is going to be fantastic in my opinion. But yeah, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, all the people that saw the screening have said it's fantastic. They said they spend the first 15 minutes of it on Earth and the rest of it's on Eternia, and it's great. They said the standouts from what I saw are Idris Elba is Man-at-Arms and Jared Leto's Skeletor. So I wasn't amped for it, but I'm hoping that they changed it from him to actual He-Man. We'll see what happens when it comes out. It's due out, I want to say the 5th of June. So that's coming real soon here. But I'll definitely watch it and review it. New trailers. I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of game trailers and nothing that I really gave a shit about. David and I actually went through the Xbox store on the Subnautica stream because I beat Subnautica 2. Well, up to the point it's at now for what they've released. And on Friday, and we were going through the games that are on sale and stuff, and I'm like, all this shit looks like shovelware. Like, it looks like iPhone games. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, it looks like they just ported games over from a cell phone or something. So, I don't know what the deal is, but there is nothing. Talking to my buddy Ed, your boy Ed, shout out to him. He said the one he's looking forward to is there's a James Bond coming out. And he said it's looking like it's going to be really good. I don't know how I feel about it. You know, you're never going to recapture GoldenEye. That was like lightning in a bottle back in the day. But we'll see. I'm not going to go out and spend like $70 to find out if it's dog shit or not, though. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, video games have been interesting. Matter of fact, David and I were even talking about when David does get his PC and we start PC gaming together, it's a lot of the older games we're going to end up playing. We haven't been saying like, oh, this new game's coming up and I can't wait to get it. We've been like, yeah, there's all these old games we didn't get a chance to play because we've always been on Xbox. And that's what we're looking forward to playing. But movies are kind of the same way. They've done a course correction. There's definitely been a semi-course correction to Hollywood where they they're not going as woke as they were, or as preachy with, the narrative, I guess you'd call it, whatever, or politics. They're actually just trying to put out films that are entertaining. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes down the pipe. Like you've got some Scary Movie I'm looking forward to. I think Scary Movie is going to be hysterical because it looks like they're taking the gloves off and just nailing everybody. And we kind of need one of those right now, where everybody gets dick punched the same way. And unfortunately, since the Chappelle Show, in my opinion, that was the last one to really do stuff like that, where it was really good. We all got a kick out of it. He made fun of everybody even, and we'll see what happens. We will see. But gaming, movies, all that kind of stuff, all that entertainment, I just went back and rewatched from the beginning, from season 1 to the end of season 6. I finished this today. I just finished watching it again. Cobra Kai. That show is so fucking good. Like, it was amazing. What a great show. You see character growth. There is woke stuff in there. There's anti-woke stuff in there too. But it was done very, very well. The way they did it, you watch character growth like, why can't they make more shows like that? I don't understand. I mean, they gave a lot of, I guess the best way to say it is fan service in it, where you had just old characters come back for even just a scene or like a little bit part. They did a great job with it. I don't know who they're going to cast as Bond. What's up, Rebel? How are you, brother? Great to see you. Anything good going on? Anything new for me, bro? But yeah, Cobra Kai was great, like my opinion. I love Johnny Lawrence. It was like, I swear to God, I identify as Johnny Lawrence. I really do. It's hysterical. Johnny Lawrence makes that entire show. He's just unapologetic. A black chick is Bond. Jesus. If they did any kind of female, like including, oh God, what's her name? She's got big old boobies and she was in Captain America. Oh, what's her name? Help me out, guys. She played like Captain Britain or something in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Is it Haley Atwell? Is that her name? So Candace, I haven't gotten to that, but yeah, I didn't watch the interview. I just saw different clips from it. I know she asked him about the cocaine in the White House. I heard it was like a softball interview, though. I know that she said she went on record saying she doesn't believe that there's been 4 assassination attempts on Trump, and neither did Hunter. I know I saw a clip about that. Black Betty Boop? What? Why would you even bring back a 1930s cartoon to begin with? Like Betty Boop, but why make her black? Boop boop be doop. But yeah, I didn't see the entirety of the interview or anything like that. Was it good? Was it bad, Reb? Was it a softball? Was it kind of one of those like, what the fuck are we doing here kind of interviews? Let's see. She can't pronounce basic words. I mean, Candace is definitely interesting. She's an interesting case scenario. You know, I don't know how I feel about her anymore. Yeah, Betty Boop was a prostitute. Yes, you're correct. She was a lady of the night. I believe that is correct. Boop boop be doop. Oh, he read a Bible verse? Yeah, there you go, a flapper. I mean, a lot of them, well, a good chunk of them were ladies of the night, though, to be fair. I don't know. I actually have to look up the uncompromised history of Betty Boop to really give valid argument on it, I guess, at this point. But I always heard she was supposed to be a hoe, too. A hoe tonight. That would make sense, though. A flapper would make sense. But yeah, I had heard the same thing Stranded said. I had heard that she was supposed to be an allegory for a prostitute. What the hell? Oh my god. What did I do with it? Where the fuck is my masking tape? You son of a bitch. Stuff all over the place. Ever since my printer went down again, I had to tape off the screen. Shit, I may have left it in there. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Yeah, you know, my feelings, that's fucked up. Somebody just handed it to him, Reb. My feelings are usually when it comes to that, right? I was a sinner, and yes, there are redemption arcs and all this stuff, and we'll, understand Jesus forgives me or forgives everybody and all that if you're actually truly repentant of your sins. It always feels like a cop out to me. It's like, okay, I get it. In your youth, you might do some fucked up shit because you just simply don't know any better and you're young and you're naive. You're in your 30s and your 40s and you're doing some fucked up shit. You know what you're doing is wrong at that point. You should anyway. And if you don't, it goes back to, okay, why'd you do that? Well, because I wanted to. Okay, that's an acceptable answer. Why did you do that? I don't know is not an acceptable answer. People are going back and watching your old music is what that is, Eugene. People are going back and watching your old stuff. They're like, oh, well, maybe they like that song, so they're going back and checking out your other videos. You know, maybe you're going to pick up new subs. Maybe you're going to pick up new followers. I get old videos that get viewed all the time. I mean, my subs, I'm thankful for everyone I have. But I know it comes from some of my older videos. What a pain in my ass trying to get this put through. I stopped trying to figure out the YouTube algorithm. I stopped trying to figure out what gets promoted, what doesn't. I've done some really great paint jobs. I've done some terrible ones. I've talked all kinds of different shit about different subjects. And what I've realized is it all equates out about the same. At the end of the day, I'll get more views and lose subscribers. I'll get more subscribers and not as many views. So I gave up. I gave up on trying to figure it out. I can tell you this much. I never use the recommended shit from YouTube because they want me to do all kinds of weird shit. And for a company that doesn't want you to use AI, they sure want to shove their AI shit right up your ass as far as what you're making is your content. Keep getting mouse PI videos. People liking posts from 2 years ago. Well, that's just it, Reb. I don't know. I've given up. I can tell you again, I said this early on. See if you agree with this, Reb. I've noticed the multi-million viewer platforms are getting a lot less views lately, losing subscribers in certain cases, and are falling the wayside for new and upcoming viewers. And I don't know if it's YouTube just doesn't want to pay out to the ones with millions of subs, or they build it up where the algorithm is no longer recognizing their content. Like, for example, if you've got like 1,000,001 subscribers and you put out a video and it does 10,000, 20,000 views, not even 10%, not even close to 10%, then it's like the algorithm no longer recommends you at all. Like it cuts your shit down. And it seems like, maybe it's just me, it seems like the mainstream media stuff, so CNN, MS Now, Fox and all that, if you go into news, that's what it's recommending over everybody else. You're not, it seems almost like they're trying to promote what you would just watch normally on fucking TV. Like if TV was still a thing, it seems like that's the algorithm. Now, I don't know if they're paying to boost that signal or what. No, the AI thing, they started killing those down. I saw somebody, I'll tell you what, there was one that I saw that I can't wait to see the next part of. Somebody redid the ending of The Boys and they used AI to do it. And it was really fucking good. Like, instead of depowering Homelander, Butcher like shoots himself up with like 4 or 5 of the V1s and like flies up in the sky with them. They fight all outside the White House. They're like going through buildings. It looked like Man of Steel. It was actually really good. I was shocked. Yeah, let's just take a look. I'm gonna open up. I'll lose my chat for a second. I'm gonna open up my YouTube. And let's see what comes up on my main screen for YouTube for my actual normal ass account. What the fuck? Okay, so here's what came up on mine when I bring it up. The show you're currently watching comes up. It actually came up right at the top, so thank you, YouTube. YouTube is actually suggesting out my show to me. We got Bruce Dickinson, Tears of the Dragon reimagined version, official music video from Bruce Dickinson, so that's awesome. I actually have Superman, the 1978 movie. You guys can't see it. It's off on the right. But it's got that listed out. And that's on Cinemax, apparently. Try now, YouTube featured. I got one for 3D printing here. How good are wave overhangs and Orca Slicer? Tekken 8, so I've got video games. I got one for Boner Gum, Blue Chew Gold, like an ad for it. Then I got the Salty and Savage show that has 603 views, streamed 2 weeks ago. And that one is got like Luke Skywalker versus He-Man. If we go down, green card policy change, Indiana police chief arrested in Clark County. Russia uses hypersonic missile in Ukraine attack. That's this one here. Garden Grove chemical leak crisis continues as explosion fears loom. That's the California thing going on. Primus, Holy Diver, official audio. The Arsenal of Freedom flyby led by iconic B-52 Stratofortress. What's this? Driving safely. So I got another ad for USAA. And then advanced miniature painting techniques made easy. Object source lighting. A painting tutorial. So my algorithm is actually showing off shit that I actually do engage with. Subnautica 2, T-Rex Breakthrough, It's Begun. I got one for Transformers. They're apparently Stern's putting out a pinball table for it. Different stuff for painting. Yeah, The Power of Good. Recycling 3D waste. So, yeah, I get, my algorithm seems to be working for stuff I actually watch. Which is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. So I got a little bit of news in there. Most of my stuff is like creative stuff. But you guys notice there's no Fox News in there. The reason being is because I went and unsubscribed from them. I put do not show me recommendations from this channel. I fucking don't want to see shit to do with Fox News. Like, fucking done. Which brings me to my next thing. I guess we can talk about real quick. And it'll be a fast one. I wanted you guys' opinion on this. And I don't know if you saw this shit or not, Rebel, when I play it. I don't know if I'll actually play it. I'm just going to look it up real quick here in a minute. Let's see. See if I can find a short of this real quick. I'm sure there's a short out there. Speaking of which, I'm going to look at something. See if I got... Nope, still no chat back. I'm on my 9-month for Wicked, so I should be getting free models. How's my keyboard? Search it up. Yep, I found it. Found it like right away. Let me go into it. Oh, actually, hold on. This is perfect. This is perfect, boys and girls. This is exactly the kind of shit I've been seeing. This is what I was talking about. Let me get my little headset on. All right. So like I said, let me put off the mute and listen to this fucking ad for Nancy Mace that somebody's running, her political opponent is running against her. Oh, I'm still not hearing it. Let me see. I need to look and see what my sound settings are. Because I should hear that in the headset. I can hear my own damn voice. Microphone access. Let's see. There we go. Sound settings. USB audio device. No. It should be this one. Let me see if that's got it. Bring all this shit back up. Here we go.
Transgender rights, pro-LGBTQ.
Supporting the same radical activists pushing gender transitions on kids. But Mace is no ally to President Trump, condemning President Trump, calling him unacceptable, claiming he has no future in the Republican Party. Mace.
So this is the shit that they're running on Nancy fucking Mace in South Kakalaki right here.
Even backed an effort to censure Trump.
Crazy Nancy Mace.
Can't be trusted.
I'm a makeup artist who...
Like, this is what I'm talking about, guys. What the fuck is that about? I just, it's all wrong. I muted this so we can just get past the ad. Okay. Here's what's going on.
This Fox.
You guys see, and yeah, you guys can see my mouse. Right here on his neck. People are saying he's wearing a mask. And I kind of agree with him. Also, if you look at his face, how smooth it is. Hopefully this video shows a side-by-side. I'm actually going to mute the volume on this. Hopefully it shows a side-by-side. He's got way more wrinkles than this. He looks very smooth here. Maybe it's lighting, but watch his throat. Yeah, of course they're going to show that bullshit, but yeah. Like, look. Yeah. I think it's a dude with a fucking mask on. Like, what the fuck is this? Here you go. Here's him on a different Fox News show. Look at the neck. Look at his face. See all these extra wrinkles? The cheeks, everything else. Now, the contouring, again, it could just be because of studio lights versus like a lighting setup. You can't tell me this isn't fucking weird. This is him normal. Here's another one of him. Let's look at it. He's actually got wrinkles in his throat. You can see the wrinkles around his eyes and here. Like the line definition line in his cheek. You see all this, right? And then if we look at the other one that it looks like a mask, you'll see what I mean about it being pulled tight. All right, yeah, I don't care about what social media is saying, guys. I just want to see. Yeah, go back to this. Now let's compare. You got no vein pull here. You barely have a slight crease line here, where it was very inset on the other one. Even the wrinkles on his forehead are very light. As he's talking, though. I don't care about your fucking, oh my God, get off that shit. There we go. But, and then if you're watching here on his neck, you can see it pulse out too when he's talking. Go back. We're going to take it back a little bit. Watch right here on his neck. You're going to see it bulging. See how it pulses when he talks? But it still stays skinny in here. What do you guys think? I think it's I think it's a mask. To be honest with you, before that blew up big time, my wife had come in and shown that to me. She's like, yo, I think this guy's wearing a mask. I said, what? And then we looked it up. His name's Harward, Harward. You know, they said Howard or something. A lot of people pronounce it as, but it's Harward. And she showed it to me. I was like, that's got to be a fucking mask. Rebel said B, it's a lizard person. It's a lizard people. All of a sudden he just picks up a rat and eats it while he's talking. But yeah, that one, when I saw it, I was like, oh shit. And then I think everybody kind of made hay. Now, I'll give him this. Maybe it's a reflection off a camera lens because it's in close and it's mimicking his mouth above. That's possible because when he's talking, it seems like that flap moves with it. But there's other parts to it, like the way the throat bulges out in certain places makes no sense to me. Especially if you're looking at the other interviews and his throat doesn't do the same thing. There are lines that are missing, things like this. Mass crusaders working overtime, fighting crime. That show, Rebel. Is that the mask you're talking about? My favorite thing on... Yeah, well, the original V was the shit. The remake of V was shitty. But the original V, they did a fantastic job with. I remember watching it when I was a kid. He's one of the Nordics. I mean, they did say that there's like all these different aliens. You had reptilians, Nordics, insectoids, tall whites, and then the grays. That's what our government says. Those are the alien classifications. Here, I thought the alien classifications were Somali, South American, Hindi, and Pakistani. But you know, what the fuck do I know? I mean, one thing I can say, it's not AI generated. That's the one part where I can definitely dispel is like, well, that's not AI generation, but it's definitely something. Yeah, I'm telling you, the wife came in, she showed me that. She's like, yo, is this guy wearing a mask? And I'm looking at it. And my wife knows I can do visual effects. I understand how they work, and I'll watch a lot of deep dives on how they do different movie effects and everything. And I was just like, nah, to me, it looks like a mask. And then I just look for other things, other points, like the neck not lining up. Certain veins, stuff like that. To be honest with you, painting models and that kind of thing, you get used to seeing these little tiny flaws in the model. And know like, okay, well, the artist captured this. That's why I always give shout outs to like Berserk, CA3D, Wicked, like all these guys that are fantastic modelers because they pay attention to these little sharp details of like a vein in the hand. Stuff like this, a vein in a boob, you know, little things. It's these little things that they detect that make their model so good. Everybody was like, yeah, it's a CIA mask. And then they had like a CIA master of disguise, apparently, who briefed George Bush back in the day. And nobody realized she was wearing a mask and she pulled it off. And it went into a whole interview with her. I was like, what the fuck? But, you know, my big thing is always, why would you do something like this? Like, what is it you don't want people to see and why are you kind of covering? like, what? I don't know what you gained by that, unless they just wanted a military man's opinion. They couldn't get a hold of the guy, and they're like, hey, put this fucking mask on. Let's see if we can fool people. And, well, they didn't fool us. Because I'm like, yeah, that's a fucking mask. Well, it's, I gotta say, it's the same damn thing with, do you guys remember this one? Remember tall Joe Biden back in the day? They're like, yeah, it's a forced perspective, and that's the problem with the camera. And it's like, well, wait, he's walking next to Jill, and he's like 2 foot taller than her. And he was like walking, holding her hand, and you're like, that's not Joe Biden. That dude's way too tall to be Joe Biden. I mean, we could say it's trickery with light and mirrors or something, but yeah, I remember that when that happened, that was weird too. Something worrying that nobody's bringing up with Joe Biden either. Remember he had like cancer, prostate cancer? And he's still alive? He hasn't died yet? Anybody find that kind of odd? That Joe Biden hasn't passed away? I'm not wishing death on him. I'm just saying, like, apparently that shit was advanced for like 2.5 years or something. And he still hasn't died from it? Like, was there a leap in medical science that I'm unaware of? Because it's very odd to me that man's still kicking. Every time you see that, you think of fucking Mrs. Doubtfire. Maybe, and it could be. Maybe that's why we're getting all these alien releases and stuff like that. And like in 2 months or 3 months or whatever, they're going to focus on the Epstein files again or some shit. And you're going to get like Fox News announces, aliens have walked among us this whole time. And as a matter of fact, we had one on Fox News, and here it is. And it's the guy, and he just pulls the mask off. That's right. He cured oil cancer, if memory serves correctly. Him and everybody he knew had oil cancer, and he cured it by the end of his term. I forgot about that. You're right, Rebel. I forgot he cured cancer. He also killed Medicaid. I mean, I don't think he could write his own name at this point, so who knows? Botched? I never saw Botched, but I'm guessing that's cosmetics fails, like cosmetic surgery fails. Man, people with cosmetic surgery always freak me the fuck out. Because they always look unnatural. Like, I get it. I feel bad for specifically actresses in Hollywood. Because, you're young, you're beautiful, and that beauty fades. And then it's like, well, I got to stay relevant. Nobody's going to hire me, so I got to go get a facelift. Got to get my boobs done, whatever the case is. I always thought that was kind of sad, But I definitely don't condone it. It's like, nah, you know what? I actually give a shout out to, and I mentioned I watched Cobra Kai. If you watch Cobra Kai from the beginning, the kids definitely get, as time goes, they go through growth spurts and puberty and all that stuff. The one chick who plays Daniel LaRusso's daughter, I felt bad for her because her ass got so fat by the end of the series. You're like, damn, she got a fat butt. Like, it's just like she started putting on all kinds of weight. And you kind of felt bad because you're like, yeah, she just went through puberty is all. Like, puberty full on hit. Aliens are in the oceans. I'm going to say if you were going to hide anywhere on this planet, not be found, and act with like impunity, your best bet would be in the ocean. It wouldn't be anywhere on land. Somebody could stumble into you on land. Underwater is a different thing, and humans really we don't explore our oceans. We know more about space than we do our own fucking oceans. But then again, hell, we don't even know everything, you know, with the pyramids and stuff that is on land, let alone the ocean. So yeah, if you had like an anti-gravity system or a transmedium way of traveling, I would think that you would want to go to the ocean. You'd build your base in the ocean, set it up with like fields around it where people couldn't get in, even if they did find you, or just because we couldn't get down low enough. I mean, how fucked up it is about our oceans. The person that's gotten the deepest in our oceans is James Cameron. That's kind of fucked up. They redid botched surgeries and tried to help people. Many successful cases, but the people getting the procedures were usually whacked out, and others wanted them to make them look like Barbie. But they refused to do those. Good on them for that. Hey, Kelly Osbourne looks fucking awful. The one I feel terrible about, though, is Sharon Osbourne. One of my favorite for plastic surgery fails. And like, sorry, ladies, this one's going to come across a little, I guess we'll say crass. Does anybody remember when Tara Reid's boob fell out of her dress? She was like on American Pie, but she got a very, very bad boob job. And she was given an interview and her boobie fell out. And like, it looked like, it was like, oh God, kind of wanted to see her boobs. Never wanted to see them again after that happened. I don't know if you guys remember when that shit went down. That was many, many years ago, many moons ago. But her name was like Tara Reid. Not the chick who accused Joe Biden. She was actually like in American Pie. It's like a blonde chick. She's all whacked out on goofballs or something. Well, I mean, Pacific Ocean. What's in the Pacific Ocean? The Mediterranean Trench? Wait, I can't remember. How the hell do you pronounce it? But that is like the deepest spot in the ocean. So that would make kind of sense. That's often on the Pacific side. Michael Jackson. The Michael movie, I'm still going to stand by my review on that. That movie was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. It caught me off guard. I forgot just how big of a superstar he was. Just how good his music was and everything else. I saw that movie again and I was like, yeah, you know what? Michael really was. I don't know what it is about guys named Michael and being the GOAT in their thing, like Michael Jordan or, you know, Michael Jackson, but there's definitely something to it. That's a good plum crazy purple to start with. But yeah, Michael Jackson, I always felt bad for. I don't know that I believe all the stories of him being a kiddler either. Mainly because of Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman said that, you know, he always protected him. Corey Feldman was one of the first ones to come out and start talking about like some of the shit that happened to him as a child star in Hollywood. Well, let me rephrase that. He was the first one that I personally remember coming out and talking about how fucked up some of the adults were in Hollywood with that kind of shit. Him and Corey Haim. Mariana Trench is the Pacific over by Guam, above Madagascar. Sounds right. I just know it's fucking Mariana Trench. That's it. I just know it's like the deepest point in the ocean that we know of. This part. That's where you go through to get into Hollow Earth to go fight King Kong, from what I understand. And possibly Godzilla too. Just saying. I heard that. I don't know how true it is, if I believe it or not. Fucking Guam. Oh, I'm interested in seeing what happens with Cuba. Like, are we actually going to make it a territory? You know, like, what are we going to do with it? Because they're definitely taking that shit. Is it just going to be like Venezuela, where we just replace their communist government, or put the government under control where they're compliant with us? Death Clock recorded their album. Yes, it is. Mermaider, mermaider, mermaider. Philippines, Australia area. I'm not a big fan of the Philippines. Just not. I'm just going to lay that out there. Yeah, Death Clock. God. That show was fucking fantastic. Nothing beats Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown who loved cocaine. Happy birthday. Doobie doobie doo. Pickles the drummer. Doobie doobie doo. Nathan Explosion. I used to, I never watched the ending of that show. I don't even know how it ended. I watched up to the season where the one guy that was like their manager or what have you, that was always around them, ended up getting beaten to death. That was the last I watched it. Dude, that was my buddy Guido's favorite character, was William Murderface. And that's what's known as being a dick. Yeah, that's what's known as being a dick. Murderface was my buddy Guido's favorite character. Mine was always Dr. Roxo. Yeah, I'm Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I do cocaine. Let's hope we never see real kajus. Okay. That's where I'm at with kajus. Let's hope we never see a kaju. Yeah, Adult Swim. They aired one episode of it, and I can't remember the show. It was supposed to be like Conan the Barbarian. And it was fantastic, and I can't remember the name of the damn show. And they were supposed to make a series out of it and just never did. But yeah, Adult Swim had some amazing programs back in the day. Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Sea Lab 2025, is that what it was? 2040? Sea Lab, where they took the old cartoon of Sea Lab and redid the voices, and Eric Estrada did the one voice. I can't remember what that show. It was definitely C-Lab, Aquatine, of course, Metalocalypse. Kaijus fight Kai Palestinians in next sequel. Nice. Very good to see you, by the way, mister. I love mister. He just drops in. Mister comes in, I watch my like button go up, and then just fires off on whatever the subject is. Like, he'll read through the chat and just fire it off. Everybody was kaiju fighting. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Damn, it's gonna kick my ass. I can't remember what the fuck the name of that barbarian cartoon was. Mr. Nine. I'm surprised you didn't change your handle to Mr. 8675. That'd have been epic. Mr. 8675309. Yeah, tell me about it. The old lungs are, I think they're failing. Definitely think they're failing. I may need to actually do that thing that I don't want to do, which is quit smoking. I think I might be getting to that point. I don't want to, but I may have to. I'm trying to think. There was something else I used to watch all the fucking time on Adult Swim. It wasn't the Tim and Eric show. I fucking hated that shit. I don't know if I just wasn't stoned enough for it or what. But Aquatine, C-Lab. Trying to remember the others. Metalocalypse was definitely one. Korgoth or Barbaria. That's it. Korgoth or Barbaria. Yep, that's the name of the Barbarian show. It ran, I think they showed it like the same episode like twice. But it was fantastic. It was hysterical. Fantastic. You Googled it. Squidbillies I'd catch here and there. Wasn't a huge fan of Squidbillies. It was just always on, like right around the time Metalocalypse came on. Which... yeah, Squidbillies was definitely one. Trying to, there is something else though I used to watch all the fucking time. I mean, when it came to Cartoon Network, there were certain shows that were badass, like Afro Samurai. Maybe that was another one that was on Adult Swim. Can't remember if that was actual Adult Swim or not, though. But Afro Samurai was one. Samurai Jack, I used to just watch. That wasn't Adult Swim. Dexter's Lab. That was another. That was just Cartoon Network, though. Johnny Bravo. Oh, Venture Brothers. Venture Brothers, I think, might have been Adult Swim. Can't remember. Aqua Teen, yeah. Well, Aqua Teen cracked me up because I knew people like that actually in real life. Like how Carl is, like the neighbor. I knew people that were like that, except for being like, you know, all about the Jets, I think it was, or the Giants. I can't remember. They were all about the Eagles. But yeah, I mean, like spitting image. The Boondocks. Yep. That was Adult Swim. That's right. Boondocks used to crack me up. Uncle Ruckus. I mean, they had some tragically awful shows on there too. Like there was one, it was a hospital show. I remember used to come on. I'd always turn that shit off. I was like, could never get into it. Tim and Eric, amazing show, great job, or whatever the hell it was called. That one I couldn't get into. Just too weird. There was one segment with John C. Reilly on that show that was actually kind of funny, but outside of that, the rest of the show was just weird. Adventures with Superman. That was on Adult Swim. I don't remember seeing that. For some reason, I don't remember Adventures with Superman. Yeah, it's a shame cable TV is dead. Kids nowadays will never know some of the fun shows we watched. It's newer and like anime-ish. Yeah, I mean, they did a couple new Batman cartoons, and I caught one or two of them, and they were pretty awful. Like they did the Harley Quinn show with Kaylee Cuoco, I think her name was the voice of Harley Quinn, and I tried watching that show, and it was fucking stupid. Tried watching it one time, and I was like, oh, oof. But yeah, Superman's. It was on HBO Max. That might have been. And no, I did not see the new Adventures of Superman or anything like that. I still have on disc all the old school like Batman the Animated and Superman the Animated, Justice League Unlimited. I have every box set for it on DVD. And the movies. Because you had like with Batman the Animated Series, you had Batman Sub-Zero, the Mask of the Phantasm, and then I also had all the Batman Beyonds. I still have all those on DVD as well, including the unedited version of the movie The Return of the Joker, where Robin actually kills the Joker and they show him like actually shoot the Joker in the chest. But most of the modern stuff I have not seen. Yeah, that is striking. Let's see what the boots look like. Okay. I've got to figure out what I'm going to do silver and what I'm going to do blue in these. Like I don't know, most of the modern stuff, some of it's great, some of it just feels like a big miss, in my opinion. Like I know DC movies in particular, they did the Killing Joke, and they did this thing where Barbara Gordon and Batman had like a relationship, and they actually have relations before it goes through the rest of the comic. And it was like, why would you add that in there? It makes Batman, it's like turning Robin gay. Like you should never turn Robin gay simply because, not because LGBTQ anything else, but basically what you're saying is there is a billionaire that dresses up as a bat at night to go fight crime. And then during the day, he goes out and takes kids off the street that are orphans and, you know, grooms them basically, and they turn out gay. Like, I can find it. I'll look it up, Beans. Is it any good or is it so-so? Like some of the modern day cartoons are decent. Some of them are just ass. I mean, it's like that with everything though, I guess. I mean, I look back and, you know, granted, they were all just toy commercials, basically. But, god damn. But like 80s, 90s cartoons, like I said, they were pretty much toy commercials. But there was so much shit that you forget existed that had come out. Yeah, Batman Beyond hinted at it. They definitely hinted at it because Barbara Gordon takes over as she's the new Commissioner Gordon. But yeah, they kind of hinted at it, but when they show it, hinting at something's one thing, but when you show it and remove all sensibility to it, because I mean, you got to figure she's like late teens, early 20s in The Killing Joke, and Batman is, full ass, grown ass man. Kind of pushes the realm of good taste. Gummy Bears and Muppet Babies. Actually, tell you the truth, Gummy Bears wasn't a bad show. Now I'm thinking back on it. And it was actually Disney that owned that. Muppet Babies, I think I've seen every damn episode of. All right, I'll check it out then. If you're saying that, like the season 1 and part of 2 was good, I will watch that. Because the Batman series they try to put out lately have been just terrible. They've been terrible. Yeah, Muppet Babies was the shit though. I always loved Muppet Babies with the fact that it was all about your imagination. Like everything was an imagination. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite episodes of Muppet Babies was Fozzie Bear trying to find happiness, basically. And he shows up and like, he's got like this big fancy car. He's rich, he's famous and all this stuff. And Kermit's on like this little farm and has this little house on the farm or whatever. And Fozzie shows up and he's like, yeah, but look at my car. Look at that. I bet you wish you had this. And he's like, why? I'm happy. If that's what makes you happy, then do what makes you happy, Fozzie. He's like, I like nature and I like being here. And this is what makes me happy and everything. And it was like, I still remember that message as an adult. It's crazy. Yeah, they did. God, I actually had videos that I was going to put out at one point. I had them all cut together. Old animes from when I was a kid that I saw. And the other one was actually video games that you didn't realize that they made cartoons for. People forget there was a Q*bert cartoon, a Donkey Kong and Mario cartoon, shit like this. And I had all the intros all downloaded and everything else. They used to do this thing on Saturday mornings where they would do like a block of cartoons. It was called the Saturday Morning Supercade. Like you had Dragon's Lair was one of the cartoons. Space Ace was another. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too. You know, like Barbara Gordon. Well, it doesn't matter though. It's still, you're looking at a mentor underling relationship. It's kind of fucked up. You don't want to blur that line ever. Stranded. Yeah, her and that's the other thing. Like she was dating your son. You banged your son's daughter. I mean, your son's girlfriend rather. It should have been a father-daughter dynamic, not a, I don't know. The whole thing's just kind of hit me weird. They did it to give it in the cartoon to do it a gut punch, but it doesn't happen that way in the comic, like at all. And apparently the Killing Joke version of Joker, that is his actual origin too, by the way. Arthur Fleck. That is the accepted origin of Joker, which is a shame. Because I would rather we don't know where the Joker came from. He just always was. Or was just a reaction of Batman. But yeah, I know Dick and Barbara were, Dick Grayson and Barbara were close and dated and all that stuff. And then he ended up getting together with Starfire. I know that. I bet you did, mister. Hey, it's an experimental phase. What can we say? No, I got you. I understand. I understand, Stranded. Yeah, you're right. Technically, it's legal. Legal and moral are two different things in a lot of cases, though, you know? Like, it was it morally right, you know, versus was it legally okay? Yes, it's legal. But still, you don't want that moral quandary when it comes to something like a superhero. Like that kind of moral quandary. Lesbians until graduation, huh? Nice, mister. Yeah, I mean, you watched a lot of 80s cartoons because you couldn't get them overseas. I can understand that. I mean, I would watch them when they'd come out. And I've been, you know, when I was a kid, I was fucking poor as shit too. So the whole thing is when something would come out, there was times where I didn't even know the cartoon and would end up with like the action figure because they'd sell them at places like Odd Lots, You know, stuff like this where it's like overruns of figures that didn't sell on at the time, Kmart or Sears or one of those kind of jams. And I would go and pick up the figure and then be like, what the fuck is this? Like Marshall Bravestar is one that I can think of right off the rip, where I had all the Bravestar figures and the guns and all that, and 3030 the horse. Silverhawks was another. Well, actually, I used to watch Silverhawks when that was on. You had the bigger ones, like He-Man was always like the big one, you know. He-Man, Super Friends. And what was funny is I used to get them confused all the time. I always used to get Voltron confused with Robotech, because we actually had that shit that would play. And the big confusion was always Lin May was her name. Star Blazers was another one. Used to watch. They didn't have shit over here for it, which Star Blazers to this day, still one of my favorites. Still, it still ranks right up there where, I guess it was 2 Christmases ago, my wife got me a model set for the Yamato. That's what it was called in Japan, was the space battleship Yamato. Cops and Crooks. Well, yeah, it was called Cops. With Long Arm. Oh, God, what the hell? My favorite on that was always the scientist that had the see-through thing on his head, mister, on Cops. It was like a mad scientist, and his brain, you could see his brain, it was like encased in like a goldfish bowl on top of his head. I can't remember what his name was, though. Yeah, Big Boss was the name of the main villain on that. Yeah, you had Long Arm, which was, if I remember correctly, he was the black dude in a trench coat. GoBots Transformers. Big Lots. No, it was called Odd Lots. Big Lots wasn't around where I was at. You had one that was called Odd Lots. And fucked up as it is, I kind of wish I had forward knowledge to go back in time, because back in the day when Return of the Jedi had come out, they had launched all the figures and everything else. There was one figure called Yak Face, and absolutely no one bought the damn figure. And on the collector's market, before they crashed out, pretty much everything Star Wars has been devalued from where it was. Yak Face was one of the rare figures you could barely get a hold of. And they, Odd Lots, I'll never forget, they must have had like 50 or 60 fucking Yak Face just lining like pegs on the shelf. But yeah, it was kind of like a Big Lots. Odd Lots changed their name to Big Lots. Okay, that makes sense. That would make sense. They closed the store down where I was at. Like, it didn't exist anymore. It was over. So what's fucked up is, when I was a kid, you had Kmart, and then 2 stores away from it was Odd Lots, right? And then Walmart came in and set up directly across the street from Kmart. And everybody started using Walmart. So everything in that little shopping center, the Kmart, the Odd Lots, all that stuff went out. Like, they just went under. They did it. Other people bought up the store, all that kind of shit. Godzilla. Yeah, the old Godzilla movies, you can find them. They run them. There's a channel on YouTube that actually plays them. There's a channel called Shout TV that's on YouTube that you can watch. They'll do marathons of different shows. They did a whole run of, damn, I'm trying to remember what the show was. Power Rangers, right? But they did the original version. So whatever the fucking original version was in Japanese, It wasn't Power Rangers with, you know, everybody. It was the Power Rangers fights and all that, but it was a whole different show. Grew up poor in a socialist country. That's okay. I grew up poor in a capitalist country, so I understand. I can semi-relate. You know, it's the same way, like, my parents getting divorced when I was, what, 7? Yeah, 7 years old. And, you know, my parents split up or whatever. And everybody around me, all their parents are married, and I get teased up until I was a teenager, like 12, 13 years old. And then everybody else's parents started getting divorced, and all of a sudden it was like, man, how did you deal with this? Like, I don't know. You were an asshole to me, so I'm not even going to answer your question, sir. You miss Blockbusters? I do not miss Blockbuster. I don't miss Blockbuster. Having run one for years, I don't miss Blockbuster at all. Just because I knew the ins and outs of it, I don't miss them. Quiznos? I never was a big Quiznos guys. I was a guy. I was always more of a Subway dude, and Subway, unfortunately, is shit now. Like, it's terrible. The mom and pop video stores I do miss. Because you'd find quirky ass movies there. Blockbuster was, I don't know, kind of sanitized. You know what kept mom and pop shops in business, right, mister? Why they were able to exist? Like, Blockbuster would move in, they would take over like an area, and then you would have like a mom and pop shop maybe 2-3 blocks from it. Do you know why that mom and pop shop was able to exist and Blockbuster wasn't? Yes, that's correct, mister. It's because they would rent pornography. The mom and pop shop could. Blockbuster's corporate view on it was, we will never have that section in our shops. And that legit kept mom and pop shops in business. It's crazy to think of. But it's fucking true. Where's my little tiny brush? I need my tiny brush. Getting some of these fine details on this purple. Yeah, it's one of those insane, it's just a fact. Hollywood Video was all right. Hollywood Video was in the malls, right? Wasn't that the, I know I've gone in their DVD shopping before back in the day. Pretty sure that's what it was. The coolest part about Hollywood Video was they would have imports that you couldn't find any other way. Yep, the little curtain. That's correct. You always knew if somebody was going back to the little curtain, exactly what they were looking at. Always had, you must show ID to get past this point, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's 1,000% correct. The little naughty curtain. That's just it. The internet not only killed that kind of thing, it also killed like Playboy and magazines like that. Annie Ann's? Annie Ann's? Yeah, they're still around. We used to get so where my one GameStop in Cherry Hill Mall was located was right next door to one of those. At the end of the night, we'd just go over right before they shut down. They'd give us like anything that they had that didn't sell. They used to hook the fucking employees up with pretzels. Hey, here you go. We're going to throw this shit out anyway. You guys want it? Like, thanks. Yeah, the mall, I mean, we were kids. New Jersey, I mean, shit, there's a reason why Kevin Smith did the movie Mallrats. New Jersey, it was a lot of malls. A lot. We had Echelon, Morristown, like just where I was at. You had Echelon, Morristown, Cherry Hill, and then you had, like he said, the dirt malls, which were like Pennsauken Mart, Columbus, Berlin, farmers markets. Yeah, I mean, you did. You had adult movie theaters before then. Nowadays, you just, hey Google, show me, and you'll see the most crazy shit you ever wanted to see. Hell, shit you didn't want to see too. Yep. We had a girl used to hang out at, shout out to Kelly. She ran one of the big cookie stores, and she would show up with like, yep, we had somebody cancel out and order for this cake and bring the cake over. We're all stoned. We just fucking power that thing. Yeah, I mean, it's stuff like that's just it though. Was our society better when everybody had to go to like a place like a mall to hang out and catch up with each other? You know, or is it better now where everybody's just online and can immediately talk? I mean, it's good for old people like me because being online versus having to go out places. But for kids, Cinnabon, yeah. I don't miss Cinnabon though because the wife actually, she has, I don't know if she downloaded the recipe or what, but she makes them every now and again. She can bake, so she makes Cinnabon like they're identical. Uh, I mean, I wouldn't say Walmart killed them off because we always had that, right? Like Kmart, same thing. The thing with the malls was you always had these specialty stores. I think what really, really killed malls was Amazon, the rise of Amazon. Yeah. Yeah, Amazon, I'm going to say. I don't think it was as much Walmart as it was Amazon. Being able to order these niche little things on the internet. Like, say I wanted to go out and get a paint set back in the day, like I have now here. Now I go to whatever website, shout out to Spray Gunners, or I go to Amazon and pick up a pack of paints and they ship and I get them within like a week. Before, I'd have to go to Allied Hobby in the mall, a specialty store that specialized in nothing but models, and I have to go get them there. And those stores still kind of exist, but not really. Not like they did. Yeah, Spencer's Gifts was another big one in the mall. But yeah, seriously, I do remember, like, hell, all my skateboard decks and everything came out of Allied Hobbies because they had a whole skateboard section. Skateboards, they had RC cars, model rockets. Never forget, they had every different color of tester paint you ever wanted. D&D pewter minifigs, all the TSR D&D, like you know, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons box sets and books and all that kind of shit. I really miss that store, if I'm gonna be honest. It's a shame. Same thing with the stand-up arcades. Like, I miss stand-up arcade machines. Always walking in there. You'd walk in there once a week and be like, oh shit, what's this? I've never seen this before. I've never played this before. What is it? Yep, you could have it that day without shipping and all that kind of stuff. But say you wanted a specific color set. Good luck. You know, you had to wait till the store got it in. If they ever got it in. I mean, if we're really looking back, Amazon, of all things, kind of got... If Amazon had come out a little earlier, they wouldn't have survived. Because I remember people that had... like, everybody could own their own store online at one point in time. E-commerce, you remember that? I can't stand Dave and Buster's. I'm sorry. I mean, you can shout them out, and there's people that like Dave and I can't stand Dave and Buster's. And it could just be the area I grew up in because we had the Jersey Shore. So on the boardwalk, even after they took the arcades out of the mall, you can look, I want to say it's Seaside Heights. There's a place called Lucky Leo's. It's still a full-on arcade that's right there on the boardwalk. Well, last I was there, which was like 16 years ago, Lucky Leo's was still on the boards. Stuff like this. But even when they took them out of malls, we still had other avenues to go to the arcade, which was all down the shore. And Dave and Buster's, when we went there, it was like, what the fuck is this bullshit? You know, getting fucked up out in the parking lot with two of your buddies and then going into the arcade, living off of $3 with change you pulled out of your couch cushions. That was life. That was a way of life back then. Fruit Ninja. Can't you play that shit like on the Wii or some shit? Don't give them your money, damn it. Yeah, home consoles unfortunately killed the arcade. In a way, I kind of blame Nintendo too for killing the arcade. Because whatever games came out, like, you could get them for the home console for $60, and then you just did the math on it. $50 or whatever. Versus how much you're dropping quarters in the machine. It didn't look as good, but it played this kind of the same, so you could get away with it. It's not the same. Okay, fair enough. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I played Fruit Ninja on, I want to say like a cell phone or my original tablet back in the day. That was back in like, God, like 2010 or some shit. 2009. It's kind of like playing Angry Birds. What the hell ever happened to Angry Birds? Does this shit still even exist? I know they did away with that one game, Flappy Birds or what have you, or Flappy Bird. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at this hand. I fucking hate the way this hand's kind of wonky. Fine once it glues in. Yeah, because that hand goes off to the side. You're not a real gamer. I mean, I can't say you're not a real gamer to people. It's the way I always look at it when it comes to gamers. Everybody's a gamer in one way or another, right? To an extent. Even if it's just like, oh, I used to play Pac-Man. You're still a gamer, right? It's just a level of a gamer. Are you a fat, sweaty, neckbeard nerd gamer like me? Who no life's it and will play a game for 12 hours at a time. But you don't hear me insult people and tell them they're not gamer. It's like saying somebody's not a fan of comics. You're not actually a fan unless they're trying to bring some expertise and you realize they just read everything on Wikipedia and are repeating it to you. It's one of those things where I don't know. I don't like insulting people and telling them they're not real. You're not this, you're not that. Unless they are trying to flex with it in some capacity. Then I like saying you're not real. Like, oh, you're not really a comic book person. Yeah, I weigh your collection versus mine, shit like that. You can claim that stuff. It's I don't know. It's comparable. It's comparable on your knowledge. It's like saying, "Oh, you're not an electrical engineer," but because somebody else has more intelligence about it than you have. You can say, "Yeah, I dabble in electronics." Just be real with your level of experience with it. Saying I really enjoy something though, and then having a bunch of people go, "Well, you're not really a," like, man, take it back. Take a chill, brother. Take a chill. Each person enjoys shit in a different way. Just, I can get calling somebody not a real if they're trying to be fake with shit. But that all trickles back to a day when kids were big, sweaty nerds. It's the same way I piss a lot of people off with, and I say this all the time. Now, you guys enjoy the way you play your D&D in 5th edition and stuff like this. I'll stick with my 2nd edition because I don't see it as real D&D. Or anything beyond TSR I don't recognize because I don't see it as actual Dungeons and Dragons. It doesn't have the name Gygax on it. It's bullshit rules. So I guess in a way I kind of gatekeep a little bit. But at the same time, I also recognize people, you enjoy it. Dude, you do you. Don't tell me I'm not like a real gamer. Well, you understand, real people are playing D&D. We got these campaigns written out for us and we do it this way. Like, no, just difference of opinion, guy. Level 523 on word cookies. I don't even know what word cookies is, and I'm not going to look into it because, you know, that's all I need. Something I can get addicted to. Oh, good Lord. Mm. Shooting games in a lot of cases are better at the arcade. However, you can get a good Raspberry Pi device, and you can go on Amazon right now and find the rigs to do your own shooting games, and they work just as well at home. You can make them work just as well at home. It just, the problem is you got to have the electronics know-how to not fuck it up when you're putting it all together. Good night, Stranded, and thank you for everything. Thank you for dropping all the links and always being here, even dropping in after a hard move. I appreciate the hell out of you. I don't think you get enough praise, if I'm to be honest. I don't think you get enough praise from me, but I always appreciate you. I always appreciate David, and, you know, I appreciate all you guys even just tuning in. Okay, so that is my scheme that I'm going to use. I think I'm actually going to go in here with flat blue too. And then I'm going to go metallics over everything. This should be dark Prussian blue. Hopefully this matches my shade tone for the blue. Start building off of this. And we'll go to, what is this, a 0? 0 brush generic. Fast food did taste better in the 80s, you're not wrong. I refuse to get fast food nowadays. Like, I've started to refuse getting it, period. It is just too expensive for what you're actually getting and the nutritional value and everything else. Like, I remember going to Taco Bell, and this kills me because, you know, for a minute there when I was broke all the time, Taco Bell kept me alive. I swear at one point, because you could go there and you get like 10 tacos for like $5 and a couple bean burritos, all that kind of stuff. Now you go to Taco Bell, you get like 3 tacos and that shit's like $30. I swear, it's like $10 a taco. It's just ridiculous. But you know what? Hey, they're getting paid $15 an hour to serve you stuff that they pretty much just microwave. Not get in here deep enough with this purple. I didn't get deep purple. Doot, 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 doot. Did not get in there enough with that purple. Chick-fil-A is still decently priced for what you get, and the customer service at a Chick-fil-A is amazing. I've never had Cullivers. Never had Raising Cane's. No, I mean, I remember you'd get like Whoppers were like $2. Now they're like $7 or whatever. Not even the meal. Like if you get them with a meal, it's like $9, and if you get them without, it's like $5. It's like it's supposed to be a fast food option that you can get quick, fast, in a hurry. Pretty much it's trash as far as nutritional value. You kind of knew that even back then. But like McDonald's, I can't imagine how parents take their kids to McDonald's. I was out with the wife the one day. We were running errands or whatever. She's like, "Hey, let's you want some Taco Bell or whatever?" I'm like, "No. I'll just we'll stop it. I'll get the actual ground beef and just make that shit at home if I'm in the mood for tacos." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm done." Like it shouldn't cost $45 for two adults to eat fucking eat at any given fast food place. It should cost you like $20 at most, even with inflation, for your nutritional value and what you're actually getting from the meal. Which now I'm talking about fucking food is going to make me hungry. I'm going to have to go get my Polak food out of the fridge or counter or wherever my wife put it. Probably the fridge. She's conscious like that with it. Why can't you make a Crunchwrap Supreme at home? Most shit you can make at home. Yeah, I mean, most stuff you can actually make at home. You just have to look up the recipes, and you can find them online. People post them all the time. There's people that were making the original beef tallow oil for fries, for McDonald's fries. But yeah, you can absolutely, like, anything you want, you can pretty much make at home nowadays. If you got the time on your hands to do it. Yeah, well, that's where I was at too. I only got fast food like once a month, and now I barely even do that. Like I barely even do once a month now. Just I don't know. One, I can't justify the price to myself. I'm like, it's. I could go to a nice sushi restaurant and get some actual decent food. She's still. Damn. She is still dropping supports out of her. What the fuck? You never have time on your hands. Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing is though, mister, you are you are a single male. So you going and getting food and all that kind of stuff, I can understand. You worked at Olive Garden? Yeah, I've worked in a bar forever, but I still remember a lot of the sauces and what go in them. Just like Mister said, if I'm not lazy and I got the time to go and really fuck with something, I'll go make it. Or if I get a real hankering for it. Like one of the big things down here that I couldn't get for the longest time And as more people from the north move down here, I've been getting cheesesteaks. I still can't get real, like, I get fresh rolls, but not like the ones I used to get when I was up north. Go. I don't know what caused those things to drop down, but they finally dropped. I got them. They're very authentic with the meatballs in it. I never was an Olive Garden person. So I don't know. You guys could be telling me. You guys could be telling me fibs here and I'd believe you. Not saying you are. I'm just saying like I wouldn't know the fucking difference. Same way, you know, Smurf once told me that the blue dingus was small. You know, and then I saw the thing and it was a monster and I was like, how? And he's just like, you know, well, you just got to hold your breath when you're inserting it. Tiramisu. Yeah, Italian wedding soup. That's kind of a staple in a lot of restaurants. I don't know about Olive Garden, but I know in a lot of restaurants you always have like an Italian wedding. It's got like little meatballs floating in it. One of them older classic dishes. Black Forest cake. Yeah, I was never a big cake, like dessert person. I don't know what the fuck my wife does, but she's won like awards with her cheesecake. So anytime I really want something like that, I have her make her cheesecakes. She does them. She'll do them New York style, Philly style, whatever. Yeah, I can believe that, mister. Yeah, I mean, Italian wedding soup, though, I've definitely seen it. Remember, I don't leave this fucking country. So, I don't leave America. So, who knows? It's the same thing with like Chinese food. Go to China and tell them you want, you know, such and such. They're going to look at you like, you want that with eyes or without eyes? I'm like, what? Actual Chinese food's much different. You never saw a pizza cut in triangles. How do they cut it? Squares? I mean, not going to lie, cutting a pizza into triangles always made more sense to me. Got a round pie. How do you cut it off where everybody can grab a slice? Well, triangles. Yeah, squares. Yeah, see, like squares and pizza here remind every American kid that, you know, in grade school, we used to have pizza day and they were always square. And it was never good. It was never good. Thinking anywhere where this is bone like this. Let me look. I need the actual action figure here. That's what I thought. Anything that's bone like this is getting painted blue. Then I'm going to go over it again with the sparkly or the metallics. Angular baking forms. Their gelato's not as sweet either. I mean, I don't know. We do have a problem with our sugar intake over here, for the most part. It's the same way my daughter-in-law, she's from Belgium, and it'll be like, what kind of candy do you want? And she'll eat like Willy Wonka type candies, you know? She's like, yeah, I don't have them over there, but her country has like some of the best fucking chocolate, if not the best chocolate in the world. It was funny because I sent David a bunch of candy when I sent him off his Himiko toga, or what have you, and packed it up with a whole bunch of different candy. And he tried a bunch of it. He's like, some of this I liked, some of it was ass. Belgium waffles. Yeah, I don't know if they were actually made in Belgium, but my mom actually had a recipe for them back in the day. She made them fantastic. It was something to do. She put like nutmeg in them or something. And it was like one of the foods that anytime she made it, she fucking killed them. Like just knocked it out of the park. Yeah. It's been 30 plus years since you've been back to the old country, as they say. I've never been. That's probably the saddest part, is I have no interest in ever going overseas. Only place that I was even half tempted would be to go see the pyramids in Egypt, and they're so cut off from everything. It's like a waste of time, in my opinion. That's fucking hysterical, mister. I mean, the guy who taught me how to cook was a Sicilian chef from Sicily. Blonde hair, blue eyed, and everything. So pure blood of Sicilian. Well, yeah, I can imagine. I would imagine it would be different. Nowadays, you know, the American Chinese food isn't even as good as it was when I was a kid because the older people that had all the recipes and everything else, they passed it down to their kids and their kids suck at it. Yeah, Columbus also brought fucking smallpox to America, right? Dear Lord. Fucking talk about gifts. Bring the gift of viral death. Well, we looked up what coffee not long ago, and I was caught off guard. I'm like, wait, what? It all comes from here? Can't even remember what the hell we were looking at coffee for, but I think it was something with the Arabic blends or whatever. And I was like, wait, how come they're calling them Arabic blends when they don't even make that shit here? I had no idea. Nah, I mean, I was just watching. Was it Verrazano? Can't remember. It was about like the Aztecs or the Mayans. I can't remember which. Might have been Mayans. About how they went in with like barely any soldiers and like wiped them out, and that was part of it with smallpox. I mean, reality is, can you imagine if that's why they hold off on like alien disclosure or whatever, is because it turns out aliens have been poisoning us this whole time with some kind of weird viruses, giving us the equivalent of smallpox, and we never knew it. I mean, what's crazy to me is you think of the process it takes to make a cup of coffee, right? Cultivating the beans, all that, roasting them a certain way, everything else. The person who figured all that shit out the first time, like they were either a stoner or just really ahead of the game. Like, yo, man, why don't we just try roasting them and then we grind it down, filter water through this shit, and then drink it, man. You think that's part of Are you talking about Nikolai Tesla's tech, or are you talking about Elon Musk's Tesla tech? So the whole thing with Nikolai Tesla, I don't think it was alien related, but according to, well, I'm going to say according to and not cite a source here, so that's being an asshole for one. But from what I understood, Nikolai Tesla, Nikola Tesla, he had said that it wasn't that he was coming up with new ideas. He rediscovered old ideas. Good night, mister. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you for dropping in, brother. I always appreciate you. Please travel well and please be safe out there. But yeah, Nikola Tesla, I believe he had said that he just discovered old tech, not new tech. So that means that figuring little things out makes you wonder. It makes you wonder how long human beings were using this older tech. Like where it originated from, but more importantly, how they figured it out originally. That's just it. You know, I've never considered my father has got his master's degree in genetics. Stuff like this. And my dad has always said to me, he goes, I think that modern science has lied to us. We've had many, many civilizations that have been here over billions of years that get wiped out after a certain point and restart. And we'll never know our actual true history of anything. Because if we look at everything right now, look at it in the 2026 lens, and we're fucking arrogant, to be honest with you. Because I want you to think about it like this. Right now, everything is compiled on what? We got some in books, but they've stopped pretty much producing books, and everything is like ebooks. And download to your Kindle, download, this PDF, download this, download that to read. We got shit that'll read stuff to you, and everything is backed up and stored where? On computer chips, on hard drives, and all that other stuff. It's all electronically stored. You ask a kid, a modern day kid, we'll say you ask 100 of them to write their name in cursive, you might get like 2 or 3 that can do it. The rest of them don't know what the fuck you're talking about and look at it like it's a foreign language. So to say a society like, well, I don't understand the ancients, if they wrote stuff down or they had written language, how come we're not seeing it? Well, maybe sculptors and stuff would carve shit in the stone to pass down the knowledge. But reality is time takes its toll on everything. So if you had some kind of catastrophic event with a huge electrical magnetic storm, it would technically wipe out all our electronics. So all that knowledge that has been translated over will be lost. Unless, of course, it's in a Faraday cage. then it might have a chance of surviving. But even that, over time, the mechanical pieces on it are going to break down. You know, small electrical discharges in the wrong way can destroy somebody's entire hard drive. Time takes its toll on books. The paper will eventually become brittle and all that and just fall apart in the dust. You know, different environmental factors can affect it and destroy it. So if we look back and say, well, how come the ancients didn't do this, that, or the other? And it turns out they did, but everything just went to dust or got wiped out. Cataclysmic flood, you could still salvage things. You know what I mean? To an extent. But the only records we have, it's like fossils. How come we don't have more human skeletons and stuff like this? How come we're not just finding skeletons everywhere? Just look at animals that die out in the woods or something, right? Now, if you came across the carcass of a deer that has fallen and it's still not fully decayed, but if you leave it there and check back in like 2 years, either animals are going to have pulled those bones away from the carcass. They're going to, you know, the elements are just going to wear it down. It's just going to deteriorate. You need a special set of things to happen for those bones to become fossilized. And I think this is part of it, is that there's a lot of our history that is gone because, like you said, maybe a flood, maybe an asteroid strike where it produced some kind of electromagnetic storm, volcanic upheaval. You have a lot of different cataclysms that could have happened back in the day. And unless shit was carved into stone, and even when it's carved into stone, you do have a thing where if it's exposed long enough to the elements, it'll erode. So I don't know. I mean, there is a good chance there is a chunk of our history, a whole big ass chunk that is missing. It's the same way they call it the Dark Ages. Why? Because there was no real technological advancement. You're telling me that nobody developed anything in that time frame? That's kind of odd. Why would just humanity stall? And now we hit like the 1900s. And you just look at the advancements up till now in the past 100 years, and it's fucking stupid ridiculous how far we've come on technologies. So either somebody introduced something into our technologies pool, or some weird shit is going on. But over the past 100 years, there was like an awakening in science. You know, and I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what introduced it. I don't know if it's alien tech or they found ancient tech. People just got smart all of a sudden for no fucking reason. Yeah, we are back to aliens to an extent. I mean, maybe it wasn't aliens, though. That's the other part. It could just be humans. I mean, we've often discussed, you know, like whenever I get into the Bible arguments and stuff like that, there's certain things from the Bible that are weird when it comes to humanity, that how the fuck would this happen? Like the fact we can't live past 120 years before your genetics start to unravel. And that's what it says in the Bible and stuff. Well, how would you know what God ordained to write that shit down in the Bible? For example, you know, things like this. You know, I don't know if God actually came down and told people like, yes, I'm limiting your years to 120, but that's kind of fucking odd that our genetics unravel at 120 years. I don't think it's us from the future. That's the one thing I don't think. I don't think it's us from the future. I think it's old. I think it's ancient. I don't know. Like I said, this is all speculation, so you might be right, I might be wrong. Who the fuck knows? If I had the answers, I'd be like, oh, no, it's this, and just explain shit. But no, I mean, we can speculate. But I've always looked at it, you know, when people say that, maybe it's us from the future going back. I think, if anything, what we know is like the standard alien, like the gray aliens with the big eyes and all that. I think those are just drones. I think they're like a robot that just takes in all the knowledge around it. And now I don't know what they do with that knowledge once they have it, where they transmit it to, how they send it off, or any of that shit. But that's how I see them. I don't think they're actual biological beings. I think they are mechanical. What with the whales? Yeah, I mean, time travel's a weird fucking thing. Really, really is. What's up with her titty? That is a piece of the horn traveling around on her boob. It's actually... Now I'm looking at it. That's actually odd. She's got that little cut in there, but not over here. Probably because it goes off the side boob. Yeah, the alien thing, I don't know that there's so much alien. We'd like to think they're aliens. Like, I mean, what's scarier? Knowing you're alone in the universe, or knowing that, you know, there's other entities or living things out there? I don't know which one should scare the shit out of us more. You know, it's one of those catch-22s with magic in the universe. Like, I always want to believe there's actual magic, even if it breaks down to science and mathematics. I don't want to think that there's no magic in the world to be had, or... I don't... So my whole thing is, when it comes to Atlantis, I think there's a good case that Atlantis existed and everything else. I don't think it was all like spaceships and laser beams, or, you know, like all way advanced tech. I think it was maybe a trading hub in mechanical tech, but I don't know. The whole thing is, Göbekli Tepe, like, there's a point in time where I'm like, maybe aliens created the pyramids, for example. And now I'm just like, yeah, there's no way. It was definitely created by someone, but they were human. Only because Göbekli Tepe explains how much we were actually watching star movement, like astrology. Them possibly living in the ocean scares you? Why? You don't live on an oil rig. Why would it scare you if they're living in the oceans? Fermi's paradox, why aliens aren't from our solar system? So the Fermi's paradox is interesting, but part of our problem is this, really, in all of this. We can only run off of what we know as far as physics and mathematics and science go. We haven't hit, for example, when Bob Lazar first came out, let's take Bob Lazar as an example. He said the ship runs off of element 115, right? At that point in time, I think the highest they had was 109 on a periodic table. 115 wouldn't exist till like the early 2000s, if I remember correctly. So he was claiming something that everybody's like, oh yeah, bullshit. That stuff doesn't even exist. And sure enough, in the future, we'll be able to prove it. It's the same thing with any of our sciences. It could just be shit that we haven't learned yet. Not necessarily. I would say if I had to look at that, since there's so many salt deposits in Giza, what if that whole thing was built in water? Well, it wasn't all desert. We know it was lush because of the Nile Delta feeding it, right? If I remember correct, remember geography correct. I think I'm not talking out of my ass here, but I do know it was like a lush land at one point. It wasn't just always sand and desert. So those salt deposits and everything else, what if there was a flood? The flood receded, right? Now, when you look at it that way, one of the things they always like to talk about is the rain erosion on the Sphinx and how that's ancient and all that. Well, what if when the flood hit, that's what it's not rain erosion. What if it's just water erosion from being submerged for a minute? And yeah, so the whole thing though, them from our solar system due to the Fermi's paradox, we can't travel faster than light. Even if you could travel at 2 times the speed of light, and you got to figure, we'll say the nearest star system's what? 20,000 light years from here. So even at the speed of light, it would take you 20,000 years. If you could double the speed of light, it would still take you 10,000 years. If you can figure out how to manipulate gravity and open a wormhole in time-space between 2 points, it could be instantaneous. It would be way faster than light. So who knows? But we don't have that tech, and we don't have the physical theory behind it, the physics theory. It probably was. It's the same thing with, if you look at the Eye of Africa, you can completely, where they think Atlantis was, you can see where it, from our satellite pictures and everything else, you can pretty much see where that looks like ocean floor or beach sand. Like, it looks like the ocean rose up, ran across all the way through the Eye of Africa, and then receded. So who knows? Planet X and Nibiru. Yeah, I mean, that's always been a theory. Right? Especially if you read stuff like Zachariah Sitchin, where he talks about, or Sitchin, that always talks about like Anunnaki and all that with Nibiru. Yeah, exactly. I don't know shit either, but I like talking and speculating about it as well. That's the whole thing. The one thing I can tell you for certain is I don't know shit. That's the one thing I can tell you 100%. You could be right. I could be completely up a wall. But, I could be completely out in left field with shit. But it's just one of those damn things with physical science and actual observables, stuff like that. you know, if you can be honest and say, it's the ones that always kill me are the ones you can always tell are grifting, where they tell you they know what you don't, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You're like, yeah. What do you mean if they're not being honest about our solar system? You're going to have to explain that a little more in depth. The problem with Mars, Venus, and other planets and everything, they're observable now through telescopes and have been for a very long time. So we know they're there. We don't know the history of Mars. We don't know. Maybe it sustained life at one point in time, and then there was a cataclysm that wiped everything out. We can't prove it definitively one way or another. I mean, they found water on there, but who knows? Maybe that could be from asteroids crashing into it with water. Or, you know, with H2O deposits on there, or a comet crashing. You know, I don't know why you would lie about the universe like that. There's nothing really to gain from it. Not unless it was like, now, if it was a religious faction coming out and saying it, that might be one thing. You know, like, no, you don't understand. Jesus and Muhammad and every other god exists in this place right here. But I don't know what you mean about them lying about. The whole thing is, this stuff's observable even with the naked eye, if you know what you're looking at. That's the real kicker. But are you talking about finding life on these planets like Venus? Just the makeup of Venus wouldn't support any kind of life that we even recognize. Like, Venus is fucking bad. Like, the makeup of the planet is completely caustic. Mercury's way too close to the sun, for example, so you can take that one off the table. Because you're going from hot to cold super fast. And we're not even talking about like a little hot. We're talking about like, yep. Yeah, you incinerate immediately hot. Yeah, I mean, you can claim you're from Venus. But the whole thing is, for example, if I were to say to somebody who was smooth enough to travel from Earth, like an astronaut, and you ask them what our atmosphere is made out of, they're pretty much going to get it, for the most part, right. Like, maybe not every fucking element that's in our atmosphere, but just your average person. You're like, yeah, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, helium. You're going to be able to say, you know, like different gases and stuff make up our atmosphere. It's little things like this. It's the same issue with time travelers. The big fuck up always with time travelers is that they never account for Earth moving different positions at all times. So it's like, no, and I was standing in the same place and all this. It's like, okay, well, how'd you lock in that coordinate then? Because if you went back, I went back 100 years. I just pulled the thing on the machine, went back 100 years. Well, then you'd be out in space because Earth wasn't in the same place as it is now. It's always one of those things when somebody accounts for it, that's when I pay a little bit more attention to them. Otherwise, I just call it woo-woo and think it's fun. Be honest with you, it's all woo-woo and fun, but Like, there's so many people that just can't account for different aspects. And at one point in time, I always entertained the argument of, well, you know, say you went back to the 1800s and you're like, oh shit, well, I need to make a car. You wouldn't know how to make a car, right? Like, the average person wouldn't know how to make a car. So think of the same thing with the time machine. Like, I don't know exactly how it works, but there's certain things that you would be able to explain about the car. Like, well, yes, but it runs off combustion. Therefore, we need to figure out how spark plugs work. That provides like ignition on a mist of gas that pushes a piston down that turns this, that does that. You would have like your fundamentals. And I think that's part of the problem with a lot of time travel stories. They don't even have the fundamentals down. They're just like, no, I press the button and it works. Okay, well, give us some kind of theorem on how it works, especially if you're from a future. Where everything is, you know, well, I can remember this historical event and that historical event, but you can't tell me that, yes, it bends gravity wave or uses gravity waves using this element to twist a hole in time and space and create a rupture where I can travel through. Right, exactly, 1.21 gigawatts. They explained that shit right off the rip, didn't he? He was like, yeah, it takes 1.21 gigawatts to power this fucking engine. How could I be so stupid? He knew exactly what he's talking about. Like, he knew at least the power that you would need to make that happen. And he even explained that you needed plutonium to get the kick to get that power. So, like, at the bare minimum, anybody telling a time travel story like that should be able to tell that. And this is for people that say that they travel in time using a time machine, not people that are like, you know, I was walking down the street. Next thing I know, I go into a store and it's a 1930s store. I was like, what the fuck? Walked out, turned around, and the store had changed into a modern day store that should have been there. Well, you know what? You're kind of 1,000% right. That's Star Trek Beyond, I want to say. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was Beyond. But you're 1,000% right. We are those people. We are those people at this point. That's what I mean when I say, like, our physics or science and all that is limited to what we know right now. It could just be technology that we're not aware of or haven't figured out yet. One of the things that always cracks me up is this. You know, if you believe in the Big Bang Theory, nothing, everything was created all at once, Big Bang, boom. And that's part of the theorem that, well, the whole thing is then every race would be on the same level with us and everything else. Like, they would have the same knowledge we did because the universe as it expanded out or whatever. What if you were at the center? What if you were one of the first civilizations of the Big Bang? We're not the center of the fucking universe. We're not even in the center of the universe. We're on an arm of it. So say there was somebody who's closer to the center of where the Big Bang happened, that it took us billions of years for us to form out on this far ass arm. And somebody was there and has billions of years of running room on us. You know, that changes things a little bit, in my opinion. But everybody always like, kind of like we are the, we are the center of everything. What if we're not? What if we're just like a little shit outpost on the corner of ass end corner of the universe? What what if we're the truck stop that you blow past because it looks like the bathroom's dirty on your way to New York City or from like, I don't know, Miami? What if we're just like a little shit outpost? And we actually aren't important in the big scheme of things. And we just feel important. That's kind of a worrying thought, but not really. I did see that theory, Eugene. What if they don't end? What if the end of a black hole is another black hole or a white hole, and it's just spilling all the material and mass and everything that it takes in, all the matter that it's taking in beyond the event horizon? What if it's just spilling it out into a different universe? I think I have a tendency, and that's fine to believe that. I believe it is a mix of all three. I don't know about a big bang. That's possible, but and that's what people believe, and that's what scientists believe. I think evolution and creation can coexist together. I think it's all manipulation when you really look at it. I mean, we now know that you can turn lead into gold using a particle collider, stuff like that. It could just be a higher tech that they took something that was evolving and sped up that evolution. Technically, you created it. You may not have created the origin of it, but technically you created it. Well, I mean, confusion, but it's simply I don't know. If you're religious, then 1,000% it was this, that, and the other. If you're an evolutionary scientist, it was this, that, and the other. For me, I'm neither of those things. I'm just a retard on the internet who talks shit and paints stuff. So it could be any of those things. Like, it could be a combination. It could be everything mixed together. Or, right, you create something and then it evolves, or you found something that was already naturally evolving and just helped it along on its course. One of those things that has everybody screwed up when it comes to it, again, I go back to genetic code, which all of us have, everything has, apparently, and how it's been manipulated. That always sticks in my head, that when we look at something, because now we understand genetic coding a little bit better and all that, our age, we can go to 120 years, and that's why we're not immortal, because our genetic code breaks down. After that point, and the gene that contains that, the immortality gene, technically looks like it's been edited and clipped to only go to 120 years. So if we can understand that exists and that we could manipulate it, and it looks like it's been manipulated within us, who's to say there isn't someone, a greater entity that did manipulate that gene at one point in time? I mean, look, if we can run off stupid tech, so to speak, somebody with superior tech that we don't understand could do it in a heartbeat. Could do it maybe it's a blink of an eye for somebody else. So yeah, we can get into the Book of Enoch if you want. I can talk on that a little bit more knowledgeably, not super knowledgeable. I'm not like a theologian or a scholar or anything, but I've definitely studied it enough where I can speak on it and not sound like a complete fucking retard. Our bodies are vessels and our true selves are something more energetic. Yeah, I believe that's what a human soul is. I think it's the same way if we look at it in a computer sense of the terms. Our soul would technically be the program. Our bodies would be the machine. And you write the program to the machine. The program retains and adapts and everything else. And then when the machine breaks down, you just reinstall the program somewhere else. I think that's pretty much how that kind of works. I think. Because it just makes sense to me. That's how it would work. And I'm not saying we're exactly like that, but it just makes a whole hell of a lot of sense that if you wanted to do something like that, that's how that end of things would work. Uh-oh. I just heard a cat and I'm hearing, and the puppy heard it too. 1 second, guys. I got to check and see what the fuck that was. I just heard a cat squeak or squeal or something. I don't know if they're fighting or what. I'll be right back. Reincarnation's a possibility. Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah. So reincarnation, it's a plausibility, a possibility, if you believe in a human soul. Right? My mom being a fucking reincarnationist, I get to hear this shit, or got to hear this shit when I was a kid and all that kind of stuff. Same thing for like Sleeping Prophet Edgar Casey. That was his whole thing, is that, you know, all our souls are reincarnated and all that. But the whole thing is this. That's well and that's good. We'll say reincarnation exists. Well, when did your soul come into being? That's the problem. Can't just be recycled, recycled, recycled. And how come there's so many new people? Right. So reincarnation possibility. Yeah, it's possible. Plausible. But what about all these new souls that are created? Are they just a fracturing of your soul that creates another soul? Like two people make a baby. That soul, is it just, you know, two chunks of soul that come together? They split off and form a new soul. Like a replication on a program or a computer virus. I mean, I do think that I've definitely seen things, and hell, when I was a kid, it's a true story. It's the reason why my mom got all into reincarnation, started reading up on it and everything, was because I told my mom I was a soldier, I was in the jungle, and I was dying, and I had a wife and a kid, and went into all this description. She thought I was just being a kid and coming up with like a fantasy thing. And I was like 4 or 5. And then she looked into it and she said I was actually reciting like a past life. Now, for me, you know, you ask me about that and do I remember and all this stuff? I don't remember shit about it. My mom's the one who told me the story. That this is what I said to her. This is why she got into, you know, started really going hard and becoming a reincarnationist and all that stuff. It's possible. It's a possibility. I do think that the things that we love in life, we see them again. I also think that it's one of those things that if you ever think you're going to die, imagine everything that you want to see, because let's say you get just stuck in one last frame in your mind and that's it for eternity, right? Well, whatever you think in that last couple of minutes will be your last actual imprint on your psyche. So you can kind of control if you go to heaven or hell in that thing, you know, that end of things. Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about right there, kind of, that's what Hinduism kind of is that we're all sparks from a great fire or a source, and we go back to source when we die. And if we don't do shit right on this world, then we're trapped here. And if we do really evil things, then we become lesser life forms. Hence why they don't kill cows and shit, because it could be your uncle who was an asshole. Right? What I just said is in the Book of the Dead. Which part? The reincarnation theory? Which part? Wait, I said a whole bunch of shit. Which part is in the Book of the Dead? About your last memory or the last thing you think? I mean, that I don't know that is fact. With the last thoughts. I mean, look, I have to look in the Book of the Dead, but it was just something that I thought about at one point in time, because there was a point in my life where I was severely obsessed with what happens when you die. Like severely obsessed with it. And not in the internet age either, when I was a kid. So the best I could do was libraries. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? If your last thought is happiness, and then you're stuck in that moment forever, you're good. If your last thought is total darkness and sorrow and all that, you're going to be stuck in that forever. You've created your own hell. I could see it. It would make sense to me. Best way I can describe it, the way I visualize it, is if you had like an old school TV when you were a kid and you used to turn it off, and the last image that was on that TV, even though the power was off, you could still see like a residual of that image. Like how they used to have burn in on monitors if you left it on pause, which is where screensavers came from. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, well, unfortunately, as you cite music lyrics, you know, I don't want to see anybody die young. I want everybody to live a long, healthy, happy life. Unfortunately, that isn't always the case. I mean, we don't need, well, I mean, technically you need organic electricity to function, right? But so does everything. Well, I mean, that's Eugene, that also makes sense. Might as well fire one off and go out in a good way, right? You know, might as well go out with a smile on your face, or at least an unloaded gun, as some would say. You know, we had a major cataclysm come to hit us or whatever, and there was no escape from it. We all knew we were going to get wiped. I would gather up my pets, hold on to my wife, and just smile and go peacefully into the night, I think. Might as well at that fucking point. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing that brought us here to begin with is fucking pretty much like what's going on with these UAP files. And so far, so far, I'm not seeing anything that blows my mind, if I'm to be honest. With every one of these UAP drops, there is nothing that has made me go, oh my God, this proves that shit. Yeah, always live each day to the fullest. Or at least the funnest. You know what I mean? Find some kind of joy in your life. Whether it's waking up and having a healthy constitutional in the bathroom, or eating a good meal, or hugging somebody that you love a little bit closer. Always have something in your life that you look forward to. Yep. Which was kind of, you know, if I'm to be honest with that one, Eugene with Deep Impact, I always thought that was kind of fucking stupid because they could have lived. We're already slaves to the deep state. It's called a tax ID number. We have been for a long time. But the reality is that we can only control what we control. And even if you had the powers of an almighty God, would you really want them? Sounds cool at first, but reality would be a different thing entirely. Nah, no one world government to fight any aliens. We wouldn't have a fucking chance. It would be the equivalent of a bunch of people with bows and arrows fighting like indestructible tanks. We would stand damn near no chance against somebody with that kind of technology. And some people are like, well, we have nuclear weapons. No, we could just ruin the environment and kill everything in it, so this way it's unsustainable or uninhabitable. But reality is, they're not really going to do destruction to something that has shields. I mean, you would hope it would be the Vulcans. But what if it was the fucking Borg? Right? That's just it. What if instead of the Vulcans we got the Borg? I mean, I guess. They did a Borg collection once, and they had the origin of the Borg, and we actually created the Borg, believe it or not. Turned out it was like Voyager from the first Star Trek movie. The entity that took it over, that's what created the Borg. Just kind of weird. Shit. It's going to be a bitch to fix in post. Just dropping down these base layers as rough as it sits. Elon created Data. Well, actually, remember, Data is a later model. I don't know how much you watched. What was it? Enterprise, I think it was. It was Enterprise. I don't know. This is one of those ones I wish Stranded was here for. She could tell me. But Dr. Singh, the guy who created Data and all that, also played by Brent Spiner, I want to say it was an Enterprise. Maybe it was in something different. But he's actually the one who created Khan too. Like all the eugenics wars or whatever. He created like Khan Noon Singh, all that stuff. It was also in Strange New Worlds, I think it was called. The one Star Trek series that's modern. Well, yeah, Eugene. The whole thing is everybody, like Coast to Coast. I love Coast to Coast with Art Bell. Remember, 2 rules with Art Bell. 1, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And 2, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. So a lot of those people that called in, they're just telling a story to talk shit. Smooth Heine. It's not bad looking. Make sure I waxed her bikini line. I did. Okay, good. Yeah, she's waxed. All right, that's not bad so far. That's a good color scheme. Yeah, Janeway destroyed the Borg. But how many worlds did they destroy before they were destroyed? How many races did they assimilate? And destroying the Borg may not have been a good thing. She injected the Hana virus into the collective. I never saw Picard. Everybody told me that Picard season 3 was fantastic. Give me 1 second here, guys. I just heard my wife walk through. I need to shout at her real quick. I'll be right back. All right, cool. Yeah, I was right on my call. Whenever it comes to color theory, ask somebody who has brilliant color theory. Thought I had the colors, kind of where they're going to pull from the yellow skin. And I was correct. They do. But yeah, so the Borg Queen is still around even though Janeway destroyed them. Well, isn't Picard a cyborg now or a robot? I never saw the show, so I remember hearing something like that, like he died and they basically like gave him a positronic brain or whatever. I mean, look, who was the better captain, Picard or Kirk? It's always going to be Kirk. It'll always be Captain Kirk. And the reason why is because Picard couldn't beat an opponent, so he had to go find Kirk. I mean, my favorite of the captains is Archer, but that's just me. Yeah. Well, Picard was made way, that was a few years ago. They did like 3 seasons. And apparently the first 2 seasons were absolute ass, and the 3rd season made up for everything. Or the first season was ass, the 2nd season, the 3rd season made up for it. I mean, I don't know. I probably will never watch it if I'm to be honest, Eugene. Yeah, I mean, you're fine, Eugene, if you want to spoil it, because I spoil shit all the time. Even when I try not to. Damn it, that one little tiny hair on this brush that pulled. Oh, by the way, I don't even know if I held this shit up. This is what I was using, though. Oh, maybe it might help if I actually put it in there. Dark Prussian blue is the color I'm using, 70.899 to get the shading and base coat done on her bone work. Actually, I gotta clean this brush. It's a little dry. Yeah, all the post-Enterprise stuff is... Some of it's alright. Some of it's really fucking bad. Like Star Trek Voyager had kind of an interesting premise. And... Or, not... Was it Voyager? What the hell was the one I'm thinking of? damn. I can't, I'm trying to remember what it was. It's not Voyager. Voyager was Janeway. It came out not long ago. It was terrible. Like the first season was all right, and then it just got worse and worse and worse as time went. This it was Discovery. Yes, I think it's Discovery. I think that's what it was. Like they used the tardigrades to travel space time and all that, and the captain turned out he was from a mirrorverse, and it started out with a little bit of promise there, and then just went to total shit. I think you're right. I think it is Discovery. Strange New Worlds was okay. Yeah. Yep. It's Discovery. If that's what you're saying, because it did. It just went fucking stupid. Where it started off with like a Klingon war and all that kind of shit. And just, it went woke and went bad. And I hate saying went woke. Woke is such a fucking dead word. Like, it's like calling people libtards. Fucking stupid. You know, that's why I haven't said the Odyssey is woke. Try to get away from using that word. Like, even if you understand what somebody's saying when they say, oh, well, that's woke. It's kind of like, no, it's just fucking bad. Or it's ideological, you know. Woke. It's not really woke. It's just fucking shit. Plays politics with its narrative. So many better ways of describing something that's just shitty. It's like calling somebody an SJW nowadays. Like, what? Social justice warrior? It's kind of a... Why don't you just call him a arrogant fuck? That's a better term. People, it's just those old definitions and stuff. It's something that boomers do. I swear to God, it's how you attract boomers into your chats, into your thing and all that, is start talking about the woke libtard SJWs. Like, okay, those words meant something at one point. They really don't when we were in the middle of a culture war, like a major culture war. They all meant something. We're not really... Culture war's over, guys. They lost. Doesn't mean they don't still exist. Just, we got to come up with new terminology for them, because Enterprise is one of my favorite series. It absolutely is. It wasn't when it was on TV. I didn't watch Star Trek Next Generation is the only one I ever, Star Trek Next Generation. I watched every episode when it was airing, right? Enterprise, I didn't watch till after it was well off TV, and only because a guy I work with told me to watch it. Was like, yeah, man, you need to watch this. It's fucking great and everything. And I watched it, and I did. I actually really enjoyed the shit out of it. I think the reason I liked Enterprise so much up until like the last season's kind of shitty. But I think it was the Xindi War that they get into. I think the whole arc of the Xindi War was amazing. They had to travel into a space that they're not used to. They have all these different fucking issues with traveling in said space, fighting an enemy that was finally worthy of seeing on the screen them fight. There's a couple episodes that I really don't like of it. If I'm to be full on honest, I was pissed about. One of those episodes is when they find the Borg cube. That episode actually pissed me off quite a bit. The Borg should not have ever, never, ever been involved in early Star Trek. It should never even be mentioned. It should never come into it. And the reason why is because of Star Trek The Next Generation. And if you guys know the origin of the Borg, you know what I mean. In The Next Generation, the way they even come across the Borg is because of Q. Because Jean-Luc Picard gets arrogant, and Q shows up on the ship, and he's telling Q, well, we handled this, we handled that, and they dealt with something. And he said, we can handle any challenge that you throw at us. And Q throws him out in the middle of, I don't know if it's the Delta Quadrant or wherever. He pops him in time space and makes him come across the Borg. And that supposedly is what even put humanity on the Borg's radar, for them to show up later on to attack and all that stuff. So the Borg should not even exist in our timeline. In the regular old Enterprise timeline, let alone be trapped under ice in, I think it was like Antarctica or something, but they were on Earth. And it's like, yeah, no, that episode always pissed me off. Like, come up with new enemies to fight. The Xindi were brilliant. I liked the different races, different species of them, which is funny because, you know, we were just talking about this earlier about our government coming out and saying, well, yeah, we believe there's insect species, there's a reptilian species, there's the tall whites, which are basically the Nordics, the regular gray alien, right? And it's like the Xindi species. That's exactly pretty much what it was. You had reptilians, you had the ones that were like evolved sloths, you had ones that were human-like, you had the insects, and then you had the aquadians, I want to say. I don't know, they were aquatic ones that were like the most powerful. And then you had a part of their race that was completely wiped out that were avian. I always like that aspect to it. Maybe there's Vulcans in a small Pennsylvania town, one's hustling pool. I don't know. I mean, if there are aliens, maybe there are aliens walking among us and we don't know it. Definitely possible. Not probable, but possible. Like, I think the thing with Enterprise that I always really enjoyed about it, though, is it was the beginning. You know what I mean? You didn't have established things. Like, we were just getting our toes out into space. We're just taking our first steps into what they hit, like warp 5 or something, and they're all excited about it, or warp 3, and they're like, we just went faster than anybody else ever has. Like little things like this, you know, shit like why the Prime Directive exists. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The chick who played T'Pol was hotter than all get out. She really was. I'm going to say out of all the Star Trek women, T'Pol has to be one of the hottest. Yeah, when they all first get on Enterprise. But the whole thing is, the space program's already established. They already know that they're, you know, that there's something out there, what they're going to be coming across, what they're going to be dealing with for the most part, right? Like their whole point is, the whole point to Star Trek is they're exploring new lands, new worlds, boldly going where no one's ever gone before, right? Like that's the whole point to Star Trek is us exploring, and it's them continuing basically Archer's mission, but because he was the first one out there, you go back and you watch like the first season of Enterprise. They go out there and they think everybody's going to be like the fucking Vulcans. And like they don't even have weapons on their ship. They have to go into a spaceport in a space dock and put weapons on the ship because they almost get fucking raided and taken over. Bob, what's going on, brother? How are you, man? It's great to see you. I can believe she still looks really good. How long you been here, Bob? You know, everybody's worried about you. You had everybody worried about you, Bob. Everybody's like, where the hell's Bob at? Yeah, I mean, most of the Star Trek ladies aged very well. Up until her death, I still would have, taken a run at her if I wasn't married. Oh, you're on Discord. Oh, hold on, Bob. I'll fire it up. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a drop in from Bob, and hopefully an update. Oh shit, wrong mouse. Let's see, what do we got? A little bit of that Discord. Since I set up this dual monitor stream, it's weird. Weird. Oh, I see you, Bob. I'll grab you now. I think we got Bob. Somebody in the chat, tell me if you can hear Bob when he speaks. Bob, you're live. I see his thing going, but I'm not hearing him. Hold on. Let's see if we can't figure that out. Desktop audio beta. All right. I think I know what's wrong, Bob. Give me 1 second. That's got me in general. Why is that not picking that up? Let me switch it to this. Hate it when it does this shit. Why is Discord not picking up Bob? This is regular audio. That's chat. That's my camera. Discord. Let me see if I can't get it with the vid cap. All right. Here we go. Sorry, Bob, I'm working on it. I haven't gotten to test fire Discord on this new system. Try now, Bob. Still not seeing anything. Hit that button, see if that does anything. Properties, Discord live. Yep. Go ahead, Bob. Say something, bud. You had a crush on Scott Bakula since Quantum Leap. Nice beans. I can see, yeah, I am lighting up in Discord. Bob's not talking right now. Waiting for Bob to say something. Wait, hold on. I think he just lit up. He's lighting up. Why am I not hearing him though? Can you guys hear him? Like, we definitely have the audio captured. Application beta is there. No, you can't hear him either. Yeah, I definitely have his audio capped too. Try this. Yeah, it just turns it off. He's talking too. I can see him light up. So he should be saying something, but I am not getting any kind of throughput. Like no voice, no nothing. Let me fuck with this real quick, Bob. Let me go to my settings. Real tech. Yeah. Sound. Sounds good. Sound volume input. Now to my Yeti. Yeah, so I should be hearing it in my ears. Audio. Allow. Format. Yep. Input volume is good. Let's see. Volume's at 17% on that. Okay, that's great. Something happened, I think, with the Yeti. Volume, microphone. And why didn't that switch? That should be that. Okay. Did my volume on my microphone get louder by chance, guys? Because I just switched it over. It looks like it was my camera picking up my microphone for some reason. Speakers are going out to the Yeti. That's USB. No, that's good. Look at my apps. System, home. I really miss my old setup. I'm gonna be honest. Still the same. My voice is still the same. Okay. I mean, that's good and bad, I guess. All right, that's going to switch over that. Bob's still trying to talk. His volume's up. He's not muted. No, don't need to ban him. None of that shit. I don't have double echo on me, right? Let me see something. You know, it's something to do with Discord itself. Hold on, Bob. It's going to remove me from the channel. You'll still be here. It's going to knock me out of my voice chat. Why the fuck is this not picking up? All right, I'm back in voice chat with Bob. That's just an edit for the channel. I don't know why this isn't. Yeah, Bob's definitely trying to talk. I can see him. Voice suppression, share screen. Don't want to turn on my camera. Output options. Let me see. If I'm testing the mic's going through, so Bob can probably hear me. Speaker. Let's try this. Oh, I can hear Bob now. Can you guys hear Bob?
Yeah.
No, I know you can hear me, Bob. I'm asking everybody in whatchamacallit, can you guys hear me? Or can you hear Bob now? Waiting for them to respond. Say something, but just talk for a minute, Bob.
Okay. Well, I got a hell of a story to tell you.
Oh, hell yeah. Yep, it looks like Beans can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So first off, I'm glad to hear from you and was worried about you.
Well,
because, yeah, you've been MIA, buddy. Even Devin was in here asking about you the other day.
you should be, because the cops carried me away.
What?
I'm not shitting you.
I know you're not shitting me, but what do you mean the cops carried you away?
Apparently, I had some sort of fit. They're not exactly sure what to call it.
You didn't kick nobody in the nuts, did you?
No, didn't do that.
Okay, good.
But what happened was, when I was coming out of my bathroom, my whole body just kind of locked up. I mean, locked up hard.
Oh, shit.
And fell to the ground. And my son kind of freaked out, as you would expect one to freak out.
Oh, yeah.
And ran over and got Tony.
Thank God.
I don't know. So, Tony, of course, retired chief of police, you know, he comes in and he's trying to stick a stalker or not. He's trying to stick something in. He thinks I'm having an epilepsy.
Oh, I got you. An epileptic seizure?
Yeah. Well, that wasn't it at all.
Oh, no.
What it was I had. Here's what was going on, and this is a danger out to y'all folks out there, okay? I did not know this was a danger, but if you drink a lot of beer for a long time,
okay,
and then you decide to quit drinking beer,
it'll send you into a fit.
That's exactly what happened to me.
True story. That happened with me one time, Bob, back in the day. We were playing, I had quit drinking cold turkey and I was whacking back Jack Daniels like it was running out of the world, you know. And I was playing in the middle of playing, I don't know if it was Guitar Hero or Rock Band, but a video game, right? We had to stand up and play the guitars or whatever. I was playing with my buddy Bagum D. And I dropped. Like my whole body locked up and I dropped. And D was like, oh my God, what's going on? He started to panic. And then he noticed I was pointing and reaching towards a bottle of Jack Daniels. And he gave me a shot of Jack Daniels and it fucking snapped me right out of it.
Well, I wish somebody had given me a beer because it would have saved me 2 goddamn days of my life. 3 days.
Well, I'm glad you're all right. You know, number one, like Beans just said that too. I'm happy that you're safe and alive. You know.
Well, what they did was they took me to the hospital and they basically put me into the funny farm room.
Into a funny farm room? Really?
The whole padded room and everything.
What?
Yep.
Why the fuck would they do that?
I don't know. I didn't bite nobody. I didn't kick nobody. I didn't hit nobody. But they put me into this padded room.
Wow.
Now, they gave me a bed and they gave me a TV. But, and I'd never seen this before, the bed had an alarm on it.
An alarm?
Yes.
In case you got out of it?
If you got out the bed, the alarm went off.
Fuck.
And so you were stuck in this little, I don't know, 7x4 bed, and you couldn't go anywhere. And they left me there for 3 days.
Holy shit. So that's where you've been?
Yes.
Oh my God, Bob. Yeah, like. Whew.
And then they come in this morning. And you know what you are when you're in those places? There's a clock there. You become a clock watcher.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, what the fuck else do you got to do other than watch time?
Well, they had a TV, but
Did they put on Fox News for you?
Well, you have your own remote, but this remote is on a cord that's so short, even Jeffrey Dahmer couldn't hang himself with it.
Oh,
or
Jesus.
Epstein. Even Epstein couldn't hang himself with it. And I was like, this is not good.
No, that's way not. Well, I mean, hopefully you weren't thinking of hanging yourself, but yeah, that's not good.
Well, when I fell down, I kind of fucked up my arm a little bit. As a matter of fact, they still got it wrapped up. So, and of course, I'm no longer allowed to drink at all.
At all?
At all.
Oh, wow.
I can't even sniff a beer.
I mean, you're not allowed to drink because it'll throw you back into a fit, or you're not allowed to drink because of everything that happened?
I don't know. Now, my son kind of came up with a pretty good idea. He was like, well, why don't we get some O'Doul's?
That is a good idea. Near beer, no alcohol in it.
So I'm thinking about that, but I don't even want to push that right now.
No, I hear you. How long ago did you get out of the hospital?
That's just it. They didn't let me out.
Oh, shit. Here we go. You didn't kick anybody's nuts to get out, did you?
No.
Okay, good.
But you have to leave against the medical advice.
Yeah.
So my doctor, a great big fat imposing man, of course, you know, he comes in And because earlier they had whispered, some of the nurses had whispered, "Oh, he's getting out of here today," and I was like, "Yes." So I was all hyped up to get out, right? And then they come in and they're like, no. Now, personally, I think that part of it is a scam.
You think they were just trying to get as much
They
loot as
want to keep you
possible?
in there as long as possible to build the government as long as possible.
Oh, that's right, because it's all government subsidized.
For me, it is, yes.
Yeah, right.
So I think that's part of the scam.
Gotcha.
So finally, the doc fucking shows up. And he's like, "Okay, well, we're going to keep you in here a couple more days." I said, "Doc, I'm leaving here today."
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, "Well, you can't do that without my permission." I said, "No." I said, I checked because my daughter actually, I was shocked that she visited, by the way.
Why?
I don't know. But she brought me my phone, and my phone told me you can leave the hospital if you weren't. Um, there was a couple of,
Yeah, like if you're on psych watch
yeah, can't do that.
in severe, you're going to die if you leave. They won't let you go.
Right.
You have to
Right.
sign a waiver.
Right. But other than that, you can say you're going to request to go against your doctor's recommendations and you're going to leave. And I fell into that category. So I'm like, this is it. This is the statute. It said, I'm leaving. So they had me sign a bunch of waivers and a bunch of paperwork. And finally, I got to walk out to the goddamn door. You know, it's funny because the nurses that had been feeding me, and by the way, they
Oh.
fed me pretty good.
Oh, yeah? You didn't give them anything on the side, did you there, Bob? I know how you are, sir.
No. Wasn't worth any of them giving anything to.
Fair enough.
But they gave me like this one hamburger that was fucking huge.
Oh. Yeah, so that's iron and protein they were trying to get in you.
Yeah. But so anyhow, now I'm here.
Damn, dude.
And I just took a nap, so that's all good.
Oh, my God. Dear Lord, Bob. Yeah, I mean, you know it's bad
This
when
is
even David's like, yo, is Bob all right? I haven't heard from Bob.
This is one of the very first times I've talked to you without a beer in my hand.
Yeah, that's kind of odd, isn't it?
Very. Very, very odd.
Dear Lord, man.
So that's my sad woe.
Well, shit. I mean, you know, there was a lot of rampant speculation on where Bob is, and I fell into, and this is me, you know, like just being me, Bob. I was like, Bob probably met some chick and is out having the time of his life.
Hell, I wish it was that.
Yeah, well, you know, I was betting on you, Bob. I was betting on you.
Well, you lost your money you put on the table.
Yeah, it's fair. It happens.
But yeah, that's the truth about what was going on in the last couple of days.
Good Lord. Well,
Yeah.
Are you feeling better?
Of course, the whole fucking neighborhood knows about it.
Fuck
You know,
'em.
the whole cul-de-sac knows about it because they
Yeah.
sent cops and they sent ambulances. I had to go in an ambulance. First time I ever been in an ambulance in my life.
Wow. You know, I've never. I'm not even going to say that. I was going to say I've not been in an ambulance myself, but I'm going to knock wood on it, I guess, because it's a good thing. Damn, dude.
Yeah, it is a good thing.
That is crazy.
when you asked me, "Hey Bob, where you been?" Bet you didn't expect that.
No, I expected nothing of the sort. I figured you were going to say, so I was at the bar and there was this girl and her boyfriend got a little mouthy with me and I kicked his nuts and took her home. And that's where I've been for the past like little bit of time, is enjoying myself.
That would have been a lot better.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It was just the whole padded room thing that pissed me off.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird.
And the thing about it is, I think it's the same room my son was born in.
What?
Yeah, it's the same hospital. I think it was the same room. They just turned it into a funny farm room.
I mean, like I said, you didn't exhibit any. You didn't display any kind of violent behavior or anything, so.
No, I didn't hit nobody. I didn't bite nobody. I mean, I wasn't.
You didn't threaten to kick anybody's ass, right?
No, but I wasn't the most willing participant. Let's say that.
Yeah, I can imagine. I wouldn't
Let's
have
say
been.
if I'd have been on cops and I'd been black, they probably would have shot me.
Oh shit. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense then. That absolutely makes a little bit more sense. Not a ton of sense, but a little bit more, you know. Yeah.
So what's been going on with you?
You know, same old, same old. Just watching bullshit go by. My 3D printer died. I fixed it. It died again. And because Elegoo, the one company, is so amazing with their customer service, which is why I always buy all their stuff. Right. Back in the day, my first 3D printer, I had an issue and the screen died. Just stopped working. And I messaged them and said, hey, look, tech support, I got an issue with the screen, everything else. I said, all right, can you send us video of it? We want you to run this test, that test, the other test. I did. And it was my first 3D printer. So who knows, maybe I fucked it up, right? I sent them and they said, yeah, your screen is dead. We'll send you out a new one. They sent me 2, just in case something was wrong with the replacement they sent. And I was like, man, and they sent it fast. And I was like, that's customer service. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't make me fight for this, nothing else. So I've been a fan of theirs ever since. Got my second 3D printer through them. I got my, my big plastic FDM printer through them. And I got my current resin printer, which is a Saturn IV Ultra 16K through them. Get all my material through them, the whole 9 yards. Well, they sent me out a little checklist, like try doing this, try doing that, try doing the other thing, because there's a motor that makes the one piece lift and lower. That motor was grinding and my prints, nothing would print right. So I diagnosed it, go online, do all that shit. And then I reach out to their tech support and they're like, okay, we want you to take all the grease off there's this giant ass screw that runs into the motor. Like, we want you to take all the grease off that, re-grease it with machine grease, and, hopefully that fixes it. Well, I did that and it did like 2 prints and then it started grinding again. So I messaged them and said, yeah, I did this, I did that, started grinding again. They said, okay. And, they're like, we'll email you in like a day. So I just figured they're going to send me out the motor to replace, which is a pain in the ass. I got to take apart basically the entire machine to get to this one piece. And they messaged me back and said, we will be shipping your brand new printer. So they're replacing the entirety of the printer.
Damn.
And they're like, you can either send the old printer back to us. We will refurbish it and sell it. And we'll credit you that cost or whatever. We'll give you money on top of it. Or you can keep the old printer and use it as spare parts. So I was like, I'll keep the old printer, use it as spare parts. But this way I have a backup screen. I have a backup build plate. I have a backup bat. I've got, in case something goes wrong with this new one, I can just replace parts. All except for this one part. But yeah, I mean, their customer service is just outstanding. So it should be here like, I think Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. But they already shipped that shit out, FedEx and everything. Just not even fucking around. But yeah,
Let me tell you,
that was pretty much it. Good.
you know what you miss when you're fucking stuck in a room for 3 days? The most.
I'm gonna say taking a shit when you want to.
Yeah, I couldn't even do that.
Yeah, not with a bed alarm.
When one of the nurses come in, I had to tell her, gotta take a dump. No, what you missed are these goddamn cigarettes.
Oh shit! Did you tell them that you're a smoker?
Yeah, they knew I was a smoker.
Did they give you patches?
They gave me a patch. It didn't help.
Ah, fuck, bro. Were you able to quit smoking?
For 3 days. I
Oh shit. Okay. So you're like me. You don't want to quit.
didn't have a choice, did I? As soon as I got home, though, fired one up. Actually, it wasn't even when I got home. I told my son who picked me up. I said, bring me Diet Coke and my cigarettes.
Immediately, yeah.
I had one in the car, which I never have one in the car. I cracked the window for you ladies.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
That's what I kept dreaming about sitting there. Go, give me a smoke, give me a smoke.
Oh, I can imagine, bro. You're already stressed out and then not being able to smoke on top of it.
That's bad.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That'll put you, that's why they'd have to throw me in a rubber room if they're going to cut my cigarettes off. I'll tell you what. I fucking would have murdered 3 people. I didn't even think about that.
No beans, first cigarette did not make me high. I've been smoking for too long for that to happen.
Well, not just that, but if they put him on a patch, then he's getting direct dermal nicotine. So that'll keep the nicotine level from dropping down and making him fiend like that. It's the nicotine that gets you high first time you smoke. But
And by the way, Beans, don't you ever smoke. That's my dad coming out of me. You know, none of my kids smoke.
I thought you was a smoker.
Well, my daughter smokes weed like crazy, but she doesn't smoke regular cigarettes.
Yeah, I think Beans is a smoker. Yeah, she does
Too
smoke.
late. Yeah, my daughter smokes. Matter of fact, she grows. Her and her now husband, they grow their own marijuana plants, and I'll tell you, they got some pretty good buds out there. She's offered a couple of them to me, but I'm like, nah, I'll pass.
Good Lord, I couldn't imagine Stone Bob.
That would not be good. I'm already kind of free spirited.
Yeah, just a little bit. Holy shit.
I got this one scab on my right shoulder though. I'm not sure where it came from. It might have been when I fell down. But that thing hurts more than the whole thing on my arm.
Damn.
It's more of a, and I think it's because it's like a skin burn, on the knee.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. I gotcha. So what, you just tried to quit drinking on your own and just stopped?
I did.
Damn, dude.
Well, here was the plan, and actually me and my son had talked about it. the plan was I would cut back to 4 beers in a night.
Okay.
And you gotta remember, I never started drinking until
Right. Till the
9 o'clock.
passing.
9 o'clock. 9
Right.
o'clock.
Yeah. You didn't drink till later in the night. You're right.
And so we tried that and it went okay. And we did that a couple of days. And then we said, okay, we'll cut it back down to 2.
Okay.
And so it was on the second day after only having 2 beers that this happened.
Shit.
That's what they called it. They called my disease alcohol. What is? It's not deficiency, but it's the same thing.
Withdrawal.
Withdrawal. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, which means that, Bob, you've been drinking quite a bit lately. Well, you were.
Well, I'd gotten up to about 12 beers a night.
Wow. Wow, you're up to a 12er a night, huh?
Yeah.
How long were you running that for? Year?
Couple months.
Couple months. Yeah, it being said so is like withdrawal symptoms, exactly. Yeah, that was me when I tried to cold turkey. Like, I mean, I cold turkey too. And the crash out was just ridiculous.
But I never expected I figured it had some sort of mental issues that would happen, but I never expected a physical thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where
so the whole
it just locked up my whole body. It was like my body didn't have any lubricant.
Yeah. Well, it's like when you did that's why I said they didn't patch you when you're in the hospital. If you're a smoker, you got to tell them you're a smoker and they'll throw the nicotine patch on you immediately, because you can legit send somebody in a cardiac arrest. Like me, for example, I smoke about a pack and a half now a day. I used to smoke actually, I don't even smoke a pack and a half. I smoke like a pack since I started rolling my own. Right. But you get so used to, your body's so used to that input of nicotine. It's just part of you now. Like, it basically works into your chemicals in your body, your physiology, whatever. If you've been drinking like that every day for so many months and you just stop it, it's kind of like your body's expecting this to be there. It's already adapted to it. So now you're throwing it out of a rhythm, and it causes side effects.
Tell you what, it was fucking severe.
Oh, I don't fucking doubt it. I'm just glad you're all right, you know?
Well, and the worst thing is I couldn't get out that goddamn room. They wouldn't let me walk. I need to walk.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be caged up like a fucking animal.
Well, I mean, when earlier today, when they pretty much knew I was going to leave, they decided to let me walk. And they have this long ass hallway. And I could barely make it down that hallway.
Your legs?
Yeah, they were just not strong enough to walk. Because that
atrophy.
That sets in.
Yeah. Especially if you're stuck on the bed.
The shorter you are, the faster it happens.
Yeah, I can believe that. I could see that. It makes sense.
So, I thought I would stop by and say hello.
Well, I'm happy you did, because like I said, it's not just me who worries about you. You had a lot of people worried about you. You know, fuck yeah, because I don't know. I don't go to ABL streams. The
I
only
wouldn't
time,
there either.
yeah, the only time I drop by ABLs is to see Devin, just say hello real quick, and then I'll be like, enjoy your show and leave. And I dropped by, I don't know if it was like last week. I was like, hey, have you heard from Bob at all? Or no, she was in my stream. That's right. I dropped in, said hi to her or whatever. And then she dropped in and I was like, how's everything going? Have you talked to Bob lately? And she said, no, I haven't heard from him in a minute. And I was like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah,
Like,
well, now you know. Now you know why.
yeah. Yeah, like I
Now I
said.
have to ask a question that's uncomfortable.
Go ahead.
Anybody seen Sheree?
No, that's not uncomfortable either. The moment I see Sheree or hear from her or anything, I'll let you know. But I have not seen Sheree. Still have no idea what happened, anything else.
She might be in the funny farm room right next to mine. There was two of us.
No. One, Sheree's out in Ohio. Two, I knew stuff that was going on behind the scenes that nobody knew about. Mainly concerning her own personal private business with family. And I told her, like, you know, the whole reason why she told me is because she knew I wouldn't fucking say anything. Like, I keep my fucking mouth shut, and the only thing I can say is that it wasn't her that, like, she's dying or anything like this, you know. But I kind of figured shit was about to happen and she was going to have to go deal with it. And then sure enough, she ended up disappearing. And I've heard that, you know, people have seen her here and there, but I don't know if that's true. I see people every now and again when I was going in ABL streams, I would see people shout her out still to this day. And
well, Atomic did actually reach out to me right before all this bullshit went down.
Oh, good. How's she doing?
I don't know. She just said, "Yeah, I'm here," and I was like, "Oh, great!" I didn't pry into her business.
Gotcha.
It was just like, "Been a while, and I'm glad to hear from you." So
Yeah.
I know she's out there.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, I don't know what happened to her. You had said like that whole thing was, you know, the alleged incident with Alien.
No, not alleged.
Well, I've got to say alleged, Bob, because I don't have first-hand knowledge, and I'm not friends with Atomic like you are. You know, I don't want
Good
to.
point.
You know, like I got my own problems with the dude. So if I started saying shit like that without full-on evidence to me, you know what I mean?
Good point.
It would look like I'm just being a fucking douche or disingenuous or whatever, or dragging somebody, and I don't want it to come across like that. I would love to get a hold of, like, you know, I would love to have Atomic in the chat and just discuss it with her, but I don't think she doesn't like me because
very rarely. She's so busy.
Well, she doesn't like me because I don't, you know, I talk shit on Trump all the time. But
at this point, I don't think she's big on ABL either.
you're
talking about Trump?
No, I said Trump. Yeah.
She knows I'm a huge Trump fan.
Oh, I know you are too. I call balls and strikes. You know what I mean? And just what I've seen, I don't like. But that's just me, and I don't. You know how I am, Bob. I don't fault anybody for who they follow, what they like. I don't care if you're a leftist. I don't care if you're hard right. I don't care if you're a Trump guy. I don't care if you're a Biden guy. Like, it doesn't matter to me. It's really about you as a person versus what your political leanings are. But some
Good night,
people.
Beans.
You have a great week too, Beans, and I hope it goes very well for you and you're feeling better.
I think it's just me and you on the channel.
There's 4 people. There's you and like 3 others. Eugene might still be here chilling. But yeah, I mean it's been quiet. But yeah, I mean ABL, you know, he's doing his thing. I don't know a whole lot of what's going on over there or anything else. I do know that I get a lot of people that used to watch ABL don't anymore. That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
He goes into his stuff. But yeah, like that's just it. I would love to have the evidence or have a conversation with Atomic, hear her side of everything and that kind of shit. But I don't really know her like that. So I also feel it's not my circus, not my monkeys too at the same point, you know.
All right. Well, I don't know how much longer I'm staying on.
Nah, you're all right because you don't have you know, like normally you sit here, you throw back a few and you bullshit.
Right now, I didn't get that to do.
Well, you gotta break that habit too, because if you're used to talking to me with a beer in your hand, and you don't have a beer in your hand, right? It's gonna feel weird at first. It's gonna take a little while to get past that. Trust me. I get it, because when I first moved down here, first got married, all that stuff, and I quit drinking. It was the same kind of thing. Like everything just felt fucking weird to me, you know? Everything felt odd because I was always doing it while I was drinking.
Plus, for some reason, the week before all this shit went down, I couldn't remember the passcode to my computer.
Huh.
It was like before that happened, my brain was starting to forget stuff.
Yeah, you know what? This is a true story too, Bob. I've told you I'm a pool shooter.
Yeah, I'm a good shooter myself.
Right. Well, when I was drinking all the time, I used to do this thing where I'd get in a rhythm. I'd dance the table basically as I was knocking the balls in, have music going, run a rack, no problem, everything else. When I stopped drinking, because I always drank when I was playing pool, I couldn't string 2 balls together. My hands would shake. Everything felt off when I was shooting pool, and it's because my memory muscle was associated with that alcohol too. So it could be the same kind of deal where, you know, you got so used to being in a state when you were drunk or drinking that everything was kind of associated in your head with it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like
It does.
So you could just remember stuff easier or visualize like your password easier. And then once you stop drinking, it's like, well, wait a minute. How come I can't remember this shit? Because it's associated. Like if you had drank a beer, I bet you would have been like, oh yeah, here's my password. That kind of thing.
It's another thing because my hands was shaking real bad. So every day, at least twice a day, the doctor would come in and he told me to hold out my hand to see how bad it shakes.
Right.
Now my hands normally shake just a little bit anyhow. Always have my whole life.
So you have an essential tremor is what that's called.
Oh, and whenever they take my blood pressure, they're like calling people. Hey, you got to come down here, you know, because my blood pressure's always been here. I mean, like sometimes 200 over 170 or 165.
Do you get nervous around doctors?
Yeah.
That is called white coat syndrome. I have the same issue. When I go to the dentist, they take my blood pressure when I first sit down in the chair.
Right.
and it's always off the chart. And my wife actually had to tell him, she goes, yeah, he's got white coat syndrome. It's because he's nervous being in here at the dentist because he knows you're probably going to rip his teeth out. It's a real thing. Your blood pressure will shoot up. Like, it's not high normally. Like, if you were just taking it on your own, wouldn't be bad. But the moment you're around somebody in a white coat, like a doctor, you associate it with, like, you don't even realize you're associating it, right, with pain, with shit. You know, I'm going to need surgery. I'm going to need that. So all of a sudden your blood pressure, it makes you nervous. You don't even realize it's made you nervous. And it's going to shoot your blood pressure up. Beans just weighed in and said, I have white coat syndrome too.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like crazy high. And the doc was like, oh my God. First they thought it was my heart, you know? And they still got these goddamn stickers on me. I'm still finding them everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
They had one of those.
For the leads to monitor everything. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still finding them on my chest, god damn it.
Oh.
You would think they'd take it off of me when they, let me out of there. No, I think they were pissed at me and they were just like, fuck him, let him go the way he is.
Nah, they'll just miss him. They do that by accident. I mean, then again, maybe they were like, fuck him, get him the fuck out of here. This son of a bitch.
Another thing that's pissed off. Whenever you go to the bathroom, you get that thing hanging down there. It's got all those leads attached to it. You got to figure out how to move that goddamn thing aside so Johnny the Black Snake can come out and do his thing.
Oh, shit. Good old Johnny the Black Snake.
Well, it's a pain in the ass to move them because they're all hanging down right there.
Oof. Yeah, they definitely put you through it, Bob. Damn, brother. Yeah,
tough couple days.
Yeah,
tough
even Smurf had dropped in and asked about you.
Smurf.
Yeah, he dropped in. I'm going to say Friday. He was doing good. He dropped in, said hi to me and David before he went to work.
Good.
So he's doing good. He's just working his ass off. He's going through his own shit. And he has been for a minute now. Okay, so Bean says she gets it because she freaks out because the blood pressure machine gives her bruises.
Does squeeze hard.
Well, with me, my big thing wasn't around doctors. Like, my blood pressure is never high when I go to the doctor. It's when I go to the dentist. And it was the reason why my dental care was terrible for many, many years. Why I had to get all my teeth ripped. Because I went in, I had a tongue ring at one point when I was younger. Don't judge me, Bob. It was for,
Why was that the first thing that popped in your head?
Well, you never know. You might think I'm gay or something with that. But no, it was for her pleasure, not his, right? And what had happened was I was eating, I want to say steak, and didn't take the tongue ring out. Bit down and shattered one of my molars with it because it's a metal, it's a solid stainless steel ball, basically. Cracked the molar bad.
Hang on. I'm picturing a good steak.
Yeah, there you go. So I ended up going to the dentist or whatever, and it was a new dentist because my normal dentist, who was a terrible fucking dentist to begin with. But I went to this new dentist and just went in for an emergency appointment because he was covered under my health insurance. And he was like in a rush, but it was an emergency, got to have an extraction kind of deal.
Okay. You got to hang on.
Okay.
Normally when I say you got to hang on, it was because I got to go get a beer. But now I got to go get a Diet Coke.
Okay, go get your Diet Coke. I'll talk to Beans real quick. Also, why the fuck do they take our blood pressure at the dentist? Didn't used to be like that. So with the dentist, the things they're supposed to do is check your mouth to make sure there's no sign of cancer. This is something I learned. they're supposed to check to make sure that a lot of stuff is right. And the other part is with the blood pressure. There's people that go in for any kind of dental activity that'll have a heart attack because their blood pressure spikes because they get nervous and they get afraid. So they do that on purpose to make sure they log it, because if your blood pressure is already high, they're going to deal with you a lot different than if you have lower blood pressure, or you're going to run into some kind of medical issue, because they're not doctors, they're dentists. You know what I mean? Like they're not there to revive you if you die. They're there to repair teeth. So it's just one of the ways they're covering their own ass for the most part. Hopefully that made a little bit of sense to you, Beans.
Back.
Cool. So anyway, I sit down and this dentist, I don't know if he was in a rush to play golf, whatever the fuck. But this dentist, and mind you, I was like 20, I was early 20s at this point. But I sat down, told him what was wrong, everything else. He's like, oh yeah, it's broken, all this kind of stuff. We'll extract it. I was like, okay. Shoots me with the Novocaine. I didn't numb. I was still like, I was still like raw pain, could still feel it. And he's like probing it, and I'm like, right? Because you know they got their fucking hand in your mouth, so you can't exactly talk. And I'm like, I'm not numb. And he's like, I don't know, I'm pressing right here. It looks pretty numb to me. Dude, this motherfucker put this thing in my mouth that looked like a chisel and hit it with a small hammer. And I felt my tooth crack in the middle of it, because he's like, we have to pull this out in quarters. So he hit it one way, hit it the other way. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, I'm trying to say motherfucker and cuss him out or whatever, but he's got my, like, he's in there and on the fucking tooth. Pulls out the 4 pieces, goes, there you go, you're done. Put some gauze in my mouth and is like, you know, do this, that, and the other thing. All right, have a good day. Bro, I fucking didn't want to go to the dentist ever again. I was like, I will not go back to a dentist.
I had a dentist when I was in the Navy. I was on the Canopus, USS Canopus, and I was like you. We didn't own a toothbrush growing up. There were 12 kids in the family. We didn't own a toothbrush. So when I got put in the Navy by Judge Carter, when I went to my first ship and went to the dentist office, he was like, "Oh, shit." I mean, kind of under his breath, and he was like, "Okay, these two teeth in the front, the chompers."
Your incisors? You're talking about your
Yeah.
2 front teeth? Yeah.
They had like black pits that were like scalloped, like half moons.
Okay.
That's how bad they were. And so he's like, black dentist, great guy. He was like, we can fix this. And I was like, well, how many am I going to lose? And he's like, you don't have to lose any of them. It's going to be painful.
Gotcha.
So he sets up a schedule every Thursday. I got to go in and see him for 3 hours. He picks either 1 tooth, maybe 2 teeth, and he works on them and he fixes them.
Yeah, you had said something about this because you repaired something for him, right?
Yeah, I fixed his chair.
Yeah, that's right. You fixed his chair.
But anyhow, there was this one bottom tooth down here. See, what it is, he went in, and for the ones that he could do it, he pulled the root on them. He did root canals on all of them. And then if they needed a cap, he made a cap. So I have almost no roots in my teeth, but a lot of gold. Not in the very front. That looked gaudy. He put in that porcelain stuff there.
Yeah, I got you. It's resin, dental resin.
Yeah. But this one on the bottom, they're drilling on the top of it, and they won't get through. And what I found out later, because he told me, he says sometimes, because after we started the routine, I started brushing my teeth.
Right. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you kind of have to, you know.
And so
You don't want them getting fucked
what
up
had
again.
happened in the interim, because it was one of the last ones, was the center of the tooth had recalcified.
Okay.
So he's trying to drill through that, and it won't. And he brings in this female dentist, and her hands are shaking like a leaf because she says, "Well, I've had too much coffee this morning." Apparently, that affects things. And she's like poking and poking and poking, and they couldn't get it numb either. By the way,
Oh.
poking and poking and poking and poking, and the regular doc takes over, and he finally gets in the right spot, and it goes, and you could hear it go, and it
Oh.
just a geyser of blood comes out.
Oh.
And he's like, I think I got it.
Oh, shit.
It's a good thing she didn't faint.
Oh. Yeah,
But
I
I've
mean,
never had much. I've had some problems maintaining now. Now I have to maintain them.
yeah.
But I've not had like any big problem, any big new problems.
Well, I mean, that's great, though. It sucks you had to go through it initially, but that's good as long as you're maintaining. Give me 1 minute. Let me go grab this. I'll show you on stream. You'll get a kick out of this one. I'll be right back.
Yes, Beans, we are, but not right away. We're gonna give it about a month. So we're gonna go get some O'Douls. Which is sure to piss off my daughter.
All right. Now you're going to have a bit of a delay, Bob. But you want to see something fucked up? You there, Bob?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, remember you're going to be on a delay. I'm going to put them on camera now and just show. It's one of my fucking teeth. There you go. Look at the roots on these damn things. Zoom it in.
Holy shit.
Yep. See how it rotted right there from the alcohol? Yeah, that's my tooth. This is the root.
Bottom or top?
Top. Yeah.
Damn, man.
Yep. Yeah, you can tell.
Now, that looks like, like the third or fourth one on the right?
Look at that shit. Yeah. See how it was rotting into the, you can see it's from alcohol. You notice there's no cavity on the actual tooth. Like the tooth's down here. Right? That's your actual tooth.
At the gum line.
At the gum line, because that's where the alcohol settles. And yeah, because I mean I've got all my fucking teeth. Look at this bitch. Look at the root. This one.
Oh God.
Yep. See how bad it was?
You got them all.
Shattered. That's a molar.
Yep.
There's another molar. Look, you can see that's the filling that was in it. See how it was cracking? Well, actually, I think this one wasn't rotted out like that. That was actually a filling that went all the way through the fucking thing. Shattered out, but you can see it's all along the gum line.
Oh, man. See, the good thing is...
Look at this shit. That one is shattered.
Yours.
So I want you to think about this, though. The way this one looks, if I can actually get it in frame. Right there is where the root is. I tore that root out myself. I cut that root out because it had cracked. And instead of going to the dentist, but you can see exactly where the rot was. It's always right at the gum line. So yeah, they ripped the fucking teeth out of my face.
See, I got to keep all mine.
I did too. I did. Well, I got to keep most of them. I told them to throw out a bunch.
I got to keep mine in my head.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, mine was all, again, like I said. Did I lose it? Oh, no, I must have thrown it in there. Mine was all alcohol related. That's what rotted my teeth. Was passing out with after drinking copious amounts of Jack Daniels and not brushing my teeth before I passed out. And it ate right at the top. Now, what's funny is my bottoms are a lot like that too, but different dentist. And he's like, yeah, I can fix them. Like the dentist I'm at currently is like, yeah, I can fix these. He's like, there's 2 of them that are going to need caps. I just got to do a root canal and cap them.
All right.
But the others, I can actually fix them.
So I got a lot of caps. As a matter of fact, most of my tops are all cap gold.
Gotcha. Yeah, but I did that shit to myself. I really did. And you can see how bad, like, just imagine walking around. Smurf and I talk about this because Smurf's got dentures too, right? He had, I think, all his top removed, and like, I think he's got his bottom 6. I got more than that in my bottom, but Smurf had even said, he was like, yeah, man, Smurf's was from drinking Mountain Dew all the time.
I heard Mountain Dew was worse.
I mean, it kind of is, but yeah, Smurf said Mountain Dew is what did his teeth in. Like he's like, I couldn't even, he's like, I love my Mountain Dew. And Yeah. Yeah, he got his all taken out too. Actually, tell you the truth, that's one of the reasons why Smurf is definitely one of my best friends. Like, I love the dude, always will, is because before I got my teeth pulled, I told Smurf, I'm like, fuck, bro, this is what's happening. I'm super nervous about it. I'm super freaked out. And Smurf broke down to me, here's everything that's going to happen with it. Here's what they're going to tell you. Here's what the reality is. This is what it's going to be like. Like, he walked me through every part. He's like, this is going to suck. That's going to suck. He's like, you're going to wish that you still had your teeth. Like, there's times where I wish I still had my teeth in my face. You know what I mean? No matter how bad they were and how much they hurt and all that kind of stuff. He's like, you're going to want them back because there's going to be certain aspects you're going to miss. And the damn denture is going to pop, and this is going to happen with it. That's going to happen. They're going to tell you, you know, this part of it, and it's bullshit. He's like, but this part is good, and you're not going to be in pain anymore, and all that. And he prepped me through all of it, and I love the guy because when you're talking about something like, well, I just got all my teeth pulled, for example, right? It does something to you mentally. It really does. I don't know if you want to call it shattered confidence. I don't know what you want to call it, but it fucks with your head. Like, it really does. I don't know if this is like, you know, if somebody's getting their arm amputated. It's kind of the same thing, I would imagine. Where, you know, shit, I'm going to be a freak. I don't have my limb, you know, that kind of thing. I was like that with my teeth. And Smurf made it where it was okay that I went and got it done. So, but it's also one of those things that's kind of humiliating too. Like, fuck, I couldn't even take care of my teeth, you know?
Yeah.
And one of my big things was we had just gotten the puppy when I had him done. And there was this fear that went through me that shit. Because, you know, you see somebody without teeth. My face, you can't even tell that I've had all my teeth removed. But have you ever seen somebody who's missing their teeth and their whole face is like sunken the fuck in?
Oh, yeah.
Looks like they're sucking a lemon and like their face sucked in, you know, that kind of thing. So I was like, oh shit, you know, like even the dog's not going to recognize me. None of this stuff.
Them old ladies from the Appalachians.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I got that picture in my head or whatever. I got home and I look at my dog and I don't have my teeth anymore. And I'm like, fuck, my dog's not even going to recognize. And my dog licked me, like loved on me. And I was like, you just made this so much better, dog, because, you know, now I know I still look the same at least.
Yeah.
It didn't treat
Joey was crazy when I came in the house.
Yo, I don't doubt it. That poor puppers. I don't doubt it.
Well, man, I'm going to jump on out of here and try to get back some sleep.
Yeah, you get some rest. I'm going to finish up edging on the this base paint. I haven't decided if I want to do the interior one too. But I'm going to get this base painting done. And for the outer armor, I'll probably call it a night myself.
Can I ask you something?
Always.
What day is it?
Sunday, bud. Sunday. I've switched up the painting stream, which this probably has you fucked up a little bit. Like, fuck.
No. I've lost track of days.
Yeah, I can imagine. Did you, because if you were in a full padded room, you had no window.
No.
So you might be able to see the time, but you're not seeing the date and time. You don't know when the day switches over. And if you're judging it by the light outside, then yeah, you wouldn't even know what day it is.
I'm looking at the clock. Is it early Sunday morning or early Monday morning?
It's 2:22 a.m. on Monday morning.
Okay.
Francois Marion, thank you for the salute, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I got home, I had 368 emails.
Oh, Jesus. I haven't checked my email in ever.
Yeah, I still get job offers all the time.
Yeah, I
Not sure
mean,
they want to take me now.
why not? You just
Never
had
know when Bob's going to snap.
Bob, it's a medical issue. And, you know, what can you do? That happens.
I'll check them tomorrow. I'm not going to
Yeah.
check them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, medical issues are medical issues, brother. It's like I was saying about the teeth, you know? Um, it's the same thing. Look, what are you going to, they're not going to hire you because you try to get yourself well? You know, like that's just it. You wasn't like you were hammered, fell down a flight of stairs and fucked yourself up. You were trying to quit drinking and jacked yourself up. That's all right. You're still going to be able to quit drinking. You're just going to have to take your time with it. That's all. Well, actually, now there is no taking your time. You're already past the detox or withdrawal stage, so you'll be all right.
Well, they gave me a series of pills, and I got to take 4 of them a day. And I know what they're for. They're for if you do drink alcohol, you'll get violently ill.
A butyrol, is that what it's called?
Something like that. Yeah.
I think it's a butyrol. Yeah. Matter of fact, back in the day, I know this doesn't really have much to do with anything. Oh, Francois says it's not Monday until the sun comes up or you wake up, whichever you experience first. I like that logic and I follow it. I appreciate that one. Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah, there's a famous story. It's WWE, wrestlers or whatever. Back in the day, there's a guy named Scott Hall who was a notorious alcoholic. And he got court ordered. He had to be on that stuff, on a Adbuterol or what have you. And it made him violently sick. Like even going near beer would make him fucking violently sick. So he did they were doing an angle. You know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is?
Sure.
You know how he does what his famous thing is. Gonna drink a couple beers, kick some ass. That kind of thing. He did this whole thing where he knocked Scott Hall down in the backstage segment and poured a beer on his head. And didn't realize he was on that shit. And Scott Hall got fucking violently sick. Like apparently after they were done the segment. Like bad.
I think about it. And back when I was in the Navy, I was the drug and alcohol abuse guy.
Well, Bob, you've been down a hard road lately. I don't think you're normally an alcoholic or a hammerfuck drunk where you're always being irresponsible with your drinking or taking it to excess. Now, maybe it's grown there, but you've been, every time you've called in with me and had talks and everything, you're working shit out in your head. Usually you're going through it. You just had some craziness happen in your life. Things aren't always, good. And I think you're working your way through it. And the fact that you recognize and I got to stop drinking, that's a good thing, right? That means that you were still being responsible with your alcohol and all that. If you had asked me about it beforehand or said, I'm trying to quit drinking, I would have flat out told you, do not cold turkey that shit.
Right.
Yeah, I would have told you the story about, like I just told you the story where I was playing Rock Band. And I ended up hitting the deck. Kind of the same way. The only difference was D just gave me some alcohol. He realized I was reaching for the bottle.
I just never had my body lock up like that before.
That's, at first when you said it, I was like, oh shit, Bob had a stroke. Because that's what strokes are kind of like. Everything will go tilty. And then your body just kind of freezes and you can't catch your balance and you fall over.
Well, they kind of thought about that too, and they gave me one of those CT scans.
Yeah.
Pretty much every scan you could think of, they gave it to me.
Yeah. I mean, that only makes sense to me because I've had this discussion with a medical professional before, and they've told me, they're like, yeah, it's called tilting. And this is what it's like, and this is what'll happen. You'll if you're having a heart attack, what have you, you'll get pain in your arm. You'll also probably get jaw pain. Now, the person who told me this was actually, or told me exactly what it felt like when they had it, was a guy that was a pharmacist. And shout out to him because he warned me about this. He is in the shower, and he goes, and out of nowhere, I just start tilting to the left, like rocking a little bit, like, oh, and he's like, but I haven't been drinking, nothing else. And he's a little bit older than I am, not much, just a little. And he's like, he ended up, he's like, I knew right away. I was like, shit, I'm experiencing the signs and symptoms of a stroke. Jumped out of the shower as best he could, grabbed aspirin and swallowed a couple of aspirin, and that saved his life, actually. But yeah,
I actually rock back and forth all the time.
Yeah, that one was kind of scary. Well, no, this is different, Bob. Like, you know how when you it'll feel like, you ever go on like the tilt-a-whirl or something like that, something that spins you real fast, and you know how you get that dizzy feeling when you walk off the ride, like you can't catch your balance no matter what you do?
Yeah.
That's tilting. That's your first sign that something's wrong and you're possibly having a stroke. Everything will go wonky like that, almost like when you drink way, way too much and you can't catch your balance no matter what you try. It's the same kind of feeling. That was the way he described it to me anyway, or the best I can sum up how he described it to me. But you'll completely not be able to catch balance, stuff like that, because parts of your body are slowly shutting down. And your balance is one of the first things to go. But yeah, I mean, that had to scare the shit out of you.
Wasn't fun.
Must have really scared your son too. Like, did you tell your son call the ambulance, or did he just come in to find you locked up? Because that's good.
He found me on the floor, and he overreacted. Is what he did when got Tony.
I don't think he overreacted, if I'm to be honest. I think he did exactly the right things, man. Say you were having a stroke.
That's what he thought initially. Yes.
Yeah, a stroke or a heart attack. He did the absolute right thing. One of the absolute worst things is what your boy Tony did, though. If he thought you were having an epileptic seizure and he stuck a sock or a wallet or whatever you said in your mouth, that is not what you want to do. You want to clear somebody's air passage with your fingers, right? Make sure they're not choking on something. You don't want to put anything in their mouth. They'll break their fucking teeth. Because their jaw's locking, like freezing closed, like kind of gritting your teeth together. And what'll happen is, it doesn't matter what you put in someone's mouth, it'll shatter. Like people used to say, put a spoon in their mouth if they're having an epileptic seizure. They end up shattering half the person's teeth. Because their jaw locks closed. You know what I mean? They're like, well, we don't want you biting your tongue off or all this. And it's like, no.
I didn't mind the ambulances coming, but all them fucking cops in my house. That I thought, I don't know what the hell. Wait, what's a cop doing there?
I love it. I like Genesis, and I give you all the fruit and seed bearing plants of the earth to use. Smoking the herb is greater than rotten fermentation. He's right. I agree with that. Yeah. Man, I'm actually kind of glad you don't smoke weed though, Bob. Although, who knows? Maybe it'd do you a world of good too. I don't know. It depends on, like, with me, the last time I smoked anything, Francois, was I use it more medicinally now. So, my left hand, I've got no feeling in it. My right, I barely have any feeling from a car accident that I had that did nerve damage and broke shit in my neck. I used the last time I had any kind of smoke, I used it to, like, it loosens up my muscle and it actually makes my hand not shake and work better so I can paint faster and cleaner. Just saying. But Bob, you might be able to, well, I don't know. I don't know what it's legal in Virginia, right?
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, I mean, it might be an option for you. I don't know. It depends on how you do with not drinking.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of wanting to stay away from all drug type things.
Stay away from the sins.
Yeah.
Bob's staying away from sin. That's crazy. There's only one drug Bob wants, and it's a female. It's a female.
That would be good. That would be very good.
Yeah. Like I said, man, that's where my head went.
I'll tell you what. I know some females worse than freaking any alcohol, beer. Never want to smoke. Never have.
You're not wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of which, that's funny. Fucking. Like I said, my head went to that place, Bob, where I was just like, hey, you know what? Bob might be out there and he might have found someone. That's where I went to. Like, maybe he's having a little fun.
I like the way you think.
Yeah, you know? Like, I don't know, Bob. Maybe I was cheering on for you a little too much there. Maybe I was cheering on.
I'd much rather have your scenario than the one that was.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, bro. I don't doubt that. But, I mean, hey, look, you're on a good path. You're not, no more danger, right?
Nope. They say I should be, well, although they wanted to keep me 2 more days.
What did they want to keep you 2 more days for? What was their reasoning?
I have no idea.
They didn't tell you?
Nope.
Like, not even, we want to keep you 2 more days for observation, just we're going to keep you in here for a couple more days?
Well, I mean, yeah, they did say observation.
Fucking Francois says, females are worse for you than anything else. I save you, save your love for the Lord, for he is the only one who will ever reciprocate. Empty vessels in disguise, designed to tempt you from the path. Monk mode equals winning in the afterlife. I mean, what if, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Women are a gift from God to an extent. Wouldn't you agree, Bob?
Women are both a gift and a curse.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I mean, if you're biblical like that, I can see you can go into Eve tempting with the apple, that kind of thing. But reality is, they're supposed to be your balance. They're supposed to be what makes you an even. I would think, you know, now Bob was married for quite a while.
Yep, long time.
And, you know, he's no longer. And as Bob likes to say, he's older, but he ain't dead. Is that a good way of putting it, Bob?
It's a perfect way of putting it.
Yeah, He's older, but he ain't dead. So I guess he's going to enjoy some of the bounties of the earth. And then in the afterlife, you know, enjoy the person he enjoyed most in life, right? Is that a good way of putting it, Bob? What do you think?
That's the game plan.
Yeah. They're just He said they're supposed to be your assistant and helper, but they're just consumers and takers. I don't know, man.
And this guy's had some winners.
Yeah, it sounds like some women have done something to you. My wife is my balance. Like, she really is. She is my strength where I'm weak, and I'm hers where she's weak. No. Marriage is for virgin brides only, and none of us are finding that at our age. You're not wrong. You are not wrong on that. However, I don't know. I see marriage more as a union between two people that actually love each other. Like, isn't that a good way of putting it, Bob? Like, how would you put it? What do you see marriage as?
I would say that marriage should be two people who complement each other, where one is slacking and one can pick up the slack.
Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, that makes sense too. I mean, you're right. He's right about the virgin part. You find a virgin at this age in the game, Bob? Could you imagine? I think it's
I wouldn't want a virgin.
Yeah, I don't think I would either.
Number one, they'd probably be clingy as fuck.
Better to live alone in the desert than with a cantankerous woman. I mean, I could understand that. You definitely don't want to live with somebody who is a detriment to your life. Like, trust me, I've had my assortment of crazy over the years. And no, I mean, you got to find the crazy that suits you, that balances. Like Bob said, it's a balance. It's all about balance.
All right, guys, I got to get on the bed. I got to get up tomorrow and go into my bank and find out what's in there.
Why? What's wrong?
Well, nothing. It's just that I keep a certain amount in my savings.
Right.
And then, as needed, I pull down into my checking account.
Gotcha.
And I just got $1,000 fucking bill for estate tax.
Oh, really? Wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, that's just a quarter. Every quarter I get that bill.
For state tax for what? Property?
Yeah, property estate tax.
That's fucking nuts, dude.
Well, I've got a pretty good sized plot of land here.
How many acres?
It's just a third of an acre, but
holy shit. $3,000 or $4,000 for a third of an acre?
In Chesapeake, Virginia? Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, it depends on where you are. If you're in Manhattan, you know, you're looking at like 40 grand or something.
Understand, we have the best school districts in Virginia, at least this area of Hickory. And they just built the brand new Grassfield High School.
Yeah, so you're paying for that.
Yeah, and the thing that pisses me off is when I moved out here, everybody had like single brick ranch, family style home, right? Now, when I go down to the store, they're starting to build construction in what used to be soybean fields everywhere, and they're putting up these fucking crackerjack houses that you could cut through the side with a knife. You know, the vinyl
I got
side.
you. Yeah.
The mini McMansion shit.
Yep.
And they're wanting something like $450,000 starting at. And when I bought my house, it was a little right around $100,000. And now I have to pay taxes on it to the tune of almost $420,000.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts, bro.
I'm
Francois
thinking about
said,
selling this.
good luck to you, Bob. If you're going to replace one vice for another, don't choose women as that vice. You'll end up ignoring red flags.
I'll take your advice, Keaton.
Yeah, Bob wants the red flags. I don't
No,
think Bob doesn't
Bob-
want them for like a long time. He just wants them for like an hour.
no, I'd like to have some, somebody to take to dinner and wine and dine a little bit.
Bob wants companionship.
That's true.
And he has a dog, but that doesn't cut it because dog
That's not the same.
can't have a conversation, go to dinner with him, watch a movie with him.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
kind
man.
of thing.
Thanks for the year.
Hey, man, you know I'm always here. We were worried about you, Bob. You know, it's one thing you don't call into the show. You might not feel like talking. That happens. It's another thing, Bob, when I don't see you for a little while. That's worrying. Because I'm like, well, Bob's lurking in the background, and I've said that a couple times. Usually you go, yeah, I'm here, I'm lurking. But, not hearing from you, I'm just like, yeah, Bob's probably lurking in the background. Nothing. I'm like, oh shit. Like, hopefully he's all right. I don't want to see anything happen to him. Everybody here does care about you, Bob, regardless of what you think. So, well, and I don't know if you remember this one or not, Bob. Do you remember the Chicago PD officer with ABL? Chicago PD passed away and just disappeared, fell off the face of the earth. Nobody ever knew what happened to him till we figured it out. There's a reason why man's best friend isn't a woman. I don't know. Like I said, unfortunately, Francois, your experience with women it definitely varies from mine. I can say that. I'd met the right one, that's all. I think you just got to meet the right one, bud. Might change your outlook. And you're allowed to have things. Women they should be different than us, but they're our balance. That's the point. And don't get me wrong, I love my dog too, but I might be speaking at a advantage, disadvantage, however, which way you want to see. But I got married when I was in my older age to a person I've known my entire life. Well, not my entire life, but a good chunk of it. You no longer believe in Disney unicorns. I feel you there, man. I do. I mean, I didn't get married that late in my life, but my wife is she was my salvation. She came in right when she was supposed to. Well, back in, because I knew her. I've known her since kindergarten, and saved my life. She really did. I was going down a road where I was going to die. Like if I kept going the way I was going. And she came in right at the right time and found me. I didn't find her. She came and found me. So, I don't know. Like I said, experiences are different. I do know people that they will be single for the rest of their lives by choice. So, yeah, I can understand that. I mean, at 60, yeah, you pretty much hit that marker, brother, where I mean, I'm in my 50s and I definitely anything ever happened with my wife, I wouldn't want to meet anybody else. Like I'd probably be in the same boat as you if I'm to be honest, cuz I don't trust anybody that much, you know? I don't even know how the fuck one dates in this day and age or any of that kind of thing. Move that out of the way. I mean, as far as a woman having a past, it's whether you can accept it or not, because we all got a past. Yeah, I know I definitely do. So can't really blast them. I don't know. It's not my place to judge somebody. But that is crazy. Disney unicorn. What is it, dude? Like, I'm trying to remember the old joke. There was this old joke once I had heard a long time ago. They're like, complete beauty, brilliant intelligence, and emotionally stable. Pick two of three. That's what you get out of your partner. No, I can understand that. My past doesn't include destroying a family. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. I don't know too many women. I haven't seen any. Oh, I can't say that. I do know women that have destroyed families. I know men that have destroyed families too, bro. I definitely know dudes that have destroyed people's families. But I do know I have seen women destroy families as well. I haven't seen women throw, well, I can say I have seen women throw away family too. It's just rare. If a woman's got a good family life or a good family thing going on, they're usually happy. I haven't, I don't know. Again, different experiences. But I mean, you said you're damn near 60. You met somebody that was your kind of crazy and all that, and was single. You're not wrecking a family. You wouldn't, find that attractive. Yeah, 80% of women or 80% are filed. Is that a true stat? I've never heard that stat before. That's crazy if so. I mean, the other thing is you also have a good amount of men who treat their wives like, well, a piece of shit. So You know, at that point, if you're not in balance, you're not carrying balance in the relationship, there's always going to be somebody who works harder than the other person at it. You know, there's you won't. Gaslighting is a brutal one. I don't know. I don't worry about, like I said, different experiences because I've had girlfriends in the past that did that. I've never had my wife do that to me. Try and gaslight me or falsely accuse me like that. Like, not nasty like that. Nothing that would end our fucking marriage. You know? But I also don't accuse her of shit either, unnecessarily. Like, we'll get in an argument over which comic book character is the best one. Shit like this, dumb shit. We don't argue over important stuff like that. I don't know, different experience. Getting gaslit is never a fun experience, and there's plenty of people out there who do that. Like, you're gonna fight with your significant other always. That's just nature of a beast. But damn, I can't believe I'm gonna have to go over all this again. She is gonna be a rough one. Really trying to get that saturation in there. Yeah, I mean, don't compromise, don't jeopardize. Just hold everything to a standard, and if it doesn't exceed or meet that standard, then it's not worth your time. Everybody has, I've noticed, different standards. You got simple standards like, and they compromise those, and it's unacceptable. All right. Helmet is edged in. Armor's edged in. I gotta figure out what I'm doing with these. Everybody is, in a way, controlled by their hormones to an extent. It's just a matter if you can override those instincts and hormones. I mean, that's also the law of survival, though, isn't it? If you don't trust to your instincts, you don't trust to your, well, not really your hormones, but your instincts or your environment and what's immediately around you, that's the easiest way to die. That might just be a matter of survival in the human condition. They just feel it differently. Shit. How do I want to do this? I want to just do them silver. Inlay here. I think I'm going to go with the inlays. Anything in the back? Nothing in the back. Yeah, I think I'll just hit these inlays. Super careful with them. Yeah, you prefer the verb human being. Being human means to be more than the animal, to be in control with logic and reasoning over those natural animal processes. But again, some of those natural animal processes is what A, propagates the species, and B, keeps you alive. If you could shut off all instinct, then by logic, you would walk into danger at every chance and probably die faster. You would be overriding your instinct telling you to stay far from harm, or feel the feeling of fear, for example. Fear keeps you alive. It's not always a bad thing. Some natural animal processes aren't just are there on purpose to keep you alive, keep you from shifting off your mortal coil, is the best way I'll say it. I mean, you have baser instincts that you can override with logic and everything else, but there's some instincts you don't ever want to shut down because it just will end badly for you. Like, I don't know. Some instincts, again, I feel them and I embrace them because they've kept me alive. There's other instincts that I've completely shut down simply because they were bad for me. So I can argue logically both ways. I think I will go to, I don't know if I want to go all the way up to the sterling silver on these. Definitely going to blacken that and darken that. We'll keep the blues flowing, go into metallic on them. Thank you for your service, for one. You're not wrong. In a combat zone, you being human in a combat zone, but you still have to maintain a sense of, well, you don't have to, but it's more advantageous later on to maintain a sense of morality as well. And if not, you look at the people that you were probably fighting against, given your age, and deployed to a combat zone, so I'm going to say Middle East, more than likely. And knowing some of the savagery that's happened in that part of the world at that time from different people, not my own personal experience, but hearing other people's experiences, that morality probably kept you sane and insane at the same time, but kept you alive. Did you have any women in your unit or no? Was it all just men? Ooh, why is that thing zoomed so close? Boost Volt. Okay. Yeah, the horrors of war. Unfortunately, I don't want anybody to endure the horrors of war. I've seen firsthand what it does to people I love and care about. Even the ones that made it back, some of them didn't quite make it back, if that makes sense. No women in the infantry. That's interesting. Yeah, women in those positions are built different. That's all I can tell you. Because the whole thing is, if the enemy gets a hold of them, you know exactly what the enemy's going to do to them, and it will demoralize the troop. Definitely, definitely crazy shit. But they ain't all evil, man. You got good ones out there. Just like anything else. Good ones, bad ones. I mean, that's interesting. That's an interesting take. I mean, have you ever met a devil doc? Just asking. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Guessing since you said infantry, you were probably in the army. Yep, you've met Marines. You ever meet a female devil doc? I know plenty of jarheads. I've lived on and off Marine bases, a couple of them. But yeah, devil docs are a little bit different. I've met a couple women devil docs. Only a couple. But their unit was glad they had them. Very glad they had them. I mean, I've definitely met some that are females that are exactly as you describe in the military service. I've met others that seen them bust them or the men's ass, believe it or not. Really? That's fucking crazy, bro. I met all kinds that they were, they had worked twice as hard. And the reason why was exactly what you said. Because you did get the ones that got into, they were like Private Benjamin, if you ever saw that movie. Then I've met ones that were the exact opposite. Were just no bullshit. They were oorah. They were Semper Fi, do or die. Those are the scariest ones. I mean, fucking terrifying. Again, I've met ones that weren't worth anything, but I've also met ones that completely tripped me out. I was just like, what the fuck am I even seeing here? It's kind of why I always say it's never all. You can say a lot or most, but it's never all. That's interesting. Like I said, you should definitely meet a woman who does recon, especially back in like the late 80s, early 90s. Somebody from that era. They used to make them do the same exact standard as the men. Well, again, recon. It's a whole different boat. It's the same way I've never heard of a female Navy SEAL though. I can honestly say that one. I've never heard of a female Navy SEAL. Special forces are usually cut from a completely different cloth. Hell, I don't even think I've ever met a female Green Beret. Be interested to meet one if they ever do. Shit. Yeah, I mean, I could believe it. Yeah, special forces, that's a different breed. Man, I have to go over this entire thing again. Yeah, well, a I'm talking about actual fucking recon. You know, like in the LZ, scouting ahead so everybody can move in their logistics, glazing the target or lasing the target so they could bombs hit. Yeah. I'm talking about the oorahs. I'm not talking about some bullshit sitting back at a base and waiting for the radio to ring. I'm talking about the ones that actually pound the ground. I'm not talking about somebody who sits miles away from the war zone. I'm talking about somebody who goes through the active one. Shit. This one little rim here is a bitch. Dear Lord, that's going to be a pain in the ass. And that fucking bone that goes around is such a pain. The same thing on the other side. I already cleared it on the other side. That one's just rough. Really kind of should have cut this again and gotten these arms off. Actually, I read their jacket, so no stolen valor. Well, correction. I read most of their jacket. A good chunk of it is blacked out. No, their unit is, though. But then again, you were in the Army, not the Marines. Big difference. Unless you went to Ranger School, then you would have been kind of up close and personal with some of those guys. As I was told, I'm too much of a PU-55Y to serve, so too busy chasing tail and getting drunk. I mean, read their jacket. You can request it from the government. Well, if you got the connections. You should have a jacket too. Like you never, well, you said forward observer. That was your MOS? 11V 13 F2B air assault infantry forward observer. Very nice. Very nice. Where were you stationed? I grew up just outside of Fort Dix in New Jersey. Well, when it was still a operating base. I don't think it is anymore. It was like 4 towns away. My uncle was stationed there at one point. I don't even know what he was. He's a fucking scary dude. Yeah, Bob that was just on, he was Navy. He was a squid. Very cool. Very distinguished. Again, thank you for your service. You were just many places. You ever been to, were you ever stationed at like Fort Dix? 2 big places in Jersey were, well, where I was anyway. Fort Dix and McGuire Air Force Base, which again, I think McGuire's still operating. I don't think Fort Dix is anymore. I think that's shut down. They changed it over to like a stock base. Dix now. Yeah, don't worry, you weren't missing much. It was South Jersey, so kind of sucked. They had one hell of a bike trail the kids put together though, with tabletop jumps and everything for the when we used to ride our BMX back there, mountain bikes and everything. Was that your is that what you did? You were military, that was it? Nothing civilian side? If it's too personal too, you can always say that too, brother. I ain't trying to dig into your shit too deep. Just asking. Just making conversation, really. Nice. You trained, huh? You're a training man. Yeah, where I'm at now. Matter of fact, the guy I used to get my comic books off of, because I'm right outside Paris Island. He was a gunny sergeant. He was cool as shit. He was definitely not one of those guys you wanted to get in a fight with. Nice guy. Still love that man. He was great people. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Really thinking about basing this shit in black, but This stuff coats pretty well. Even if I am just using it for a baser. Idaho for lasers, Georgia for infantry. Yeah, man. Oh, Jesus, New Mexico. Desert fucking training. Poor bastard. That must have been interesting. I've heard nothing but interesting things about New Mexico. None of which was good. Yeah, for Seer School. Makes sense. Yeah, etc., etc. I mean, hey, so it does sound like military was your entire life. All that and remain single, never married, huh? What do you think of the current state of things then? What do you think of the current state of the war, all that stuff, us going into Iran? Because, you know, you would have been one of the guys to go have to scout all that mountain area. I know it's technically a military operation, by the way. But for just discussion purposes, what do you think about like the state of things right now? Think they're good, they're bad? You know, could be better. You think we got the right people in there? Hey, you know what? That's fair. I ran about time. I mean, militarily, we're crushing the fuck out of them. But everything else, we kind of ran into issues. We're not going in hard, though, either. We're half pregnant, basically. And it's creating a bear trap. I don't think that makes you a bigot. I don't think that makes you a bigot either, by the way. I mean, I don't exactly, not exactly in love with the ideology either. I don't really like any ideologies, but that's just me. Yeah, you know, the only thing is we didn't cut off. I said this. If you want to end the war fast, really get it done quick, why not hit the oh god, what the fuck are they called? Damn it, why am I drawing a blank? The desalination plants. Why didn't they just bomb the shit out of the desalination plants right off the rip? You got to be okay with killing 30 to 60 million people through dehydration, but would have ended it fast. Hating the ideology is definition of bigotry. Well, then I'm a bigot too, so you got me there. I agree with you. I think you're 1,000% right. You should hate evil. That's why there are 2 rules. I accept everybody's like political takes, all that stuff. Anybody can have whatever religion they want. That's right there in our fucking Constitution, right? You know, I'm not going to judge anybody for it. Who the fuck am I to judge? I'm no one. I'm some asshole on the internet who talks shit while painting stuff. But the one thing that everybody that I've talked to on here, and I mean, yeah, like live chatted with and stuff like that, the one question I always ask them, do you endorse pedophilia? And do you think it's all right? And if somebody answers with, no, I think pedophilia is okay, then I usually boot them the fuck out of the chat. Because, yeah, that's pure evil in my book. That's a form of evil that you're corrupting innocence. That just goes against not only your base instincts as a man, but it should go against just everything. Try to get more of this wash in here. Yeah, actually, the basing for this is putting on a pretty decent amount of shadow and everything else. I'm actually shocked by that. That's only going to take like 1 coat. How old's the dude? You're 65 and she's 16. You still think that's all right? You're shit, even in your 30s. You think, you look at a 16-year-old and you're just like, yeah, it's all right. I'm not going to say it's monstrous. It's fucked up. Like, even if you're in your 40s and she's 18, it's kind of fucked up. Kind of right there. Like by 16 nowadays, girls are doing stuff that, fuck, they didn't do when I was 16. Much. And I guess I also have that advantage of I don't live in most of the world. I live in fucking America. I have no country before this country. Never have, never will. Some of those states do have a 5 to 7 year difference. Well, I mean, that's just it. Reality is, it is about those states to regulate what they think is correct or necessary. I look at it this way. If you can't buy a pack of cigarettes, well, actually a pack of cigarettes I think is 21 now. It used to be like 18 when I was a kid. Drink alcohol and stuff like that. Shouldn't be able to pop kids. It's kind of crazy. Damn, that's gonna be a pain in the fucking ass. Anywhere where I blew out with purple or blue, cover up with the silver is gonna be rough. Even the flesh tone's rough to override with this base. Yeah, 5 to 7 years. I mean, because that does kind of make sense. Oh, that's going to be a pain. That is going to be a royal pain in the fucking dick. Right. A strange, nuanced conversation about biology. That's great. But we're not talking about kids being horn dogs. That's great. Just because a girl is a horn dog, if somebody is 10 years their senior, we'll say, so they're 26 and the girl is 16. Like, what do you really want with a 16-year-old, even if they are a horn dog? Are you that hard up, you know? You know, it's kind of a sticky wicket. I mean, I guess, even though if something is legal, because you go back, and this was actually an argument I saw in my Discord not long ago between two people, where he was talking. One guy was defending Muslims, as my British friends call them, about their prophet. The other guy was kind of defending him and said, well, back then, you know, you could do this because I guess their prophet, if I remember correct, the argument was that the prophet married a 16-year-old girl, but it's okay because he didn't have any kind of relations with her till she was nine years old. So he said, yeah, their prophet's a pedophile. And he said, well, no, back then that was acceptable, blah, blah, blah. But the whole real thing is, even if it's legal, is it acceptable to you? Like, is it morally acceptable? To me, it's not, you know? to me, it still would have been like, what the hell do you want with a kid? Like, it was a bad defense. Like, just because something's legal doesn't always make it right. And I'm sure you'd agree with a good chunk of that. Jesus, looks like shit when that shit rubs on. I can't see it on the undercoating. Maybe I should have gone over it in black first. Yeah, I agree with that too. A boss babe feminist? No, but if you're trying to date a boss babe feminist, you're kind of fucked. Like, if you're going for that anyway, then your sense of logic and trying to find the right woman is kind of fucked. I agree with that. The Brits should not be being arrested for Facebook posts. I think that's fucking ridiculous. I think they should be able to, as a matter of fact, if you are subscribed, I don't know if you're subscribed or not, or listen to me all the time or what have you. There's a lot of people that don't interact that listen, so I'm not sure. But you will hear some of the British kids come on here. I call them kids. They're in their 20s. And they can come on whenever they want. They have full access to come in here and have discussions with me and everything else and tell me everything that's going on in Britannia, because the UK silences their voices and I will not silence their fucking voices. I abhor that. I appreciate the hell out of that, man. Like I said, I can appreciate the nuance in conversation. I do appreciate this conversation, actually. But I try to look at it from both lenses, you know, both sides of the lens. And just I try to take everything up the middle for the most part and hear both sides. You should know, especially you're older, so you would know. If you listen to one side of an argument all the time, that not everything is correct. You have to listen to the other side of an argument to find your middle and find out what is actually logical, what is true, what is the honest part of it. Is this good? Is this bad? What have you? And of course, everybody has opinions. That's fine. But yeah, silencing people, I don't like that shit. That's the one thing. I have not silenced anybody. Even when I get a troll in here, I don't silence them. Because that's just not what it should be. We're never gonna get anywhere if everybody just shuts each other down, you know? You gotta have discussion. And the way you win, well, not win, but make your point is to let people decide on their own what the answer to an argument is a better argument or even the same argument, you know? But yeah, the British with the Facebook post, that's a very good example of something that in this world that is completely fucked up. Like there's hope though, man. And the hope is this, talking to them. Talking to the youth over there, the younger ones. And not all of them, because I had one that, as my one British buddy calls him, he calls him soft see you next Tuesday. For his takes. But for the bulk of it, the people I talk to, they just want their national identity and to be heard and not lose that national identity. They don't hate anybody. They hate what's being done to their country. And I can appreciate that. I can respect that. They're not racist. They're not issists or phobes is the best way of putting it. They're not either of those two damn things, man. You know, they don't care about that shit. They just care about their national identity being wiped from them. And it's being taken fast. Yeah, that's all true. But the whole thing is, if his daughter's friends are making advances on him, then, you know, it really, to him, biologically, especially if you got daughters, you usually shut that shit down with a quickness, believe it or not. It just is what it is. Like, I don't know if you got kids, but there's something when you have daughters in particular, that shit changes you, man. It does. It makes you go from a hunter to a defender. This is the best way I can put it. You have twin sons, awesome. Dude, that's actually awesome. Yeah. Yeah, daughters change everything. It's weird. Put you on the defense. You know what I mean? It does. It changes you from a hunter to defender, and you've got to think about stuff. And I feel bad for your sons because are they getting like exposed to all the bullshit? Like, you know, do they get hit with all the bullshit of? My favorite's always misogyny. You know, that kind of thing. Where they get accused of stuff that they don't do. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. That's seriously unfortunate because that's that bullshit. That will that'll change your view on a lot of things. You know, doesn't matter what color you are when you start getting accused of shit that you're not. That's the worst. It's like if you actually are, okay, then that shit sucks, but not that bad. If you're not and you get accused, that fucking shit blows. There's a reason why I try to leave society as a whole for the most part myself, and that's part of it. Just too much. People want you to apologize for who you are. It's like, no, you can't take away people's right to be assholes. People are allowed to be who they are, have thoughts in their head. That basing paint. Initial layout's pretty good. No, I printed it. No, I've got this one was done on a Saturn Ultra, or well, Saturn 4 Ultra 16K by Elegoo. Yeah, I print everything myself, and then I paint them or what have you. Got a bunch of them. I mainly do superheroes. This one just happens to be He-Man. Old 80s, because, you know, it's when I was a kid and loved the cartoon or whatever. But I'll do that. I do cryptids. My wife collects cryptid stuff, so I do cryptids for her. Mythological shit. I switch it up. But yeah, I print everything. There are, as a matter of fact, in my description, there's always the Patreon links to the different places. If you ever have a question about where I got a model or anything like that, and you do printing yourself, then I'll tell you where I go, who I get them from, stuff like that. There are a few of them, well, the 3 Patreons that I shout out on a constant, consistent basis. This one in particular is by a group called CA3D. And then there's Wicked and Berserk. Wicked does mainly Marvel movies, video games, and then Berserk does like indie comics and DC comics. Uh, 12-inch would be difficult. I'd have to angle it a certain way to print it, to print out a foot-long part. The actual build plate dimensions, let me look. This is also done in resin. So I have a Elegoo Neptune 4. I think it's a 4 Max, which that one I can print, I think, up to 1.5 feet easily across the build plate. Like, it's huge. It's a bed slinger. Look up. Let me look up the dimensions on the plates. I can tell you. Let's see, Saturn. Shit, well, it'd help if I grabbed the right fucking keyboard. I think the 16K, the build plate's a little smaller than the regular Saturn 4 Ultra. See, build plate size. Saturn 4 Ultra 16K build plate measurements are 218 by 122 millimeter. And then if we look at it, the actual, well, wait, let me rephrase that. The actual, the area actually available for printing is 211 mil to inches. That would come out to 8.3 inches. So it can only do 8.3. And then the 118 translates over to 4. So it's 8-inch by 4-inch. So something like this leg here, I printed this, and we can probably see, yeah, you can see some of the pocking in there, I guess. Let me see if I can get it in close so you can see a little bit of the pocking from where the supports held it to the build plate. I have to tilt it when I do it. The Neptune, on the other hand, actually the Neptune Max, Neptune 4 Max, or Neptune Max 4 rather. Build plate dimensions on that one. 430 millimeter by 430 millimeter with a 420 millimeter. So we translate over 420 to inches. It's 16 and a half by 16 and a half is what the Neptune can print out. Legs are 11-inch and the arm is 12-inch. Ultra thin super glue can fill it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, super glue, and honestly, what I found actually fills those pock marks better. I'm not too worried about it. That there's a reason to put them on the back of the legs, because when the model's displayed, barely anybody looks at the ass cheeks, right? But even if they do, if you look where the pock marks are, which are in here, when we actually put the model together, those pock marks disappear because they're hidden in between her legs. You always, like when I'm positioning the model on my slicer, I'm always adjusting it on plate so that it's going to be hidden. Like I did the same thing with the Superman, where I've got a Superman print here, and when I did it so that the supports were in back of them because his cape's going to cover it. So you're never going to see that end of the model. And yeah, ultra thin super glue. But one of my favorite ways of doing it is I'll take a little syringe, no needle tip to it, just a plastic syringe, and I'll fill it with a little bit of the resin. And then I just use, I don't even think, yeah, you can kind of see it, but you just use an ultraviolet, I guess people call them torches, but an ultraviolet flashlight. And then you just cure the resin in the little spots, hit it with a little fine grit sandpaper, and you can sand it down. Remodeling your house, it's too dusty in there to print. What model is it? Okay, yeah, take the puppy out. I'll wait till you're back. Let me know when you're back. We'll go over the model you're looking for, and I can tell you if anybody does it. Armor Cast Elder Phantom Titan. Okay, let me look it up, because there might be a way of doing it. You might have to do that in FDM. I don't know if you want to resin that shit. It's a big ass printer. It's a 40K model, if I'm not mistaken. Their Phantom Titan. Oh, it's on Yagi. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, no, that's 404. Tag Space Evil Bundle. All right, yeah, here's one on Colts. Nope. Looks like a lot of people deleted that. What the fuck? That's pretty good. It's a pretty cool looking model. That's a pretty candy coated design paint on it, except for this one. That's pretty cool. Evil Space Elves Agent Titanic Robot. This guy did one. That's actually pretty good. Paint job looks easy as shit on it, though. All right, so I'll bring this up when you get back, and I'll show you what I would do or how to do it if you've got the model or what have you. All right. Yeah, I'll save that for when you're back. I'll pop that screen up. Make sure my mouse works on it and everything else. It's still a little wet, still a little tacky. Pretty cool looking model, though. Definitely a cool looking one. I don't think I've ever seen them that leggy. Okay, space. I think I am going to do the blue on the armor plate. All the way around, though. Yeah. And we are going to do the blue, and I'm going to light this later. That's all knocked out. Just in case. That's decent basing on it. I'm not even going to get the facial details. What am I going to do with you? Okay, you're back. All right. I looked up the model you're talking about. I kind of figured it was a Warhammer thing, which I'm not a big Warhammer guy, but I definitely like some of the models I've seen from. I've seen some artists do some amazing work on them too. But I think this is what you were after. And I'll pop it up on screen for you. Take a look. Boom. Bring that back up. Yep. Is this what you're looking at? Like something like this? I think that shit's up. Yeah, it's up. Yeah, if this is what you're looking at, I can see where you're running into issues. Let me see if I can't get my mouse interacting with this damn thing. You can, I don't know if you can see my mouse moving. Probably not. Matter of fact, let me see if I can't just. There we go. Now I got my mouse in there. Close. That's a Forge or Overcast one. Is the same model from the 80s. Okay. So what I would do, do you 3D print yourself, or are you, because you could probably get this done if it was that big. You could probably pull it off in a Jupiter. You might be able to pull it off in a Saturn, but I would really look at somebody who has a Elegoo Jupiter, which is a bigger one that's built for this kind of thing, right? So I click on it. Okay. But what I would do if you're 3D printing this yourself and you've got a smaller printer, and I don't know if you're using a slicer or not. I'm guessing if you are, then you probably have slicing software. Okay, just because a model says it's that big, it's 23.5 inches tall, so almost 2 foot tall, right? Give me 1 minute. Let me see if I've got one that's almost comparable. I'll grab it real quick. So, oh shit, I gotta flip my shit back around. All right, so the legs and the gun are a single piece. All right, let me close out of this real quick. Flip it back so I catch your chat up. Yeah, the legs and gun are a single piece. All right, so this is one I did of Invincible, and he is about 1.5 feet. The thing is, and what you'd need to do, now granted, this is an older model or what have you, and I made him out of solid resin instead of hollowing him. So he was a little heavy, but this was an Invincible I did with the old paints, everything else. And I did it in a much smaller printer than the one I'm printing on currently. Did it on a Mars Ultra 5. That what you would have to do if you've got slicing software, you don't yet print yourself. I do have 2 Armorcast Phantoms already, original and a recast. I'd love a 3D printed version as a third. So what you would want to do is, and anybody who owns a 3D printer has, I'm going to say 99% of the time, there might be a rare occasion where somebody doesn't have one, just buys the STLs pre-supported and hollowed out for them and all that stuff, because they do offer options. What you would want to do is whoever's going to print your 3D model, have them put it through a slicer, and they can do a cut and a joint in the leg. So for example, like if we're taking like this Evil-Lyn statue, right? This part of it right here, you can see there is a notch in there, and of course a notch here. It's called keying. And what they did was they cut the model. Actually, if I get the right damn leg, they cut the model, and then the keys fit together. They lock in. So like if I printed this whole leg as one piece, that's a pretty big piece to print, right? But if I cut it, and you can do that in most slicing software, or you use a free program called Blender, you can do cuts and models and add keying on. It's not hard to do. I've had to cut down models before that were too big for my printer. Like it simply didn't fit. Instead of resizing them, I cut it into smaller pieces and rekeyed it. But you could absolutely, with that model, it's got so much to the legs, so much to the guns and everything else, that you could actually cut the pieces, have them keyed, and then just glue them back together. Do a smooth weld with resin, like I said before, even super glue, and epoxy is your best method. But you can just cut it down into as many pieces as you need if they've got a smaller printer and they're doing it for you. So hopefully that helps you. Again, just because the printer, the size of the plate, let me see, what's the best way of describing this? Let's say this is the size of my build plate, right? Move this stuff out of the way. Just because this is the size of your build space, this leg is going to take up that much space if you print like this. Right? However, if you print it like this or like this, you're not using as much of your build plate. It's going to take more time. It's going to do more wear and tear on what's known as the FEP, the film that you're actually pressing the resin against and curing the resin on. It's going to wear that out a lot more, but you're going to get a smoother, better print, and you can get bigger. Okay, your assumption is say it's not. Let me see if I can find the actual model you're looking for then. I'll look at it. I'll be able to tell you right away if it's cut, if it's I'll help you out, brother. It's kind of my thing. I don't mind. Yeah, Eldar Titan. But you said armor cast, right? Let me just, I'm going to cut and paste everything you said. Armor cast, right? Okay. Armor cast. Other Phantom Titan armor cast. And we'll search for STL just to make this easier on me. Yeah. Yagi. Yeah, armor cast Titans. And you said it was on things, right? Or Colts. Fuck it. What am I doing? Let's make this easier. It's no longer found on Colts. Oh, so basically that is they impinged on somebody's copyright for it. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Hopefully this will bring it up. So I just did my search. Let me know if you see any of these that look right. You got that one. I don't think that's right. Unless it's something like this. Space Elf Titan. I got this Space Elf Ancient. Space Elf Titan. Oh shit. Well, I also got my volume up on my sidebar. Turn that down. Because this is what I'm looking at right now. This is Yegi brings up a whole bunch of the STLs. The smaller one. So it'd probably be like yeah. Okay, so yep. They took that one off Colts. Titanic Robot. Yep, that one got wiped. Fourth from left top row. Yeah, that's what I thought. This one, this big boy right here, right? Because this is the little one, which, let me see, that one's gone too. Going to be rough to find it. Let's see. Let's go back. Very large-scale action figure playset from a Phantom Titan as described in the original fluff, blah, blah, blah. Got two Phantom Titans, one complete and one is missing the hip. How do you scan them? Okay, yeah, that's scanning. Damn, bro. Yeah, that is a fucking mess. Actually, Thingiverse might have it. Maybe Thingiverse doesn't have it. If these guys have it, it's free for one. Yeah, you piece of shit. See if it comes up with anything. I don't know why it's not displaying shit. Damn. I don't know what the deal is with that. That's never a good sign. Now I'm actually getting something. Yeah, nothing on here. Reaver Titan flush fitting parts. Looks like somebody scanned in a bunch of spare parts for it. Popular comment, they got bought. Yeah, they did. It's fucking bullshit, but they haven't cut off any of the old prints. Let's see. Yeah. Revenant Titan. No, that's not what you're looking for. Other armor cast. You can try STL Finder. All right, what do we got? The plasma cannons. Most of this shit I've already seen. Yeah, all this stuff is not what you're looking for. Bro, I don't. Usually when they take down something like that, so what has usually happened when something like that gets taken down? You have different categories that something can be filed in when they're 3D printing. And of course they do this kind of shit because copyright infringement, that kind of thing, right? If somebody listed it off as a fan-made version of something, a lot of times the companies will not copyright strike it or take it down. Take like Evil-Lyn here. If she looked identical to her action figure, which she does not, but if she did, when I printed it out, like they've done accoutrements on this armor, they've done a difference in the staff, they've changed out the way her face looks, everything else. But what happens is if you make an exact one-for-one replica of something, even if it's like a piece of art, like a statue, say you have a statue of Deadpool and you do the exact statue of Deadpool, what'll happen is the site will get notified that you are in violation of a copyright. They own copyright, they own intellectual property rights to that piece, and they'll ask you to take it down. I'm guessing that since that looks like a piece of Warhammer kit, they were probably like, look, you're in violation of our Warhammer stuff. You need to take it down or else you're going to get sued and you're going to lose in court. So they have to take it down. Now, if somebody had put it up as fan made or fan inspiration, it looks a little bit different from what the actual Titan looked like. You could get away with it. Because that's how they get away with the DC models, the Marvel models, and all that without licensing from Disney, is they'll list them off as fan art, and then they can dupe the shit out of it all they want. Let's see. I'm gonna look again. Use my other computer. I want this computer. I want to look at my Gumroad. No, just go to my... Shit, I'm not logged in on this PC, am I? Let me see if I can find anybody who does it. Traitor. I thought she was, she's PsyOps, right? Oh, you didn't hear what happened with Tulsi Gabbard? Tulsi Gabbard is out of the administration as of June 30th. The Phantom STL is a 1-for-1 copy. This is probably where you're running into it. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, her husband has an aggressive form of bone cancer and is stepping down. But you got to figure we're just about to take Cuba. The Iran war and everything, they pretty much sat her out on. They went to her office, took the rest of the JFK files out of it. The CIA did. Allegedly. That part's allegedly. But the rest of it, she's always been against the war. She's always been against all that kind of shit. I think he was going to replace her anyway. And instead of being replaced, she stepped out. And, you know, her husband's bone cancer was just an excuse for it. Wait, she banned the Second Amendment where? In Hawaii? I didn't think she held that kind of political office in Hawaii. I thought she was just a congressperson. I didn't think she was like a governor or anything of Hawaii. And even then, you can't ban your Second Amendment rights. You can argue that shit out in court. No, I'm 100% pro Second Amendment, brother. Don't really like guns, but I still believe everybody has the right to defend themselves. And guns just happen to be the modern equivalent. Shit, I gotta stop grabbing my keyboard from my other PC. Hearing ding dong in the background. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with Hawaiian politics, if I'm to be honest with you. But I know it's been Dem run for a long time. And trust and believe I'm not pro-Democrat either. If anything, I'm kind of politically homeless. So I'm searching for this fucker. Warhammer STLs. That'd probably be the easiest way to find it. I'm looking on Colts again, just in case. I mean, I've got the Marines and stuff coming up. I'm not seeing anything else. I'm not seeing anything else, man. Somebody went through Colts and wiped out their Warhammers. Because I definitely saw a bunch of the like mechs and stuff like that. You're an American imperialist? I actually like that designation. I'm an American first. America fucking first, brother. I'm not MAGA. I'm America first. Yeah, but Tulsi's been out of office for fucking ever. She got taken out the moment she went up against Hillary Clinton during, well, first it was Hillary Clinton she went after when she was in charge of the DNC. And then she went after Kamala Harris on the debate stage and derailed her entire campaign, which is still one of the most beautiful fucking moments ever. Because that chick is fucking worthless. But yeah, I'm definitely 100% America first. Which is, it was like, focus on us. In the meantime, though, where the fuck am I going to find you a Warhammer print like this? I mean, I'm even looking at forums and stuff like that, and nobody really has one. It looks like even the one that you said was a 1-for-1 doesn't look like somebody modeled it. It looks like they hand scanned it and uploaded it, and that's why it got taken down. At least that's what the dude on Reddit is saying. Not like Reddit's the best, most reliable thing. Elder, you're going to drive me nuts with this though, because now I want to find it. Elder, I agree. I'm in 1,000% agreement with you. I agree with you completely about that. Yeah, you're not. You can argue with nuance in there, but reality is, if you want to change our rules, then you should have to go and do a constitutional Congress and actually amend the Constitution in order to change our fucking rules. And they'll never do that. But that's what you really need to do if you want to change the way we live in America. And you're 1,000% right. None of your rights should ever be violated as an American citizen, and they should be. There's a reason why they use the term God-given rights, even if you don't believe in God. You're still entitled to them. It's just like you summed it up amazingly. Basic fucking human rights. Cast Titan. Okay, so that's why you're having the issues you're talking about. It's a legendary, out of production Warhammer 40K model released in the late 90s. Licensed by Games Workshop. 22-inch tall is what the original was. Super heavy, sought after, collector's piece today. Okay. Okay, that shines a little light on it. It was polyurethane resin. They made it out of the original. 2 pivoting interchangeable weapons, typically a pulsar, heat lance, or D cannon. They go from anywhere from $1,000 to $1,600. Holy shit, bud. You ain't fucking around. Alright, what's this guy? Dude's trying to sell it. Had I known armor class last year, I would have bought off you in a heartbeat. Don't care about that. Is that details are a bit soft. Oh, shit. So that one you were looking at on Colts, the guy right here is saying in the forum, he said, I see a listing on Colts, but one of the comments is that the details are a bit soft. Want to make sure I have the option of starting with the best. Yeah, that guy did a nice paint job. Local store at the beginning of the year for my wife. She painted over 6K points. Nobody's listing out an STL to get it from, though. How much was it going for on Colts? How much were they charging you for that model? Yeah, I could believe it, brother. Yeah, just reading this, I know people go gaga for this stuff. And hey, I mean, it's collector's market for them. It won't take that much resin. It might take 1 bottle of resin, and yeah, it would take, if you hollow it, it would take a bottle of resin. If you do it as a solid, that's where it's going to get a little bit more expensive, but if it's hollowed out, it will not be all that expensive. The big thing is finding somebody who has the STL for it. The STL is the problem, the actual model. And then there's, of course, what you were just saying. Some of that issue is going to come down to not just paint job, because I'm sure you're going to want to paint that shit yourself. The issue is going to come down to somebody actually doing it where they go over it with a fine-tooth comb. Like, I'm okay with having little pock marks in mine and stuff like that, because I display them. They're for me, they're for the wife, they're for the kids or whatever when I do my models. So I know that the pock mark's there, but I don't really give a fuck. But if it's something that's a showpiece and you're going to pay a lot of money for, that's a different story. I know what you meant about dollars too. Having somebody print it out though, there's professionals that will give you a professional grade printout all the time. That's all they do. The big problem is going to be finding an STL of it. Like when I clicked on that Colts link, I was like, oh, okay, this is what he's talking about. I'll go check it out and then see what the pricing's like, see who's dealing in it or what have you. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Complete collection piece. I mean, it depends. Some guys will print that thing out for fun just because it'll be cool. Other people are going to be like, we'll rape you on it for the most part. It won't be fair with the price. Or some of them are going to want to put their paint job on it and then sell you it. Pro services won't do it. Are they telling you because copyright? Jesus fuck. Yeah, one dude, a Dark Elder Army Phantom Titan, he's selling it for $1,200. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, they go for quite a bit. He's not selling nobody's selling an STL. I'm guessing when that dude put up that STL, people must have hammered him out for it. Yeah, that's the miniature one. Wait a minute, what's this? Nope. No, that's just a fucking bullshit site. They didn't even have an STL there. See what this guy's saying. This dude was talking about a fucking boat. That ain't gonna do it. Yeah, people posting your pictures of it ain't gonna help me. The scale shouldn't be a big deal to a big printer. Like I said, anybody worth their salt that's doing it professionally has the editing software. Like I said, Blender's free and you're going to have slicing software anyway. Just naturally, you buy this is the first thing I bought was slicing software the moment I bought my 3D printer. And that was so I could cut stuff down. Let me see something. And then if they're doing like production, like major, and they use Elegoo, I'm checking out the build plate size on the Elegoo Jupiter, which is a step up from my printer. The printer's expensive as hell. I almost picked one up not long ago, Build plates 286 by 166. I mean, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. People will print anything. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't care about your 286 for computer stuff. 286 millimeters. So 11.2 inches is the size of the build plate on a Jupiter. And you could probably print the entire fucking thing. Damn. Like, you could do it pretty much in one piece. So, that's the other part of it, right? You can, slicing software allows you to resize a print to whatever size you want. For example, if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to do that thing life size, I could cut it into pieces and print it out in life size. Now, it's going to take a ton of material and you would want to do it in FDM, but yeah, you can do that. There's people that take small models of like Iron Man armor and then blow them up and cut them down and print them out and then finish them and everything else and paint them and all that. And they're like life-size statues in their house. So you could absolutely do that stuff. As a matter of fact, there's a chick that she deals in nothing but Warhammer, and she's been doing life-size prints of the Marines, of like armor that she can wear, all kinds of stuff. So you can resize an STL to whatever you want. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. I can kind of show you what I mean, I think. Let me see. It's like 14 foot tall. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is a professional printer would not have a problem resizing it. The problem is getting a hold of an STL. I know I just lost chat, but that's fine for now. Let's see if I can get this up. Let me get out of Bob's out of voice so I can shut down my Discord. Just end that. Do I even have it on here? I don't know. I don't think I do. I think I took my lychee slicer off of here. I was going to pull up my lychee slicer just to show you. Actually, I can launch Elegoo Slicer, I think. This one's for my FDM printer. Let me see if it opens. May open, may not. And then I can pop it up on screen. Just do a new project. I'll show you in a minute. Let me see what I've got on my PC. Nope, that's on my D drive. Let me see what I've got in downloads. Okay, yeah, I can do this one. All right, so this one's actually... All right, let's bring you back. And go to my vid cap. Nope, don't want those. Want that. And that. Fucking around with this thing always kills me. All right, so this is going to glitch you a little bit, but that's fine. Windows not really going to fit all that much or all that well. But here's my slicer, for example. Like one of them. If I go and downloads Terminator 2. You piece of shit. Of course, this one's all broken down into parts. You son of a bitch. What do I got on here? It's PC. Should have one on here. All right. Yeah, why not? All right. So I just loaded in a nothing STL. And this STL right here, this is a Hello Kitty. So let me move it. Move it. We'll zoom in. Hopefully you can see it. Okay. And granted, her dimensions, she's only 35 millimeters tall, right? But I can go into my scale, and as long as I have this all cranked in the same, I can change the percentage on it. Or I can go into specifics. So you said 12 inches, so we'll just say 500 millimeter. And make sure my scaling is uniform on this. And I can blow her up to whatever fucking size I want. And then I can just move her onto the plate. I don't even know if you can see me move her onto the plate. Actually, I'll move her off the plate. But you can see how big she just got. She's huge. Actually, I can do this, and that should fix my issues with this shit. Because I had everything centered out, but I'll move it for the window. But you can see how big she just got. She still fits on my build plate. To be honest with you, right here where there is a little bit of like up towards the top of the bow and the tip of this ear, you can see where it goes dark. It's because she's just a little too big for my print. So what I would do is I would make a cut at her neckline, cut that head completely off, cut probably one of the arms off, and she'll fit on the build plate, and she's centered and everything else, and I can print those three pieces, glue them together. But I can make her as big as I want or as small as I want. So you can actually like adjust things, right? Like if I want to make her super tiny, like a little mini, or she is at 10 millimeter. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Right? She's super tiny now. Like, I mean, tiny, tiny. Move that into view if I can find her. So, yeah, I can make her as small or as big as I want. So, like, you can do this and turn something that's super big into a little minifigure. She's so tiny, you can't even see her on the damn build plate. So anybody, if they're a pro printer and they can't do that shit, they got issues. Because I can do it and I'm just some asshole on the internet talking shit. But it's a whole lot of not hard. Especially once you learn what you're doing with it. None of this stuff is terribly difficult. And there are guys out there that make their living just doing models for people. No, it wouldn't take multiple. The whole thing is, if you know the actual dimensions on the original thing, which I'm pretty sure you wouldn't even have to run test print, but like you wouldn't even have to run test prints. Professionals have their machines dialed in where it's going to print whatever you see on the screen. And with that one in particular, Let's see. I'm going to open a window real quick and do a search. But I'm pretty sure Eldercast Titan. If I go and say Warhammer Eldercast or Elder Armorcast Titan, Phantom Titan. And then say dimensions. Classic Armorcast Elder Phantom Titan, sculpted by Mike Biase, stands approximately 22 to 26 inches tall from its feet to the top of its head. So even if we went with the 26-inch size, if you got the model and it was 12 inches, all he's got to do is hit that scale and then put in his X dimension up to the 26 inches. Have it go to that size, and as long as he keeps the proportionality the same, it's going to maintain the model and it's going to look the same. And then all you do is cut it apart, print it, and either you could glue it together, have them glue it together, box it, and send it to you. Yeah, I mean, that's some bullshit. That's people leaving money on the fucking table, man. Like, if you have the dimensions for something, now granted, the hard part's the STL. If you don't have the STL, you're kind of screwed, right? But if you actually had the STL and you went to somebody and you said, look, I need this printed out, these dimensions, everything else, they should give you a cost estimate on what it is. But most people, I would think in this space, would do it. If you're on a Warhammer forum or something like that, you can probably find some, I hate to say it, but a fat neck beard nerd, kind of like yours truly. I'm not fat, but I like to say I'm fat. But you can find somebody who is a geek with printers and stuff like that that'll probably be able to do that shit for you, man. Like, they might even have the STL already and just be like, yeah, I'll print that for you. It'll be $50, who knows? But I don't know how much pro printers charge, but there's a lot of them out there. Unless you want to get into fucking 3D printing and buy your own shit, that's a different story. Like, the kids moved out a while ago, so I changed my third bathroom into a full-on 3D print room is what that shit is now. I mean, it's not really custom work. I don't think that's really all that custom. Like I said, I think the big issue is getting your hands on that STL. From my personal point of view, I think that would be your issue. I think you could definitely correspond with them and just ask them, if I send you a STL and give you the size on it, would you be able to print it? And that answer should just be equivocally yes or no. There shouldn't be, well, maybe, possibly, or anything. They might say, well, that's too big. No, I know. You said that. You said you were remodeling and it's dusty. I understand. Trust me. Oh, trust me. I get that. It's one of those other things. I don't understand people that print in their garage, because I'm just like, man, the moisture in the air, like, unless it's an environmentally controlled garage, then you're going to run into the issue with your resins. Like, there's a lot of different little factors that will screw up a print pretty good. Ventilation's always a thing too, because if you're working with, like, water washable resin is what I use, and I haven't had that much of a problem with it. Just your cleaning tank, because you got to clean the print after it's done printing to get the excess off before you do the curing process on it. It gets stinky fast. But outside of that, like, you just need ventilation. Like, you need good ventilation. And you definitely want a solid environment. The other thing is, if you've got pets, small children, things like that, you need to keep them away from anything to do with that resin, because it'll kill them. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm guessing you probably have tube and knob wiring in the walls, too, that you're going to have to fucking replace. No, I understand. Trust me, I understand. I wasn't, when I got my first 3D printer, I got a little Mars 3. Was my first printer. It was on sale for, I think, $150. Brand new. Got, I think, 2 bottles of resin and tried it in a cleaning and curing station, and tried it and didn't know if I was going to stick with the hobby, and I loved doing it. Like, I actually do love doing it. It comes with its headaches, and it takes a little while to get used to certain things. But there's so many videos on YouTube that'll explain to you exactly process. You did. It's all been rewired. Yeah, good call. Hopefully you ran RJ45 category 8 cable through the wall too at the same time. So this way you can just do hardwire network through the house if you're, internet nerd like me. But I can understand. Trust me. I had a buddy who he bought his house from a woman for, I think, $100,000 less than the asking price, because he told her, I want to turn this into my home. I'm not doing this and buying it to flip. And she was elderly and she was going into a nursing home, and she sold it to him for $100,000 less and cut him a deal and everything. And then he went to go move in because he's in New Jersey. He fucking, like, they came in and inspected the house and said, no, you can't even live here until you replace every wire in every wall because it's tube and knob. And then he did a hardwood floor layout. He tore out every wall, like the whole 9 yards, rebuilt the entire house, basically. So I get it. But yeah, that was one of the smartest things he ever did, brother, was fucking drop those internet cables through the wall, like the hardwire category 8 cables, and put base plates up for every wall. Just makes life a lot easier, because Wi-Fi only does so much depending on where you're at. Oh. All right, so I think we're based out. Am I full on based out? I am full on based out. So I got my base paints on here at least. The only thing I didn't do was the staff, which I'm still debating, because I know what I want to do. I want to do an OSL on this. Object source light. Bro, I'll tell you what though, that's a hell of a deal. In this day and age, I bought my house at 135, 2 acres of land, all brick, built in 1999. I bought mine 11 years ago, and the current value on this house is $800,000. So you made a smart investment. 40K, have to drop 100 in it. You know what? That bitch will probably go for 250 the moment you put on that last coat of paint on the walls. It'll go for 200,000 at least. If not more. The moment that house you're done, and like you said, it's for your boys to inherit. That's being a good parent. You thought about their future. Leave them with something, right? Yeah, it's smart. Like nowadays, if you got the money to invest and do all that, that's where it's worth it. And the way housing prices and our current economy is, everything else, it's all fucked up. Like, it's upside down, and I actually feel bad for the youth, because getting a house nowadays, like for me when I was younger, I was like, yeah, it's going to be difficult to get a house. If I was in this environment now with the way I was back then, I'd have been like, yeah, that ain't never fucking happening. I'll never own a home. I'll never be able to afford it. Oh, good Lord. So next time I am going to definitely coming in here with the darks on some of the armor. Then I'm going to brighten all this up. I'll have to do the whole makeup on her face, but everything's going to metallic next time. I should be able to overlay now with a good base coat on there. Make this look sexy. I want to make her look kind of pretty. Most evil women are pretty. So I do want to darken up in some sections though, and lighten up in others. But anyway, I think we're at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I appreciate y'all, Francois. It'd be awesome to meet you, man. And try and enjoy your Memorial Day again. Thank you for your service. You know, like I said, I was too much of a PU-55Y to do it myself. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you becoming a sub. I appreciate every one of my subscribers. Always up for open debate and discussing stuff and talking nerd shit and everything else. Hopefully you can find yourself that STL too. Let me know if you do. At worst case, you can ship it over to me if it needs to be resized. I can do the resize for you. I couldn't do the pro print, but I can do the resize. Oh shit. Yeah, most people aren't willing to make that sacrifice. You're damn right. I agree with you. I agree with you. When I got my house, it was the same kind of deal. I took a chunk and took every penny, and me skipping a couple meals here and there. And, you know, it wasn't all candy and roses, I guess we'll say. But once I got it, man, it was worth it. Like 100% worth it. I was able to tell my kids, you will always have a place that's home that you can always run to. That if shit all goes wrong in your life, you can always fall back here with us. We got you every time, because this house will always be here. It's ours. But yeah, Francois, I appreciate you, brother, and welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. I'll be back on Friday gaming with probably David Mon. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And then every Sunday, well, actually, we'll do military speak here. So it would be, had to move across the country, all kinds of stuff. Got to go to. Yep, you're right about that one too. You have to go where the goal. I tell people that shit all the time. I tell them all the fucking time, and they don't listen to me. That, you know, I left my bubble and moved to a place where I didn't have a job, knew nobody here outside of my family. Well, I mean, when I say family, my wife, my kids, that was it. And had to rebuild a life here at 36 years old, and did it. And now I'm happier than I've ever been. But it takes that sacrifice and making yourself uncomfortable sometimes. Anyway, guys, good night again. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, everybody. Smash the like, subscribed, all that fun shit. We'll continue on with her next time. We'll actually get some of these heavy metallics on here, really get in over top this base coat. And I don't know what the subjects are, what the topics are. I guess we'll find out next time. But I will see you guys Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, or gaming or painting on Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Either way, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you again. I can't say that enough for even wasting your time on my dumb ass. And always be creative. Most importantly, above everything else, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys, and thank you again.